Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1326, Emperor Changqing's Advice. The figure of the Changqing Emperor flashed, and he came to the bound warriors, interrogated them personally, and said, "You should explain yourself clearly, otherwise, you know the consequences." All these people looked ashen, knowing that there was no way out. Some of them secretly cursed, wondering who had assassinated Qin Wentian and Kinger, causing them all to be caught. When they arrived at the palace of the Immortal Kingdom, they knew that they could not escape, so they had a fluke mentality and did not dare to come on their own. However, they did not expect that under the evergreen tree, their hiding method would be easily exposed. Although the emperor was in the palace, he could find out everything. The cultivation realm of everyone in the entire imperial city could not be hidden from him. "Emperor, spare my life. I am from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. I was only ordered to garrison in the imperial city of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. I have never done anything that would harm the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. I was afraid that the emperor would misunderstand me, so I did not dare to come to the palace myself. I beg the emperor for forgiveness." The middle-aged strong man spoke first. Everyone immediately understood that he was a spy arranged by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the palace of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. This kind of thing is very common and exists between major forces, especially in the sensitive period of today. However, in this assassination, no one expected that the Evergreen Emperor would turn the entire palace upside down in anger. The Evergreen Emperor glanced at him coldly, then looked at the others and asked, "Who is the assassination mastermind?" As soon as these words came out, everyone felt the chill of the emperor. "If I am willing to tell you who is behind the scenes, can the emperor spare my life?" At this time, a voice came from the sloppy old man. He knew that he could not escape. Now, he only hoped to save his life. As a killer, saving his life is the first rule at any time. Now, he has to find a way to keep his life. The great Emperor Changqing glanced at him, extremely indifferent. He waved his hand, and suddenly a strong man came out from the direction of the Immortal Kingdom. This man had a very scary look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was good at strange skills. The sloppy old man was as pale as paper, and he immediately guessed that this man was good at his look. The vines on his body drilled into his body crazily, destroying everything in his body. The sloppy old man screamed and said, "Emperor, spare my life. If you take the initiative to cooperate, I can spare your life." The powerful Immortal King beside the great Emperor Changqing walked forward, with a demonic light bursting out of his eyes, eroding the other party's mind. The sloppy old man screamed continuously, and he could resist with death, but not everyone was willing to die. Amid the screams, the strong man beside the great Emperor Changqing got what he wanted to know. The strange light in his eyes disappeared. He took a step back, and said to the Evergreen Emperor, "Your Majesty, the messenger deliberately concealed his identity, and he himself didn't know who was really behind the scenes." The Evergreen Emperor's eyes flashed, so it was impossible to find out. There was a rustling sound, and after the vines crippled the sloppy old man, they pulled him to a very far place, until they threw out this imperial city, a powerful immortal king, and the consequences were tragic. "Your Majesty, these people may know something," the man continued to say to the Evergreen Emperor, causing those people's faces to change, and each of them turned pale. "Since the other party is so cautious, there will be no loopholes. These people are at most here to monitor the movement, and they will not know more news," the Evergreen Emperor said calmly, and then the rustling sound was heard again, and the vines pulled those people directly into the trunk of the evergreen tree, and even swallowed them directly into it. Screams rang out, and the more than 10 Immortal King-level beings disappeared directly from this world and were wiped out. This scene frightened the countless Immortal Kings in the square. This was the majesty of the Emperor. Who was more miserable, the sloppy old man who was abandoned and thrown out, or those who were killed? I'm afraid no one could tell. But obviously, this time, everyone in the eastern part of the fairyland could see what the Emperor's anger was like. From now on, I'm afraid no one would dare to come to the imperial city of Changqing Immortal Kingdom to act wildly. This is courting death. The great Emperor Changqing waved his hand, and in an instant, the evergreen tree moved, making a rustling sound. In this vast and endless imperial city, the branches and leaves of the evergreen tree frantically recovered. Not long after, It turned into an ancient tree again, and then sank under the imperial palace. The ancient tree that blocked out the sky and the sun disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The great Emperor Changqing said to the people in the square, "I'm sorry to bother you all to make this trip. Your Majesty is polite. It's a great honor to witness the power of the great Emperor with my own eyes." The immortal kings bowed and said very politely. Although they were already considered powerful, the one in front of them was the master of the immortal kingdom. "Well, everyone, go back," the great Emperor Changqing said calmly, and immediately countless immortal kings bowed and left, and then left one after another. Not long after, they all left the palace of the immortal kingdom. The great Emperor Changqing looked at the figures of those people, his eyes shining with a sharp edge. He knew that among these people, there must be people from various forces. It is impossible for the major forces in the east to only plant more than 10 people in the imperial city. However, if these people did not do anything, he was too lazy to pull them all out, because that would make too much noise. After all, this is the rule of the major forces. His people are also there. Today, he has achieved his goal by shocking these people. If you want to run wild in the imperial city, you have to pay a price. You all go too. The Changqing Emperor waved his hand, and the princes and dukes retreated one after another, but they all felt a little emotional. Since the civil war that year, everyone thought that the Changqing immortal kingdom was easy to bully. The mere immortal king dared to come to the imperial city to assassinate. Today, the emperor was furious and taught the people in the eastern part of the immortal domain how to behave. However, this time the emperor was angry because of Qin Wentian. When everyone left, they all looked at Qin Wentian deeply. For some reason, they had an extremely absurd idea in their hearts. His talent was so outstanding. If he continued to grow, he would definitely reach an astonishing level, even surpassing the emperor's descendants. Then, the person who will inherit the Changqing immortal kingdom in the future will not be the immortal kingdom's son-in-law, rather than the immortal kingdom's prince? Thinking of this, they trembled in their hearts, not daring to think deeply, but just remembering that they must treat Qin Wentian like a prince in the future. Qing'er's figure came to Qin Wentian's side without knowing when, and gently took Qin Wentian's hand. "Qing'er, Wentian, you come with me," Changqing Emperor said to Qing'er and Qin Wentian, and stepped out and walked towards the imperial palace. Qin Wentian and the others nodded, stepped up, and followed Changqing Emperor into Changqing Emperor's mansion in the imperial palace. Changqing Emperor walked to the pavilion by the lake in the mansion, with his back to Qin Wentian and Qing'er. "Qing'er, Wentian, what do you two think about marriage?" Changqing Emperor asked. Qin Wentian and Qing'er looked at each other. Qing'er had joked to Qin Wentian before, asking if it was possible twice, but Changqing Emperor asked, it was impossible to answer like this. "What's your opinion, Great Emperor?" Qin Wentian asked. This matter was a big deal for Qing'er, so the opinion of Great Emperor Changqing was extremely important. "I announce to the world that Qing'er will be betrothed to you. This matter is a foregone conclusion. Now, all the major forces in the eastern part of the immortal realm are watching you. I have a feeling that if you hold the wedding, it will not be peaceful," Great Emperor Changqing said calmly. As people in the Emperor realm, their intuition is sharper than that of ordinary people. Moreover, even Qin Wentian had the same intuition as the Great Emperor Changqing. They hadn't even gotten married yet, but the other party couldn't hold back and sent someone to assassinate Qin Wentian. Although they didn't know who it was, anyone could guess that it was related to those forces. "Wentian, you are still too weak now," the Great Emperor Changqing said again. Qin Wentian was silent. He knew that what the Great Emperor Changqing said was the truth. The peak of the immortal stage was already quite powerful for ordinary people, but he had to face the top forces in the immortal realm, so of course he seemed very weak. The assassination of Changqing Yuhao almost cost him his life. Therefore, I hope to wait until you enter the realm of Immortal King before letting you two get married. Although even if you enter the realm of Immortal King, you still cannot control this situation, but at least you will have some self-protection power and will not be as embarrassed as you are now." Emperor Changqing continued. Qin Wentian nodded and said, "I will listen to the arrangements of the emperor. It's good that you can understand. Now, I can be regarded as your real elder. Naturally, it is all for your good." Emperor Changqing turned around and looked at Qin Wentian. "Now your cultivation has reached the peak level of immortal platform. In this realm, it is difficult for you to find an opponent. That's why I asked the Immortal King to accompany you for the trial before, but it was just a competition after all. There was no sense of oppression. You still have to go out. Otherwise, Even if you have taken a step forward, you still don't know how many years it will take to get ashore. Kinger, you are the same. You are born to be an immortal king and have an innate talent for spatial power. In the future, this threshold will be relatively weak for you, but you still have to work hard to improve your realm. You should also put aside your feelings temporarily and practice well. Wentian wants to enter the realm of immortal king, and so do you. Emperor Changqing said seriously. He naturally hoped that his daughter and son-in-law would be strong and able to deal with all the changes in the future. Although the fairyland seems calm, once a storm arises, it will be earth-shaking. Just like this time, if the battle of judgment is lost, it will probably be a bloody storm. Now, the victory is just delaying the storm. Oh. Kinger responded lightly, and she didn't seem happy. Seeing her appearance, Emperor Changqing couldn't help but sigh that this girl was too deeply in love. Wentian, you also saw the assassination this time. Countless eyes are staring at you. If you want to go out for training, you must not be known to others. Moreover, it is best not to be in the eastern area of the fairyland. Where do you want to go? There is a teleportation formation leading to the Nanhuang clan. If you are willing, you can use the Nanhuang clan as the midpoint. Emperor Changqing said again. I plan to go back to Qianbi and Xianmen first. Qin Wentian responded, and seemed to have his own ideas. He planned to go to Xianfu realm. If he could meet a senior, he would ask the senior to send him directly to other regions through Xianfu realm. Chapter 1327, No Return Without Entering the Immortal King. The great Emperor Changqing would naturally not influence Qin Wentian's thoughts. There is now a teleportation formation in the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom that leads directly to Qianbian Immortal Gate. Qin Wentian reluctantly said goodbye to Kinger and returned to Qianbian Immortal Gate. Qianbian Immortal Gate, Qin Wentian's residence. After a day of gathering with his family, Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng, Purgatory and the little bastard were together. Qin Wentian said, I am going to retreat once. The time is uncertain. It may take a long time. I may come out after I enter the realm of Immortal King. Hey, I have only been back for a few months and I have to retreat again. It's so boring. The little bastard said in a baby voice. Don't be idle either. I have asked Taishan Immortal King. After I retreat, someone will take you and Purgatory to the wild mountains in the extreme north of the Immortal Realm. You take good care of Purgatory. Qin Wentian knocked on the little guy's head. The little bastard jumped up instantly, staring at Qin Wentian and said, The legendary savage 10,000 mountains, the world of monsters? Can you bear to let your baby go to such a cruel place? Can you bear it? Qin Wentian nodded without hesitation. Qingcheng. The little bastard looked at Mo Qingcheng with great grievance, revealing a look of seeking help. Little bastard, you are too lazy, don't waste your talent. The savage 10,000 mountains is a paradise for monsters, maybe you can meet the same kind there. Mo Qingcheng said with a smile. Monster hell. The little bastard pouted and stared at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng with grievance. Qin Wentian actually couldn't bear it, but he didn't regard the little bastard and Purgatory as his pets. Although they were monsters, they also needed their own world, so they had to go out and explore. Now their realms were not low. After thinking about it, only the savage 10,000 mountains was the most suitable place. Remember to protect Purgatory, otherwise I will settle accounts with you. Qin Wentian knocked the little guy's head. Oh, little Purgatory, you should listen to me more. The little bastard jumped onto Purgatory's shoulder, stretched out his little claws and gently rubbed Purgatory's long hair, causing Purgatory to roll his eyes and look disgusted. You go. Qin Wentian looked at the two little friends and said with a smile. Purgatory nodded gently and left with the little bastard. Mo Qingcheng leaned on Qin Wentian and said softly, The Emperor has betrothed Sister Kinger to you. Have you decided on the time for the wedding? This retreat is for this matter. We encountered some troubles in the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. The defeated forces in the Judgment War are still unwilling to give up. We will discuss the wedding when we step into the realm of the Immortal King. Qin Wentian said softly, Qingcheng, this time I also asked the Emperor to make some arrangements for you. I want to send you to practice under an Emperor-level strong man. You won't blame me, right? I will listen to you. Mo Qingcheng smiled lightly. Well, Qingcheng, you are able to enter the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Your talent is already very strong. You also need to work hard to practice, and catch up with me in the future. Qin Wentian embraced Qingcheng in his arms. His so-called retreat was naturally to go directly to the Heavenly Talisman realm. The heavenly talisman realm has its own rules and is not allowed to be disclosed. He quietly left in retreat, which is undoubtedly the safest way. No one will find out, and King Chang doesn't have to worry about him. As for sending King Chang to practice, he has always thought about it, but King Chang's talent was weak before, and it didn't make much sense even if she was sent to an immortal king for guidance. Now that King Chang has the experience of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, it will not be a big problem to send her to the door of the Emperor Realm Strongman. Not only that, this time, he will send Sister Ruahan, Sister Qin Yao and others to various places for practice. The battle between the East Saint Immortal Gate and the Qianbian Immortal Gate has never subsided. Qin Yao and Ruahan were in danger that year. Even Yunzhou City is not absolutely safe. It would be too boring to let them stay in the Immortal Gate all the time. Moreover, even if their talents are weaker, their realms need to be improved, otherwise they will age easily. As for himself, if nothing particularly important happens during this trial, Qin Wentian plans not to return before he reaches the realm of the Immortal King. This is his determination. After a few days of reunion, Qianbian Xianmen secretly sent Qin Wentian's relatives to various places for cultivation. Little Bastard and Purgatory also left and were sent to the wild 10,000 mountains in the extreme north of the Immortal Realm. King Chang also left. Although she was reluctant, King Chang left with a smile. She knew that she should practice well. She also understood that Qin Wentian's future was there. His future was the vast starry sky. She didn't need to become so powerful, but at least, she couldn't fall too far behind. Qin Wentian finally closed himself up with peace of mind and sealed himself in the place of retreat. Then, he used the law to open the entrance to the Xianfu realm and stepped into the Xianfu realm alone. In the Xianfu realm, the green mountains and clear waters were like a fairyland. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and smiled. He hadn't been to the Xianfu realm for a long time. When he entered the Xianfu realm, he had not yet become an immortal. Now he has reached the peak of the immortal stage. However, there are many disciples of Xianfu realm who are immortal emperors and immortal kings, so he naturally has nothing to be proud of. Qin Wentian walked forward with a flashing figure. On the way, there were many strong men flying in the air. Occasionally, someone would nod and greet Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian would naturally smile in return. Qin Wentian came directly to the huge statue of the Lord of Xianfu realm. Looking at this huge figure that reached the sky, Qin Wentian said softly, "Master, this time I have encountered a bottleneck in my practice. I don't know when I can become an immortal king. I hope to get some guidance from Master." As he said that, Qin Wentian's figure flashed and went straight to the Xianfu palace in the hands of the huge statue. It happened that there was no one in the Xianfu palace at this time, so Qin Wentian stepped directly into it. In the Xianfu palace, Qin Wentian walked to the center and sat cross-legged. There was golden light in the sky, and a scroll appeared. The light of endless runes fell on Qin Wentian's body, making him bathe in it. There is the Xianfu collection in the Xianfu palace, which is a sacred object for cultivation left by the master of the Xianfu realm. It is all-encompassing, and different cultivation levels can gain different insights. Qin Wentian's aura is released, and the perfect holy product fairy platform blooms, and the power of rules permeates. In an instant, his whole body is full of the power he has cultivated. In an instant, a series of light patterns poured into Qin Wentian's mind, and he closed his eyes quietly to absorb it all. This is the second time Qin Wentian has cultivated in the Xianfu palace. The Xianfu collection is the Tao of Runes. It is believed that everything in the world is created by runes. The power of the stars and the power of the runes trigger the creation of rules, so that there are magical powers, formations, and magic weapons. The power of the stars is the foundation of cultivation, and the patterns help the power of the stars communicate with the world, which is the language of the rules of the Tao. This time, the perception, the treasures imprinted in Qin Wentian's mind, gave him a new perception, and he was immersed in it with full concentration, unable to extricate himself. The Heavenly Talisman Treasure Book analyzes the way of cultivation from the basics, giving people a sense of simplicity and making it easy to accept. For example, when the power of the stars and the rule language talisman are integrated to a certain degree, the power of the rules can be released, and the star soul gives the martial monks different attribute powers, so the rules are also different. But when a cultivator practices, he will not understand the practice from the essence, but practice naturally. This is like a child learning to speak. He does not learn the language. He will speak it naturally after listening more, and it seems that there is no difference, But only by truly learning the language can he understand its deep meaning more deeply. Therefore, knowing the essence of practice is naturally helpful for practice, especially when Qin Wentian reaches his current realm. In the future, practice will rely more and more on understanding. So, what is the Immortal King, and how can we break through the realm of the Immortal King? Perhaps everyone who breaks through the level of Immortal King takes a different path. They break through in different ways and with different perceptions, but one thing is the same, that is, to create a perfect rule field and condense a perfect rule body. But how can all this be done? The Heavenly Talisman book did not tell Qin Wentian, and it was even completely cut off. This is an important step on the road of cultivation, and it needs to be walked by oneself. In the same realm of Immortal King, the gap will be very large, because everyone's star soul is different, the attributes of the rules are different, and everyone's way of understanding the rules is different. The power of the rules and magical powers born will also be very different, and even insurmountable. Otherwise, in the same realm of Immortal King, why can Bai Wuai deter the Immortal Kings in one battle in the particle world? Why did he fight and kill Yang Yuan, so that the other party had no ability to escape? Qin Wentian meditated in the Heavenly Talisman Palace for several months. He did not use the innate treasure book to practice and comprehend the power of magical powers, but purely comprehended the realm. His current goal is only to step into the realm of Immortal King. One day, Qin Wentian walked out of the Xianfu Palace. Outside the Xianfu Palace, a strong man was sitting there quietly practicing with his eyes closed. He seemed to have noticed something. He opened his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian. "Brother." Qin Wentian nodded to the man. "New disciple." The disciples in the Xianfu realm were not familiar with each other, so the other party asked this question. "I have been a disciple for many years. Now I am trapped at the peak of the immortal stage, looking for an opportunity to break through." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Junior brother wants to go out and experience some experience. Senior brother, do you know where is more suitable?" "I see. The immortal realm is vast and there are many opportunities. Everything depends on your luck. It is impossible to say clearly where is the most suitable place to experience. Just follow your heart." The man smiled. "Thank you, senior brother. I opened the entrance to the Heavenly Talisman realm from the eastern part of the immortal realm. If I want to go out, I can only return to where I was. However, I want to go to the northern part of the immortal realm. Senior brother, do you know where I can find a fellow senior brother to take me out?" Qin Wentian said modestly. The rules of the Heavenly Talisman realm were like this. He opened the door of the Heavenly Talisman realm from the eastern part of the immortal realm, so if he went out, he could only return the same way, and could not directly open another entrance in the Heavenly Talisman realm, unless he followed others out. There are many fellow brothers living in that direction, and they occasionally communicate about things. You can go there for help. The Immortal King pointed to a direction, and Qin Wentian nodded and said, "Thank you, senior brother." With that, he said goodbye and left. Although he had been in the Heavenly Talisman realm for many years, he was still not familiar with it. Chapter 1328 Beaming Immortal Dynasty. Qin Wentian followed the direction pointed by the senior brother and walked forward. As expected, he came to a place where many people lived. Many residences were built here, closely connected. Moreover, there were many senior brothers in this area. Some were practicing, some were playing chess, and some were chatting. It seems that the Xianfu realm is the same. There are people of all kinds of personalities. Although the brothers and sisters in the Xianfu realm do not interfere with each other, many of them are alone, but some people still like to get together. In the Xianfu realm, they are brothers and sisters. In the outside world, they are ordinary friends, or even strangers. They pretend not to know each other when they meet. Of course, the fairyland is so big, and the disciples of the Xianfu realm have their own ways of practice. If they don't take the same task, it's not easy to meet. Moreover, Qin Wentian also found a feature that almost all the people here are strong people in the realm of the Fairy King. Junior brother greets all the senior brothers. Qin Wentian landed in a place with more people. Some people played chess and some drank tea. After Qin Wentian landed, he bowed slightly to everyone to show respect. "It's junior brother Qin, what's up?" Someone turned around and saw Qin Wentian smiling. Qin Wentian looked at one of them. He didn't know the senior brother, but the other party directly called him junior brother Qin, obviously he knew him. "Has senior brother seen me?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "You are so famous, it's normal to see him in the crowd. Everyone, This little guy is junior brother Qin Wentian, who made a big fuss in the eastern part of the fairyland. The Fairy King said with a smile. Many people looked at Qin Wentian and looked at him, which made Qin Wentian feel a little embarrassed. Bai Wuya introduced him in, right? That guy is very good at practicing and has a good vision. Someone said enviously. Yes, when I entered the Xianfu realm, Bai Wuya was still playing around. I didn't expect that he would become more and more powerful later. He is really a man of great accumulation. Now he has not come out of the Xiandao Holy Academy, and I don't know how he is doing. Junior brother Qin, when will you marry the princess of Changqing Fairyland? Someone asked with a smile. Although Qin Wentian's realm is slightly lower now, these people also understand that those who can turn the eastern part of the fairyland upside down in the fairyland realm will have unlimited achievements in the future. Moreover, just talking about those who are related to him, they are extraordinary, such as Emperor Qin Wentian, Emperor Changqing, and the Fairy Emperor of the Nanhuang clan. Of course, those who know this are mainly those who are active in the eastern part of the fairyland. The fairyland is too big, and people in other regions are not so clear about the things in the east. The junior is also worried about this matter. Now it is being watched by many forces. It is difficult to move in the eastern part of the fairyland. It is just at the threshold of entering the Fairy King. Therefore, I want to go to the northern part of the fairyland for trial. I wonder which senior brother can take me there. Qin Wentian said. You want to go to the northern part of the fairyland? A senior brother looked at Qin Wentian. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. I know a good place. There is a place in the northern part of the fairyland that is very suitable for your practice at this time. The Fairy King said. Are you talking about Beaming Fairy Mountain? Someone next to him said with a smile. That's right. Beaming Immortal Mountain is known as the Immortal Mountain of Rules. Many people from other areas of the immortal realm don't hesitate to cross endless distances to go there and try to reach the realm of Immortal King. Well, this is indeed a good place, and with junior brother Qin's talent, it will be no problem to go there. You are coming from the north of the immortal realm, so take junior brother Qin there. An older immortal king senior brother said. The person who spoke just now nodded and looked at Qin Wentian. Are we going now? If you have no problem, we will go now. Qin Wentian nodded. I have nothing to do, let's go. The senior brother stood up, and then his figure flashed, and Qin Wentian followed, and at the same time he did not forget to bow to everyone and said, Thank you, senior brothers. Everyone smiled at Qin Wentian's leaving figure. This kid is humble. If he continues all the way, he may be stronger than Bai Wuya in the future. The two came to a place in Xianfu realm. The senior brother in the Immortal King realm pinched the spell with his hand, and soon a space door appeared, allowing them to see the situation outside. It seemed to be a place of cultivation, surrounded by the power of fire. I was in seclusion there before, and then I came directly to Xianfu realm. I will take you out first and then return. Senior brother Xian Wang said, and walked out with Qin Wentian, and directly crossed the space to the place of cultivation. A terrifying hot feeling instantly made Qin Wentian extremely uncomfortable. Senior brother Xian Wang released the power of rules to wrap Qin Wentian, and then stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the fire rules of this space gradually dissipated, and the power of rules on the fire barrier in front also gradually dissipated. There are people outside, but you should be able to deal with it. I'm going back. Senior brother Xian Wang waved the spell, then walked away, and returned directly, sending Qin Wentian to the north of the immortal realm. Boom! At this moment, the flame fairy wall in front collapsed and exploded, and the fire of rules danced wildly. Qin Wentian looked outside and saw that two powerful men were fighting each other. However, at this moment, they all stopped and looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian hadn't figured out what was going on when he heard a cold voice. Who are you? What treasure did you get in this treasure land? The person who spoke was a young man with sharp eyes and an overwhelming aura. He was at the 7th level of the fairy platform and looked at Qin Wentian coldly. Treasure land? Treasure. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then he understood that his senior brother was a powerful fairy king. Even if he had built a place for retreat and cultivation here, it became a place that these people could not set foot on. They mistakenly thought it was a treasure land with treasures in it, forming a flame barrier. Qin Wentian glanced at the young man coldly without responding. On the other side, an old man looked at Qin Wentian's body with a sharp gaze, and then asked tentatively, Is it the senior who is practicing here? The old man was cautious. He could not feel the aura on Qin Wentian's body. However, Some senior strong figures, if they intentionally concealed their aura, would be like Qin Wentian at this moment. Therefore, he was a little suspicious. Qin Wentian also just glanced at him lightly and still did not speak. Although it seemed a little funny for an old man to call him a senior, it was appropriate in terms of the realm of practice. Even if he was not the fairy king that the other party mistakenly believed, he was still higher than the other party's fairy platform 7th level realm. The young man heard the old man's eyes flickering and was a little suspicious. Although Qin Wentian had an extraordinary temperament, he was so young and did not have the demeanor of a fairy king senior. He was probably a treasure thief. Who are you? If you have obtained the treasure, please hand it over. The young man said again, but this time his tone was slightly softer, and it seemed that he was also testing Qin Wentian. Get lost. Qin Wentian glanced at the young man coldly and spat out a voice at him. The young man's face froze and looked extremely ugly. This person was so arrogant. Could he really be a senior who practiced here? The young man was a little tempted and wanted to test Qin Wentian's cultivation level, but he didn't dare to act rashly. If he was really an immortal king, they would be courting death if they took the initiative to attack him. Can't you hear me? Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, and a faint murderous intent spread out. The young man's face changed again, and he looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and bowed his hands and said, "Goodbye." As he said that, he waved his hand and led his men away directly. He was decisive. Obviously, he did not dare to take the risk to test it. The cost was too high. I am a member of the One family of Xianyang City. I am honored to meet you, senior. The old man bowed to Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, with an unfathomable look, and asked lightly, I am here to practice. How far is Xianyang City from Beaming Immortal Mountain? In the Xianfu realm, the only news he got was Beaming Immortal Mountain, so he naturally wanted to go and see it. The old man's eyes flashed. Beaming Immortal Mountain? It seems that a strong man who has just entered the realm of Immortal King wants to use Beaming Immortal Mountain to consolidate his cultivation realm. Senior, Beaming Immortal Mountain is the holy land of our Beaming Immortal Dynasty, located in Beaming Imperial City. This Xianyang City is a city of the Immortal Dynasty. Now is the time to enter the Imperial City to open up Beaming Immortal Mountain. Someone from my One family is going there. Why don't you follow me back to the clan and go together when the time comes? The old man invited Qin Wentian. Beaming Xian Dynasty. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. In the Xiandao Holy Academy, Li Yufang's girlfriend Beaming Nanjiu seemed to be the princess of Beaming Xian Dynasty. Moreover, she also had a stunning sister, Beaming Yaohuang, who should still be practicing in Xiandao Holy Academy like senior brother Bai Wuya. Apart from knowing these two people, Qin Wentian knew nothing about Beaming Xian Dynasty, and even knew nothing about Beaming Xiantian, which he wanted to go to. Now, he really needed to find out some information. Okay, I'll go with you. Qin Wentian said lightly. It's an honor. The old man said happily, please come in, senior. Qin Wentian stepped out, and the old man followed him and asked, Senior, you came to Beaming Xiantian to practice deliberately. Did you come from other domains? Yes, from the eastern part of the fairyland. Qin Wentian nodded. Such a long distance, didn't it take a long time for you, senior? The old man continued to ask tentatively. Qin Wentian responded calmly and occasionally asked him some questions. Soon he found out that Xianyang City was a medium-sized city in the Beaming Immortal Dynasty. Immortal King level forces were rare. An Immortal King could call the wind and rain in this city. The Wan family where the old man was from was the Immortal King family, one of the strongest families in Xianyang City. The person who confronted them before was from another Immortal King force. The two forces were rivals. After finding out about this, Qin Wentian relaxed his vigilance. There should be no one in this city who could threaten his life. At the same time, Qin Wentian also found out that the Beaming Immortal Dynasty ruled the world, and the Beaming Immortal Mountain was a holy place for cultivation directly governed by the Beaming Immortal Dynasty. It was very suitable for those who had just entered the realm of Immortal King and those who had just entered the realm of Immortal King to practice. However, not everyone could enter and practice at will. They needed the permission of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty. When the Immortal Mountain was opened up, the Xianjiao from all sides of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty would go to the Immortal Dynasty Imperial City for pilgrimage. Chapter 1329 Xianyang Wanjia. Xianyang City One family, one of the most powerful family forces in the city, has a fairy king sitting in the city. For ordinary cities, a fairy king is already very powerful. Of course, the main cities of those fairy kingdoms and dynasties are another matter. There are abundant resources there, and naturally it is also a gathering place for strong people. As one of the most powerful forces in Xian'an City, the Wan family is extremely magnificent. Qin Wentian entered it with the old man. Before they arrived, the old man had already sent someone to notify the family in advance. Therefore, when Qin Wentian arrived, many people came to greet him in person. The figure at the head of the group all had extraordinary temperaments, and they showed curious eyes when they saw Qin Wentian. This person is a fairy king, how can he be so young? These people thought in their hearts. Qin Wentian was speechless when he saw this scene. The old man beside him really acted on his own. He came to the Wan family with him just to find out some information and prepare to go to Beaming Fairy Mountain. However, the other party made such a big fuss that it was difficult for him to explain clearly. Where is the senior? The young man looked up at the old man beside Qin Wentian. His eyes were sharp, as if they contained blazing flames. He was wearing a long robe and looked very majestic. It was obvious that he was of extraordinary status and had reached the peak of the immortal stage. This is him. The old man pointed at Qin Wentian and said, "What are you doing?" "I just came to the Wan family for a walk." "Why is there such a big fuss?" Qin Wentian looked at the old man and said, "Do you have any misunderstandings?" The old man's eyes flashed, and he looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Isn't the senior an immortal king?" "Immortal king?" Qin Wentian pretended not to know the other party's misunderstanding. The old man's face changed slightly. "You have been lying to me before." "Lying to you?" Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head and said, "When did I say that I was an immortal king?" The old man's expression froze. "I asked you if you were practicing there, and you nodded and said yes. I called you a senior, and you took the responsibility. Moreover, you directly told the people of the Yan family to get out. In addition, you came across the domain and wanted to go to Beaming Immortal Mountain. Isn't this enough? Old sir, I am indeed cultivating there, how can I be lying to you? You call me a senior, I am at the 9th level of the immortal stage, and you are at the 7th level, what's wrong with that? As for the people of the Yan family you mentioned, they are not as good as me, but they dare to look at me coldly, shouldn't I scold them? As for going to Beaming Immortal Mountain, I am at the peak of the immortal stage, so I naturally want to go, what's the problem with that?" Qin Wentian refuted them one by one, and the old man was speechless. Could it be that the old sir's respect for me is just because he misunderstood that I am the immortal king? Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head, as if he didn't know anything, and bowed his hands and said, "If this matter has caused misunderstandings, the old sir is not welcome. Qin will take his leave." The old man was stunned for a while, and he couldn't refute it. There was indeed nothing to criticize in what Qin Wentian said. Was all this really just his own misunderstanding? Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Since Brother Qin is already here, then let's go to the Wan family as a guest." Then he bowed to everyone and said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." Everyone in the Wan family looked at each other strangely, and a beautiful woman with a bit of arrogance said coldly, "Uncle San, are you getting old and confused? Maybe this person is deliberately deceiving you and wants to enter my Wan family." Qin Wentian glanced at the woman. She had a sexy figure and a beautiful face with a hint of pride. Her cultivation level was the 7th level of the immortal stage, which was equivalent to the old man. Although her seniority was low, her cultivation level was not low, and she was obviously talented. "Old sir, I'd better take my leave." Qin Wentian bowed his hands and said. He had learned some information along the way, so it didn't matter whether he went to the Wan family or not. "Since you are invited here, I have to be courteous. How can I let you go?" The old man shook his head and said, pulling Qin Wentian, "No problem, come to my mansion and stay for a few days." Just as they were talking, a breath suddenly came from a distance. Everyone turned their eyes and the old man's face changed slightly. It was the people of the Yan family who came to visit. These people were the Yan family masters who had confronted the old man before. The young man in the lead stared at Qin Wentian with a cold expression and said, "Little beast, you dare to lie to me." He was scolded and left by Qin Wentian before, and he did not dare to take risks, but he was unwilling to be humiliated like this, so he arrived near the Wan family in advance and ordered people to monitor the movements outside. Sure enough, he found that Qin Wentian was not an immortal king, so he immediately brought people here. "People from the Yan family dare to come to my Wan family and make trouble," the old man said indifferently. There were two more old men around the young man, with sharp eyes and powerful cultivation. They were all immortals of the 9th level. Give this beast to me, I will leave immediately. The young man pointed his finger at Qin Wentian. Seeing this man calling him a beast, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp cold light, and he was about to step out, but at this time, a cold voice came out. You come to my one family to ask for someone? Are you qualified? The young man of the Yan family looked at the woman who was speaking. She was wearing a windbreaker, her face was as cold as frost, her temperament was outstanding, and her extraordinary beauty made people dare not look directly at her. Wan Mayan. The young man of the Yan family looked ugly. The woman who was speaking was one of the most outstanding people in the Wan family. She was born with natural beauty. In Xian'an City, countless people coveted her beauty and fantasized about marrying her home. The young man of the Yan family also had this fantasy, but he knew that it was unrealistic. He doesn't seem to be from your Wan family. What does this have to do with you, Wan Mayan? The young man of the Yan family didn't want to lose face in front of his imaginary lover, so he said coldly, Yan Ling, you are so shameless. With your status, are you qualified to question Sister Mayan? Get lost. The woman who called the old man uncle before spoke, and Yan Ling's face became even more embarrassed. Then I'll take my leave. Yan Ling glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and then turned and left with his men. Qin Wentian wanted to teach the young man a lesson, but he didn't expect that he had left in disgrace before he took any action. He looked at Wan Mayan, a woman with a peak cultivation of the immortal stage and a profound realm. She was one of the two strongest people here, and the other was the first young man to speak when he arrived. Thank you. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded at Wan Mayan. Wan Mayan just glanced at him lightly, then turned and walked away without paying any attention. She asked Yan Ling to get lost only because Yan Ling asked for someone in front of the gate of his Wan family, not because of Qin Wentian himself. You are being sentimental. Another woman smiled faintly and said, Uncle San, how do you plan to place him? I haven't thought about it yet. The old man smiled and said, Yiao, do you have any suggestions? No. Wan Yiao said coldly, glanced at Qin Wentian faintly, and turned away. The other strong men also left one after another. They thought that there was really an immortal king strongman coming, but it was just a figure of the 9th level of the immortal platform, so there was no need to pay attention to it. Although it was only one step away, people of the 9th level of the immortal platform can be seen everywhere in Xian'an City. Immortal kings are top figures. Whether it is the Wan family or the Yan family, there are many guards of the 9th level of the immortal platform. This one step away is like ascending to heaven. Brother Qin, I won't call you senior anymore. You can just call me by my name Wan Jiutian. The old man said to Qin Wentian, let's go in. Who were those people who spoke before? They seem to have a high status in the Wan family. Qin Wentian asked. The person who asked me first was Wan Yiming, the son of my eldest brother, and the woman who scolded and ordered me to leave was Wan Mayan, the daughter of my second brother. They are two of the most talented people in my Wan family. This is because the Wan family has high hopes for them and hopes that they can enter the Beaming Immortal Mountain to practice. Although there are some misunderstandings about you, I see that Brother Qin has an extraordinary demeanor, and if he wants to go to the Beaming Immortal Mountain, he must not be an ordinary person. Therefore, let Brother Qin stay, so that we can go together and take care of each other. The old man was more down to earth. He was the third child in the Wan family, and now the Wan family was managed by his two elder brothers. Take care of each other. Qin Wentian shrugged and said, it seems that you are not very welcome. Perhaps it is because I mistakenly thought you were a senior immortal king before, and there is a psychological contrast. Besides, it is not safe for you to leave now. The Yan family and my Wan family are enemies. Although Yanling is mediocre, the Yan family also has several very powerful people who can be compared with Mayan and Yiming. If you leave, you may be retaliated by the Yan family. Since the old gentleman is so kind, Qin respectfully obeys your order. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, and followed Wan Jiutian into the Wan family. After entering the Wan family, Qin Wentian naturally found out more about the news of Beaming Xiantian. It is said that soon, the Wan family will send people to escort Wan Mayan and Wan Yiming to the Beaming Dynasty Palace. After Qin Wentian learned about it, he stayed in the Wan family with peace of mind and prepared to accompany them when the time comes. On the second day of living in the Wan family, someone came to find Qin Wentian and said that Wan Yiao had summoned Qin Wentian. Wan Yiao and Wan Yiming were siblings, and she was the daughter of Wan Jiutian's eldest brother. Qin Wentian followed the maid who came to summon him. They came to a beast-controlling fortress, where there were many young and powerful people from the one family, standing together overlooking the vast land below. Qin Wentian came behind them, but no one turned around, as if ignoring his existence. Qin Wentian walked forward, standing on the city wall and looking down. There were actually many monsters there, all raised by the one family, and some of them were even particularly violent and powerful. I heard that you also want to go to Beaming Fairy Mountain. A cold voice came out, and Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw Wan Yiao's beautiful eyes staring at him, with a little pride in her eyes. Yes. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded gently. It's just right. My Aoyan is short of a guard to feed the mount. You can take over. The young man next to her smiled, and everyone immediately showed an interesting look. The guard of Wan Miaoyan had died at the hands of a violent monster mount. If Qin Wentian went to feed it, he would probably die. Chapter 1331 Miaoyan. The young man's words were obviously full of sarcasm. It was a very lowly thing to ask Qin Wentian to feed a monster. However, when this person came to his Wan family, he asked everyone to go out to greet him, which made many people unhappy. Moreover, the monster he was asked to feed was Wan Miaoyan's monster mount, so it would not be an insult to him. Many people were waiting for such an opportunity to get close to Wan Miaoyan. Brother Qin is a guest, how can you talk like that? Wan Yiao said coldly, and the laughter of everyone stopped immediately. Wan Yiao looked at Qin Wentian and pointed to a monster in the distance. There was a violent monster bathed in fire. It was a mutant monster fairy with the body of a tiger and leopard, the feathers of a flying bird, and the whole body was fiery red. Especially the pair of eyes, which were extremely violent and terrifying, as if they could shoot flames. That is Sister Miaoyan's monster Mount Chai. If you want to go to Beaming Fairy Mountain, you must first prove your strength. If you can control this monster, you can go with us. Wan Yiao pointed at the monster and said. Everyone had an interesting look on their faces when they heard Wan Yiao's words. They knew that Wan Yiao was deliberately trying to test Qin Wentian's strength. He had come here with great power before, and the Xian'an family came out to greet him. How powerful he was. Now he wanted to take him to Beaming Xianshan. However, because of Wan Zhuking's face, everyone couldn't say anything. But if Qin Wentian died in the hands of a demon beast, they couldn't blame them. Everyone's mouths curled up with an interesting look. This was Wan Miaoyan's demon beast mount. In order to serve this demon beast, many strong men had died. Even the guards of the 9th level of the fairy platform died at the hands of the violent Chai. Let Qin Wentian control Chai? Yiao was smart. Taming the beast. Qin Wentian shook his head. Why, you don't even dare to control a demon beast, and you still want to go to Beaming Xianshan? A man next to him crossed his arms over his chest and said sarcastically. Third uncle asked you to go with him, but if you don't prove your strength, there is really no need for us in the one family to take you with you. Wan Yiao said indifferently, staring ahead. Qin Wentian laughed in his heart. He must have thought that the people of the one family thought he had something to ask of them. He had too many ways to go there by himself. He wanted to leave, but he stayed here because Wan Zhuking wanted him to stay. However, since the other party wanted to see him tame the beast, then let them see it. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian floated forward and headed straight for the huge red-winged monster. The monsters below looked up, and suddenly a violent aura filled the air, as if they wanted to tear Qin Wentian apart. As monster fairies, they all had their own thoughts, but they were transformed into humans, and there was not much difference between them and humans. They were forcibly captured and used as mounts, and were raised here as animals. The taste in the hearts of these monster fairies can be imagined, and they wanted to kill and tear those humans to pieces. There have naturally been many riots here, but without exception, they were all suppressed by iron and blood with very cruel means. Qin Wentian could feel the violent aura of these monsters. He treated the little bastard and purgatory as his relatives and friends, but many powerful people in the fairyland were different from him. They treated them purely as mounts, so there was no emotion. Moreover, many monsters were controlled by special means and could not escape. When they saw Qin Wentian floating forward, the people on the city wall showed a gloating look. Riding the Red Wing? Courting death. The Red Wing was huge and occupied a huge monster palace. He stood there and looked up at the young man in the void. There was really a terrible firepower rushing out of his eyes. Get out, lest I do it. A murderous voice resounded directly in Qin Wentian's mind. It was actually a means of sound transmission. Qin Wentian looked at the Red Wing monster. This guy was the best treated. The servant followed the master. Qin Wentian's body fell downwards, and Chiai's eyes became more violent. In an instant, an astonishing momentum instantly enveloped Qin Wentian. In just a moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be enveloped in a terrifying high-temperature flame rule. This Chiai was a top-level demon fairy. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with an extremely demonic light. In just a moment, the demon eyes were like the descendants of the demon god, arrogant and invincible. At a glance, they directly penetrated Chiai's pupils and descended with a terrifying might that made other demons crawl. Kneel down. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, which resounded directly in Chiai's mind. A flash of fear flashed in Chiai's huge eyes, and then his body trembled involuntarily. With a loud thud, the huge body actually crawled down. He was horrified in his heart. How could he have such a strong fear and a heart of submission? I told you to kneel down. Qin Wentian transmitted the message again. His eyes were bloodshot, like a real demon king. A flash of bloodshot lightning rushed directly into Chiai's huge pupils. Chiai actually knelt down on all fours, with his head on his stomach, his body trembling constantly, and he looked extremely terrified. Seeing this scene, the faces of many figures on the city wall froze there, and they all showed incredible expressions. What happened? Why did Chiai go crazy today? He actually knelt down in front of this guy? Qin Wentian landed on the back of Chiai. He turned his head and looked at Wan Yiao and the others, saying, "Is that so? How dare you?" Wan Yiao's face changed slightly, and her expression suddenly became extremely cold. She scolded, and the other masters also showed coldness and said, "Get down. Didn't you ask me to control this monster?" Qin Wentian frowned, and then he saw the masters walking forward one by one. Wan Yiao had a fiery red magic whip in her hand, which was emitting a terrible flame. She swung it towards Qin Wentian and whipped Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's expression turned cold, and he stretched out his hand to grab the magic whip directly. His eyes became cold and sharp, staring at the other party. "Sister Miaoyan's mount is also your qualification to stand on it." Wan Yiao spoke coldly, and the faces of the people around her became very embarrassed, and seemed to be a little afraid. At this moment, a figure flashed in the distance, and many masters followed behind her, looking majestic. This figure was extraordinary, with a good figure and appearance. Her face was frosty. She looked at her mount, Chiai, and her expression became even colder. "Sister Miaoyan, we just asked this person to serve Chiai. I don't know what means he used to make Chiai like this." Wan Yiao seemed a little nervous. When Wan Miaoyan's eyes swept over, all the figures bowed their heads. Qin Wentian was a little surprised to see this scene. It seems that Wan Miaoyan's prestige in the Wan family is not ordinary. These people, including Wan Yiao, are very afraid of her. "Get down quickly," Wan Yiao said coldly to Qin Wentian. Wan Miaoyan's mount was only her, and everyone had to serve it wholeheartedly. That's why Chiai killed so many strong men so wantonly. Now, Qin Wentian asked Chiai to kneel there and stand on Chiai's back. "What's going on?" Wan King also came here. When he learned that Wan Yiao invited Qin Wentian to come here, he felt something was not right. He came here immediately and saw the scene in front of him. He was immediately frightened. At the beginning, a direct descendant of the Wan family approached Chiai and made Chiai angry. The direct descendant brought some people to beat Chiai. When Wan Miaoyan learned about it, he retaliated against those who attacked Chiai and beat them up. All of them were seriously injured. The people of the Wan family were terrified, and no one dared to support those who were beaten. Wan Miaoyan said that only she could move her mount. After that, the people of the Wan family could only serve wholeheartedly, and they dared not let Chiai kneel and stand on Chiai's back. "Third uncle, you invited this person to the Wan family, but this person did not know the height of heaven and earth, and I don't know what means he used to make Chiai like this, and he didn't kneel down to apologize." Wan Yiao spoke coldly, pushing the matter directly onto Qin Wentian. "You are the one who made trouble." Wan King was a little unhappy, and looked at Wan Miaoyan and said, "Miaoyan, Brother Qin probably doesn't know at this time. I invited him to join the Wan family and plan to let him go with you and Yiming so that we can take care of each other." Wan Miaoyan remained silent, her expression still very cold. She glanced at Qin Wentian again and shouted to her mount, "Chiai." Chiai made a sound of time and stood up. It seemed that he also had a natural fear of Wan Miaoyan. He couldn't afford to offend these two people. Everyone was still silent. Even Wan King's third uncle was far less majestic than Wan Miaoyan. This was a person that the old man valued very much. It was very likely that she was another fairy king figure in the Wan family. Her status could be imagined. After a moment, Wan Maoyan turned and left, leaving behind a cold voice. This time, I won't care for the sake of the third uncle, but if there is a next time, don't blame me for being rude. After that, she walked away, and Chai, who was sitting on it, roared and threw Qin Wentian off. Qin Wentian flashed, and saw Chai leaving with Wan Maoyan. In front of this woman, he was tamed like a sheep. Huh? Wan Zhuking breathed a sigh of relief, obviously a little worried that Wan Maoyan would really attack Qin Wentian, then he would be a little sorry for Qin Wentian. What method did you use? Wan Yao stared at Qin Wentian, her voice still cold. Qin Wentian glanced at her coldly, then let go of the other's long whip, and said to Wan Zhuking, "Old sir, let's go." You. Wan Yao's eyes were cold. Wan Zhuking looked at her and said, "Yao, don't make trouble." After saying that, he followed Qin Wentian to leave. On the way, Wan Zhuking smiled bitterly at Qin Wentian and shook his head and said, "Fortunately Maoyan didn't care. Yao almost hurt you. If she invites you again next time, don't pay attention to it. Just wait until the departure time and set off to the Immortal Dynasty Imperial City together." Wan Maoyan, is she that powerful? Qin Wentian smiled indifferently, as if Wan Zhuking had determined that if Wan Maoyan cared about it, he would be miserable. Although she and Yiming are both two geniuses in our Wan family, in fact, the old man is more optimistic about Maoyan. Her talent is much higher than Yiming. I don't know how strong she is now. Wan Zhuking shook his head, and Qin Wentian didn't say much. Chapter 1331 Soulmate. In the following days, Qin Wentian practiced quietly in the mansion arranged by Wan Zhuking. The affairs of the Wan family were not worth mentioning to him. He could leave at any time, but Wan Zhuking repeatedly asked him to stay. That night, Qin Wentian, who was practicing, suddenly heard the sound of a zither. The sound was pleasant and ethereal, and it contained artistic conception. The breath of Qin Wentian, who was sitting cross-legged, gradually dissipated. His eyes slowly opened, and there was a sense of laziness in his eyes, as if he wanted to let go of all his obsessions and live a carefree life with his beloved. This sound of the zither is interesting. Qin Wentian suddenly smiled. I don't know what kind of person can play such an artistic conception. He has a beautiful heart, as if he has seen through the affairs of the world, and seems to have no obsession with power and martial arts. He stood up, his figure flashed, and he walked out. A moment later, he came to the roof of a courtyard. Looking down, he saw a woman in the courtyard, with her face covered by a veil, playing the piano quietly. The sound of the piano was melodious, and she seemed to be absorbed in it, forgetting the worldly affairs. So young. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. It was hard to imagine that such a melody was played by a very young woman. Although her face was covered by a veil, her beauty could be vaguely seen. She was dressed in a white dress, like a goddess under the moon, hazy and fairy-like. This place was better than a fairyland. Only when the mind is pure can there be such a sound of piano. Qin Wentian was moved. He lay on the roof and listened quietly, but there was no sound. Until the ethereal sound of the piano gradually dissipated, he still lay there lazily, as if he was enjoying it. Isn't it rude to spy on others like this? A gentle and elegant voice came out. Qin Wentian slowly opened his eyes, sat up, looked at the woman and smiled. I was infected by the sound of the piano and couldn't help myself. It was indeed rude. I hope you can forgive me. Since you know it's rude, why don't you leave? The woman still said softly. Your piano playing is extraordinary, as if you are attached to this way, as if you don't like to practice. Why is your cultivation so high? Qin Wentian smiled and said, people in the mansion say Wan Maoyan and Wan Yiming are the two great geniuses of the Wan family, but I think your cultivation is comparable to theirs, and your piano playing also shows profound attainments. Your talent should be no worse than theirs, so I'm a little curious. A strange color flashed in the woman's beautiful eyes. She raised her head and glanced at Qin Wentian on the roof with her pure and flawless eyes, and said, I don't like to practice, so such a comparison is naturally meaningless. It's just that most people in the mansion hate my piano playing. You can see through my cultivation at a glance, so your cultivation must be strong. Why are you attracted by the piano playing? Because I don't like to practice either. Qin Wentian smiled and said, practicing is a very boring thing. If you can be intoxicated with what you like, playing the piano, writing with a pen, and traveling around with your loved one, then the world is beautiful. The woman looked at Qin Wentian in surprise, pursed her lips and chuckled, and said, how can it be so beautiful? So, I have to practice again. Although practice is obviously a boring thing, it is also my pursuit. I am obsessed with it, because many beautiful things in the world can only be achieved through practice. Qin Wentian shrugged. The woman looked at him. Did this person understand the true artistic conception that she wanted to express in her piano music? So, in fact, you still like to practice. The woman smiled lightly, stared at Qin Wentian and said, my name is Jiutian. My name is Qin Wentian. With a smile, Qin Wentian said goodbye. It's unreasonable to disturb you. Goodbye. As he said that, he flashed and left. During the time he was at the One family, Qin Wentian could often hear the sound of the piano, which he enjoyed quite a bit. One day, Wan Jiuqing came and asked Qin Wentian, are you used to being here? Not bad, but I'm often disturbed by the sound of the piano. Qin Wentian smiled and looked at Wan Jiuqing, causing Wan Jiuqing's expression to change slightly, and said, you don't like this piano sound either. Qin Wentian smiled at Wan Jiuqing, causing Wan Jiuqing to smile bitterly and shake his head. This piano sound is quite interesting. The old gentleman deliberately arranged for me to be here, just to let me meet a soulmate, right? Qin Wentian said with a smile. How could he not guess what Wan Jiuqing was thinking? Wan Jiuqing was stunned, then smiled and said, Brother Qin, to be honest, Jiutian is my daughter. The reason why I have been keeping you in the One family this time is actually because of my selfishness. You know, my cultivation is weak. Although I am an elder, even Jiutian will not respect me. Jiutian is extremely talented, but she doesn't like to practice. She is obsessed with the art of playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and rarely walks out. Many people don't even know her existence. Some people of the same generation also have resistance to her. The old man asked me to go with the One family because Jiutian will also go. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and immediately knew the other party's thoughts. Yes, Beaming Fairy Mountain is an opportunity for Jiutian. I have persuaded her to go, but I am worried that she is ignorant of the world and will suffer losses on the way. It is difficult to expect the peers of the One family to take care of her. Therefore, I want to travel with Brother Qin so that we can take care of each other on the way. Of course, if Brother Qin is not happy, just ignore what I said. If Brother Qin blames me for selfishness and wants to leave, Wan will also see you off. Wan Jiuqing said sincerely. Qin Wentian thought to himself, just as he said to his friend that day, all the beauty in the world needs to be achieved through martial arts. Wan Jiuqing loves his daughter, but he knows that he is weak. Even as an elder, his status is still not high. He must be helpless to ask an outsider like him to take care of his daughter. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Wan Jiuqing didn't expect Qin Wentian to agree so readily. He couldn't help but show his joy and said, thank you, Brother Qin. I will also go with you on this trip. Getting rid of Brother Qin is also a mutual care. If you really encounter an unpredictable crisis, Brother Qin can leave on your own. Qin Wentian nodded lightly without saying much. Wan Jiuqing bowed and said, Brother Qin, have a good rest. The day of departure is approaching. I will invite Brother Qin to go with me then. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and Wan Jiuqing left again. Qin Wentian smiled at his figure. Everyone has selfish desires. He naturally wouldn't care about Wan Jiuqing's little thoughts, as long as the other party is frank. Besides, the fairy under the moon is also an interesting person. A few days later, outside the One family mansion, many strong men gathered. They were all the elites of the One family. They were mighty and prepared to escort several young masters and young ladies of the One family to the imperial city of the beaming immortal dynasty. The journey was long and required the help of a teleportation formation. The young masters and young ladies could have gone alone, but because their destination was the extremely powerful imperial city, the old man of the One family was worried and sent someone to escort them. In the crowd, Chiayi was extremely large, and Wan Maoyan was extremely graceful. Standing on Chiayi, her cold and beautiful face was invincible. Wan Yiming stepped on a powerful fire dragon condensed by the power of the stars, and was extremely majestic. The two were surrounded by the center of the crowd, surrounded by many elders of the One family who were at the peak of the fairy platform, and the second son of the One family was in charge. He glanced at his beloved daughter Wan Maoyan and smiled. Beaming Fairy Mountain, I hope Maoyan can have the opportunity to step into the level of Fairy King. At the edge of the land, there was a monster pulling a sedan chair. The sedan chair was very large, and the inside was as spacious and comfortable as a room. A woman with a veil on her face sat quietly inside, and Wan Zhuking and Qin Wentian were also among them. "Let's go." At this moment, Wan Miaoyan's father Wan Qingyan gave the order, and immediately a group of strong men flew into the air and headed towards the distant direction, preparing to go to the imperial city. Inside the sedan, Qin Wentian smiled at the woman in front of him and said with a smile, "Why does Miss Jiutian like to wear a veil?" "I'm used to it," Jiutian said softly. She waved her hand, took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and actually painted in the sedan. It was quite elegant. As Wan Zhuking said, she liked piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Picking up the pen and painting casually, a figure appeared. Qin Wentian was stunned when he looked at the gradually outlined outline. It turned out that the figure in the painting was him. When the painting was finished, a handsome young man with a gentle temperament and a smile appeared. He looked exactly like him, and it was amazing. Miss Jiutian is not only a master of piano, but also a great painter, Qin Wentian exclaimed. He seemed to be alive in the painting, with a charm, and even faintly smiling, as if he was about to walk out of the painting. "Please forgive me, Mr. Qin," Jiutian said softly. "In fact, cultivation is very wonderful. The ways of all things are connected. Miss Jiutian doesn't like to cultivate, but she has a high talent. Some people may not understand, but in my opinion, it is a matter of course. Her mind is pure and flawless, and she has profound attainments in both piano and painting, which naturally leads to the way of cultivation. If Miss Jiutian cultivates divine patterns, her talent will definitely be excellent." Qin Wentian smiled and said. Wan Zhuking next to him flashed a sharp light in his eyes. Qin Wentian's seemingly simple words, but they were faintly connected to the truth of cultivation, which made people feel enlightened. Moreover, he remembered an incident in the past, which made him admire Qin Wentian even more. Although Jiutian had never cultivated divine patterns, she had a chance to easily copy and carve a powerful divine pattern. "I don't deserve what Mr. Qin said." Jiutian shook her head gently. "The journey is boring. I wonder if you can enjoy the beautiful piano music," Qin Wentian said. Jiutian's eyes flashed, and then he nodded gently, took out the guqin, and played slowly. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and quietly appreciated it. His mood became peaceful and tranquil, as if he wanted to abandon everything. He did not reject this kind of thought. People have many distracting thoughts. He did not think it would be useful to force himself to practice. Moreover, the reason why he wanted to listen to Jiutian's guqin was because he had a faint sense of wonder from the guqin, which he could not grasp. Enough. But soon, a scolding voice came directly, interrupting the guqin. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Jiutian smiled, poured away the guqin, and showed an apologetic look to Qin Wentian. "Self-righteous." A sarcastic voice came out, and the person who spoke was Wan Yiao. "Since the guqin music is elegant and you don't like to practice, why do you have to go to the imperial city of the immortal dynasty?" The sarcastic voices were not concealed. Wan Zhuking's face changed slightly, but Jiutian seemed to be indifferent, as if he had already gotten used to it. Qin Wentian was slightly puzzled. Even though Wan Zhuking's cultivation was low, Jiutian had extraordinary talent. Why were these people so dissatisfied with her? There must be a hidden reason. The journey was long. Qin Wentian sometimes closed his eyes to practice, and sometimes closed the space to listen to Jiutian's music. The journey was quite interesting. They also passed through many teleportation formations. Finally, there were sighs from the outside world. "We have arrived at the imperial city. Once you enter the imperial city, you must keep a low profile and do not offend others at will," Wan Qingshan ordered. In the imperial city, they might not be able to afford to offend anyone at random. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and smiled. "Are we here now? It really saves a lot of trouble to travel with the people of the One family. This is also one of the reasons why I stayed in the One family." Chapter 1332 The Sun and the Princess. Beaming Immortal Dynasty, the top power in the north of the Immortal Realm, Qin Wentian could not know how strong it was, but it must not be weaker than the Changqing Immortal Kingdom that had experienced a civil war. In such an immortal dynasty, there were so many strong people in the imperial city, no wonder Wan Qingshan ordered not to offend anyone. The Xianyang city where they were located was just an insignificant small city for the imperial city. The immortal king family could be king in Xianyang city, but here, They could easily be destroyed by a random immortal king. The people of the One family showed curiosity and excitement, looking around at this majestic imperial city. Every street was like a winding dragon, magnificent and majestic, and bustling. People coming and going. The immortal stage realm was a relatively ordinary realm, and it was everywhere. The strong people who inadvertently passed by them might be immortal kings. Only in the sedan chair, Jiutian was still concentrating on her calligraphy and painting, with no distractions, as if she had no great interest in this majestic imperial city. Uncle Wan, there is something I have always been puzzled about, Qin Wentian said to Wan Xiuqing. The two of them had already become familiar with each other on the road. Qin Wentian's name for him became more intimate, calling him Uncle Wan directly. I know what your doubts are. There is nothing to hide. You know the nature of this girl Jiutian. She is not competitive with the world. In Xianyang City, there are several major forces that are as powerful as the One family. There are sometimes competitions and collisions. Sometimes, the disputes among the young generation are often very big. However, when the One family hopes that Jiutian can fight for the One family, this girl has never taken action. In this way, you should understand. Wan Xiuqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Qin Wentian was stunned for a while, and then he laughed speechlessly. He didn't expect that this matter was funny to say, but these families are all good at face. There are martial arts competitions from time to time. Jiutian obviously has talent but does not participate in it. She never fights for the family, so she is naturally excluded. Jiutian, you are really special. Qin Wentian smiled at the woman in front of him. Jiutian put down the paper and pen in her hand. She had drawn a lot of figures these days, some of Qin Wentian's and some of Wan Xiuqing's. The charm of each was different. Qin Wentian himself didn't know that he could have so many different postures. Special? Why aren't you special? Jiutian looked up at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian blinked his eyes and was speechless. Yes, we are special. Qin Wentian nodded. Jiutian smiled lightly and then rolled up all the paintings and put them away. What do you want so many paintings for? Qin Wentian asked. Look. Jiutian said. Look? Qin Wentian was puzzled. Well, if it's good looking, you will naturally look at it. Don't you think you are pretty? Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian seriously. Qin Wentian was stunned, and Wan Xiuqing next to him couldn't help laughing. This girl could stop Qin Wentian with a few words. Uncle Wan, I found that Jiutian not only has a good talent for cultivation, but also has another advantage. Qin Wentian looked at Wan Xiuqing. What advantage? Wan Xiuqing was a little interested. Very discerning. Qin Wentian said seriously. Wan Xiuqing and Jiutian and his daughter looked at each other and laughed. Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and smiled. Although you are good looking, you are also very thick-skinned. Qin Wentian touched his cheek and said seriously, it's okay. Wentian, Jiutian, you two are a good match. Wan Xiuqing was in a good mood and also joked on the side, but this time the joke seemed to be too much. Qin Wentian and Jiutian were dumbfounded, and then, the atmosphere was cold. Ahem, I just said it casually. Wan Xiuqing saw the awkward look of the two and said to smooth things over. He was indeed saying it casually. I have never been far away, and I don't know what this imperial city is like. Jiutian was kinda intentional. She deliberately changed the subject, lifted the curtain, and looked at the imperial city outside. The opening of the beaming immortal mountain means that countless strong men from the entire beaming immortal dynasty will rush to this imperial city. Qin Wentian also knew Jiutian's embarrassment and said to Wan Xiuqing. Well, the North Sea Immortal Mountain opens once every 10 years, and there are indeed countless strong people coming, but it's not too exaggerated. After all, the North Sea Immortal Mountain stands there. It only opens once every 10 years, which is very short for the strong people who are trying to become an immortal king or have entered the immortal king realm. Many people will come when they are more confident. After all, it is not an easy thing to cross the border. That's right, it's only been 10 years since we missed it, but there must be a lot of people in the North Sea Immortal Dynasty. Even if some of them come, it will be a terrifying number. This imperial city must have gathered outsiders from all sides now. Qin Wentian nodded. Of course. Wan Xiuqing nodded. It seems to be a prosperous era for the North Sea Immortal Dynasty. Qin Wentian smiled. Well, I heard in Xianyang City that Princess Nongyu of the Xian dynasty has already reached a high level of cultivation, and has already stepped over the threshold of the Xian king and comprehended the power of the Xian king. This means that she can also enter the beaming Xiantian to comprehend. Then, this time, the grand event of Xiante realm martial arts cultivation may be hosted by Princess Nuangyu. At that time, Wentian, you will be able to see the extremely famous princess of my beaming Xian dynasty. Rumor has it that she is a great beauty. Wan Zhuking said with a smile. Beaming Nuangyu. A figure appeared in Qin Wentian's mind. He had some good feelings for this princess of the beaming Xian dynasty because of Li Yufeng. That couple was also very interesting people. She is indeed a beauty, but she already has a lover. Qin Wentian said. Wan Zhuking looked at Qin Wentian and raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, Wentian, it seems that you have seen Princess Nuangyu. As for Princess Nuangyu's lover, I have never heard of it. You can tell me about it. Li Yufeng, the son of the Balian Saint Church. Qin Wentian said with a smile. You've even heard of the name of the holy son of the 100 Refinements holy religion. It seems that I'm ignorant. Wan Zhuking naturally knew about the power of the 100 Refinements holy religion. They were both top forces in the northern part of the immortal realm and adjacent to the beaming immortal dynasty. As for the holy son and Li Yufeng, he didn't know. After all, it wasn't the business of the beaming immortal dynasty, so how could he know about it? Qin Wentian saw Wan Zhuking staring at him and asked, what's wrong? You're really good at joking, you talk as if you really know. Wan Zhuking smiled casually. Qin Wentian blinked and laughed too, without explaining anything. After all, for Wan Zhuking, whether it was beaming Nuangyu or the holy son of the 100 Refinements holy religion, they were all people in the cloud. Even if Qin Wentian was very talented, he was still a small figure in front of them. How could a small figure know about things in the cloud? Are you kidding? That's shameless. A sarcastic voice came from outside, saying, these two are quite interesting. One is self-righteous, and the other is even more funny. He actually uses Princess Nuangyu and the holy son of Balian holy religion to elevate himself. How shameless. Uncle San, you are right. The two of them are really a good match. The voice belonged to Wan Yiao. She had obviously been listening to the conversation inside Jiaozi. Wan Zhuking's expression changed slightly, and he said, Yiao, stop talking nonsense. Uncle, do you think what I said is wrong? Then ask other people. Wan Yiao said with a sneer, and many people outside laughed. Princess Nuangyu, the holy son of Balian Saint Church, these real dragons among men, there are people who are boasting here, ignorant rats. Since I am a rat, I won't eavesdrop on other people's conversations and then mock them. Qin Wentian smiled faintly, no matter how I boast, what does it have to do with you? You are in my Wan family and enjoy the guards, so you naturally have a connection. You even have the nerve to sit in the sedan chair. You are so shameless. Wan Yiao said again. Yiao, you are going too far. Wentian is my guest. How I arrange it, do you also want to question it? Wan Zhuking said coldly, and at the same time patted Qin Wentian's shoulder, indicating that he should not make unnecessary arguments and endure it for a while. Since Uncle San is so partial to outsiders, what else can I say? Wan Yiao snorted coldly. At this time, outside the imperial city, another group of strong men entered the imperial city. This group of strong men was mighty and powerful, and the leaders were particularly heroic, especially one of the young men, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and a handsome face with a free and easy temperament, smiling into the imperial city. Yufeng, you came to beaming Xiancheo from afar this time not just for beaming Xiantian. I heard that beaming Nanjiao might host this grand event. A young man next to him said with a smile, looking at Li Yufeng. A smile appeared on Li Yufeng's handsome face. He came here this time, of course, not just to enter beaming Xiantian. Speak up, are you going to come to beaming Xiancheo to propose marriage? The person next to him continued to smile. If I come here to propose marriage, will beaming Xiancheo agree? Li Yufeng said with a smile. It's hard to say. Maybe the leader of the Xiancheo values your talent and wants to recruit you as a son-in-law directly. It's possible that he agrees to this marriage. You really think about it. Li Yufeng said. It is rumored that Bei Ming Nuangyu's sister Bei Mingyu Wang is a peerless beauty, famous in the north of the fairyland, but I have never seen her face. Unfortunately, she seems to be still in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, so it seems that there is no chance to see her. Yufeng, you saw her last time. How does she compare to Bei Ming Nuangyu? The person next to him said with a smirk. If we compare the beauty, Bei Mingyu Wang is a bit more outstanding. Li Yufeng responded, admitting that Bei Mingyu Wang's peerless appearance. I really want to see it, haha. The man smiled, and a group of people drove powerful magic weapons to fly in the air, like lightning, and actually passed directly over the heads of Qin Wentian and his group. The people of the One family looked up and looked at the figures in the void, thinking in their hearts that these people must be people from big forces, and those magic weapons are so powerful. Qin Wentian didn't care in the sedan chair. After all, although their immortal thoughts were very strong, they would not release their immortal thoughts all the time when there was nothing to do. Chapter 1333, Little People and Big People. Wan Miaoyan looked up at the figures leaving in the void. Although the aura of some of them was not strong, and might be equal to her cultivation, the aura they exuded was enough to make people feel what a person in the cloud was. Miaoyan, you just lack opportunities. This time you come to the Imperial City, it is your chance, not just to enter the beaming immortal mountain to practice. I hope you can have some opportunities in the Imperial City and worship under the strong. The Wan family is no longer suitable for you. At this time, Wan Miaoyan's father Wan Qingshan spoke. I want to go to the palace of the Immortal Dynasty to have a look. Wan Miaoyan said softly. Since we have already arrived at the Imperial City of the Immortal Dynasty, we naturally have to go outside the palace to have a look. Wan Qingshan nodded, with a deep awe in his eyes. They came from the small city of the Immortal Dynasty, and they might not come to the Imperial City many times in their lives. For them, the palace is a place of pilgrimage. Do you want to go to the palace to have a look? The people around seemed a little excited, with a pilgrimage mentality. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the palace of our Immortal Dynasty in my lifetime. Wan Zhuking in the sedan also sighed, his mood fluctuated slightly, while the two young men beside him seemed relatively calm. Wentian, you are so young, you may have great achievements in the future, don't you yearn for it? Wan Zhuking looked at Qin Wentian and said. Of course I yearn for it. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Wan Zhuking didn't dare to believe that he just casually mentioned the matter of Bei Mingyu and Li Yufeng before, and he naturally wouldn't say that he could enter and exit the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom at will. After walking all the way, after a long time, they finally came to the outside of the palace. Qin Wentian and the other two walked out of the sedan and looked at the majestic city in front of them. It was so magnificent that it went up layer by layer, like a majestic palace in the clouds, like a majestic city descending from the clouds to the earth. At a glance, it made people feel awe, as if they wanted to crawl and kowtow there. Jiutian also stared at the front seriously, as if he wanted to engrave this majestic city in his mind. You want to draw it again? Qin Wentian smiled as he looked at Jiutian's serious eyes. Yes. Jiutian nodded gently. Such a scene would be very beautiful if it could stay in the painting. One day, I will also set foot in such a majestic city. Wan Yiming, one of the two great geniuses, had sharp eyes and burning flames in his eyes. Wan Miaoyan stared at the front silently, her mood also fluctuated. She clenched her hands tightly, and her deep beautiful eyes contained a strong belief. Looking at the figures coming in and out of the palace, those were all high-ranking figures. One day, they would also become such people. Let's go. Wan Miaoyan said calmly. Wan Qingshan nodded, and the group changed direction, then inquired about the location of Beaming Xianshan, and then went all the way. Beaming Xianshan is located not far from the Imperial City. An endless mountain range stands on the earth. Outside this mountain range, there is an independent area, like a city in a city. This area is a must-pass place to enter Beaming Xianshan, and it is also a place for the strong who want to enter the fairy mountain to stop. Therefore, it is naturally extremely prosperous, especially when the 10-year period is about to come. There are huge crowds of people, and the streets are empty. All the major restaurants and inns are gathering strong people from all sides, which is extremely lively. After the Wan family arrived, they found an intest A. Each inn here is very large, with independent courtyards and places to enjoy delicious food. At this time, the people of the Wan family sat around a few seats, enjoying the fairy food. Many of the food that can be enjoyed by the immortals are cooked with fairy beasts, fairy grass and other tonic materials. It is delicious to eat, otherwise how can it satisfy the appetite of the immortals? For ordinary food, the immortals have long no need and can't get interested at all. The people of the Wan family enjoyed it. These delicacies are very expensive and cost a lot of immortal stones. It is rare to come to the Imperial City. The people who come are the elites of the family, so naturally they have to be a little extravagant. I toast to you all. We wish Maoyan and Yiming to enter Beaming Fairy Mountain smoothly, strive for the realm of Fairy King, and win glory for the family. Wan Qingshan raised his cup and said to everyone. The crowd raised the cup and drank together. Only at a small table next to them, only one Xiuqing raised his cup among Qin Wentian and the other three. Qin Wentian and Jiutian seemed not to hear it. Wan Qingshan only wished one Maoyan and one Yiming in advance, and ignored Jiutian. Maoyan's sister and brother will naturally have no problem. In the future, my Wan family will have several fairy kings. Let's see how arrogant the Yan family will be. Wan Yiao said with a smile. The group seemed to be full of confidence, as if they were comforting themselves. Some people looked at them, but most of them just smiled. Who doesn't want to become a fairy king when they come to Beaming Fairy Mountain? They are all confident, but how can the realm of Fairy King be so easy to step into? Everyone. At this time, an old man with a celestial appearance came to the crowd and bowed slightly. The people of the Wan family looked at the old man, and heard Wan Qingshan say, "What do you think, old sir?" Just as he instructed, Wan Qingshan dared not offend anyone in the imperial city. The old man pointed to a wine table next to him, where a graceful young man was drinking alone, and seemed to be a little arrogant. Behind him, there was a strong man standing there quietly, like an accompanying guard. "This is my young master, from the Duanmu family in the imperial city," the old man introduced, and Wan Qingshan's expression suddenly became a little solemn. He bowed slightly to the young man and said, "Wan Qingshan meets Master Duanmu." "Yes." The young man nodded lightly, still arrogant, without even looking at the Wan family. Wan Qingshan's expression flickered, and then slowly put his hand down, feeling a little uneasy. "It's boring to drink alone. Can you invite a lady to drink with you?" the young man said lightly, putting down the wine glass, and his eyes fell on Wan Maoyan. Wan Maoyan was extraordinary, so it was easy to attract attention. Wan Qingshan's expression was condensed, and a strange light flashed in Wan Maoyan's beautiful eyes. It was very disrespectful to invite someone to drink with you when they first met. However, the other party was a child of a royal family, and it was unknown how deep his background was. How could the Wan family dare to offend him? "Why, you don't want to?" The young man frowned, and a chill suddenly came out. The people around looked over here, some showed sympathy, and some had a mentality of watching the fun. "Of course not." Wan Qingshan said. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Jiutian, you go and drink a cup with Master Duanmu." The expressions of Wan Xiuqing and Jiutian changed, and the young man's eyes moved away from Wan Maoyan and fell on Jiutian. Jiutian had an elegant temperament, clean and refined, but with a veil covering her face. The young man seemed to be somewhat interested and said, "Take off the veil." Jiutian's hands tightened and her body was slightly stiff. She was obviously very reluctant to be threatened by a man like this. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and a very sharp light flashed in his eyes. He looked directly into the eyes of the young man and said, "Master Duanmu." The young man looked at Qin Wentian, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Did I talk to you? I just want to ask, what kind of family is the Duanmu family in the imperial city, the immortal emperor family, or the immortal king family?" Qin Wentian smiled, his eyes were faintly filled with a ray of golden light, as if he wanted to see through everything. A strange color flashed in the young man's eyes, and he had an illusion that all his secrets would be seen through in those eyes. What did you say?" The young man's voice became cold, and the old man in front of the Wan family also released a chill, looking at the people of the Wan family and sneering. Wan Qingshan's expression changed, and he said, "How dare you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Qin Wentian's eyes also became sharp. Before, for the sake of Wan Xiuqing, he didn't bother to care about some contemptuous words, nor did he bother to care about these people. However, Wan Qingshan pushed Jiutian out without hesitation, which was simply shameful. Qin Wentian finally understood why Wan Xiuqing asked him to go with him. He must have known that Jiutian and the Wan family were not necessarily a good thing. As an elder of the Wan family, the first thing you think of when encountering such a situation is to sacrifice your niece. How shameless is this? Qin Wentian said contemptuously, "If you don't want to intervene, don't worry about it. You don't need to say anything about her affairs." Wan Qingshan didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so presumptuous, and Wan Maoyan frowned. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at the young man and said, "The North Sea Fairy Mountain has been opened. There are all kinds of people here. You know that many people come from other small cities and dare not offend people in the imperial city. They use the fear of others to show off their power. They are very smart. If someone is scared and goes over, the next step is that you want someone to follow you. The young man's face changed slightly, and he looked at Qin Wentian and said, "What are you talking about?" Qin Wentian's mouth curled up a sneer, and suddenly a chill broke out, and he shouted, "Get out." This sound was like thunder, which shocked many wine tables. The young man's heart suddenly jumped, and he was frightened by Qin Wentian's eyes, and his face was ugly. "You are very good, wait." The young man stood up, still leaving a strong voice, and then left with his guards, which was surprising. "When is it your turn to intervene in my Wan family's affairs?" Wan Miaoyan frowned when she saw the young man leaving. If this person really has a powerful background, her Wan family would be implicated. "I don't need to intervene. Why didn't you just go over and accompany her drinking?" Qin Wentian looked at Wan Miaoyan and said lightly, "How dare you?" Wan Miaoyan's voice was extremely cold, but just as she spoke, she found that the young man had retreated back to this side, and several figures appeared in front of them. "Everyone, I have undoubtedly offended you. I hope you will forgive me." The young man's face changed very wonderfully at this moment, and he bowed his hands and said, "There have been several cases of beautiful women being killed in this area before. Did you do it?" At this time, at a wine table, the young man who had been silent all the time spoke calmly, and everyone looked at him. "I don't understand what you are saying." The man naturally denied it. "It doesn't matter if you deny it. Since you dare to borrow the name of my Duanmu family, you should know the ending." The young man said calmly. He slowly stood up and turned his body. Then everyone saw a handsome face and extraordinary demeanor. "Young master." Those who had oppressed the young man before bowed together, and the impostor's face turned pale. "He's really the young master of the Duanmu family." This time, everyone at each table was shocked. They didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that the impostor met the real young master Duanmu. This was simply a dead end. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1334 Wisdom. The fake young man had an extremely wonderful expression. He was good at disguise, and the face he used at this moment was also fake. Every time he succeeded in impersonating someone, he would immediately change his identity and act very cautiously. Moreover, he knew that many outsiders had come to this area now, and he had a very thorough understanding of the minds of those outsiders. He did not dare to act recklessly or offend anyone. They could not afford to offend the forces of the imperial city, so he must act cautiously. As long as he disguised himself well and acted more aggressively, he would almost certainly succeed, and even if he failed, he could easily leave. For example, this time, he heard the people of the Wan family chanting, and Wan Yiao said that there would be several immortal kings in the family in the future, and he seemed very excited. It was obviously an outside immortal king force, and he was sure to succeed by scaring them. He did not expect that it would be destroyed by Qin Wentian, but it still did not matter. He would leave, but the bad thing was that he, the fake, met the real Duanmu family. His face changed continuously, and then with a thud, he knelt directly on the ground, kowtowed to Duanmu youth and said, "I am blind, please spare my life, Master Duanmu. Deal with it cleanly." Duanmu youth said lightly, and immediately those strong men who were blocking there nodded, and then a terrifying momentum descended, and several of them attacked at the same time, and instantly several amazing finger techniques were shot out, directly appearing and shooting at the young man kneeling on the ground and his guards. Before those few people could react, they heard the sound of thuds coming out continuously, and they were all killed directly. They are all strong men in the realm of Immortal King. Everyone trembled, killing without leaving any traces. They directly carried the bodies away, just as Duanmu youth said, dealt with it cleanly. So domineering. Wan Yiao sighed lightly, her beautiful eyes motionlessly looking at the young master Duanmu. This is a real big man, direct and domineering. The eyes of the Wan family looking at the young master Duanmu were full of awe. The temperament of a real big man is indeed extraordinary. A word determines life and death. This kind of person is a figure in the cloud. At this time, the young man Duanmu turned his eyes to Qin Wentian and said lightly, "You asked me before what kind of power the Duanmu family is. In short, no matter what kind of power it is, at least it is not what you can imagine. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that he had seen through the young man's conspiracy and asked the other party whether the Duanmu family was a fairy king or a fairy emperor. He was upset when the real Duanmu young master heard it and felt that he was ignorant, so he deliberately responded to him. Sure enough, the children from a big family are much more arrogant. That's natural. This boy is talking nonsense. I hope Mr. Duanmu will forgive me. Wang Qingshan apologized quickly, picked up the wine glass, and said, "Thank you Mr. Duanmu for helping me out in this matter. I am very grateful." As he said, he drank the wine in the glass himself, but he didn't dare to say toast. He was not qualified. Everyone watching the excitement smiled. This is the difference between big people and small people. There is no doubt that the faker was able to deceive the one family because the one family was small. No one dared to offend them, let alone test the truth. They just wanted to sacrifice one person to save everyone. Fortunately, there was a more powerful young man in the one family who scolded the faker away. However, the young man was not treated like a hero. On the contrary, the beautiful woman said coldly that Qin Wentian didn't need to intervene. The people of the one family also blamed Qin Wentian for meddling in other people's affairs. But now, young Master Duanmu stood up, and the people of the one family immediately thanked young Master Duanmu respectfully. Shouldn't the person they should be grateful to be the young man who was traveling with them? At this moment, the arrogance of the big man and the flattery and humility of the small man were clearly revealed. Qin Wentian could see through all these. He had come from the particle world to the present. He had experienced the sorrow of a small person and the glory of a big person. He had experienced everything. Although the Wang family was the overlord in Xian'an City, when they came here, their humbleness was still revealed. These people made him feel sad, of course, but also hateful. It's so boring. Qin Wentian smiled at Xian and shook his head gently. You can still laugh. A faint smile flashed in Xian's beautiful eyes. Others are boring, but I can't be too boring. Besides, at least there is an interesting beauty in front of me. Qin Wentian said with a chick smile, not caring about the atmosphere around him. The Wang family was a small person, and all the humbleness of a small person, dare not speak casually, but he was different. Even if the Duanmu family was the power of the immortal emperor, what could it be? What does this have to do with him? Not to mention the people of the power of the immortal emperor, even the immortal emperor himself, wouldn't there be many who wanted to kill him? How could he care about the attitude of a child of the immortal emperor family? Am I interesting? Xian blinked. Much more interesting than them. Qin Wentian said with a smile. That's enough. Wan Miaoyan scolded coldly, before the matter of Chai, I didn't bother you for the sake of my third uncle. You came with my one family this time, so you should act according to my one family's orders. Now you are acting so recklessly here. If you make a mistake, it's okay if you get into trouble yourself, but you also implicate my one family. When did he implicate the one family? At this time, Xian stood up and looked at Wan Miaoyan. Looking at Xian's actions, Qin Wentian showed a look of surprise. Wan Miaoyan and others were also stunned. Xian, who has always been peaceful, will she compete now? However, she never competed for the one family, but now, for an outsider, she competed with his one family. Old third, you have raised a good daughter. Wang Qingshan said coldly, causing Wan Zhuking's face to change again and again. In fact, Wan Qingshan chose to sacrifice Xian so easily before. He was very angry, but he just kept holding back. Now, these people still said such words. Second uncle, you are an elder, I respect you, but the previous things are clear. You are cowardly and timid, and you pushed me out. If Qin Wentian hadn't stopped me, and if there were no real people from the Duanmu family here, I'm afraid I would have become your victim. Doesn't the Wang family feel ashamed? At this time, Qin Wentian stood up to save the face of the Wang family. It would be fine if you don't appreciate it, but you are still scolding here. Xian wants to ask second uncle, does the Wang family still have dignity? Xian spoke slowly. Not arguing does not mean not arguing. Who doesn't understand the word reason, especially for such a simple matter? Right and wrong can be seen at a glance. Insolent. Wang Qingshan's face was ugly, and his palm slapped on the table with an extremely cold look. Why didn't I realize before that you have such a sharp tongue? Wan Yiao said coldly. Third brother, your daughter is talking back to the elders, what do you say we should do? Wang Qingshan's voice was cold. What's the problem? I know that second uncle and others don't like me, so I will leave. Jiutian said softly, very calmly. Haha, you really have a rebellious heart, and you have never considered yourself a member of the One family. Wan Qingshan directly put a big hat on him. That's enough. At this time, Wan Zhuking suddenly shouted, making everyone quiet down and looking at him. Second brother, you should know why our Wan family came here this time. What does it look like when our family members start fighting outside? I, Wan Zhuking, am the third child of the Wan family after all. If you still regard me as your brother, let's not talk about the things here for now. Everything will be decided by the family when we return to the Wan family. Wan Zhuking said loudly. Wan Qingshan looked cold and said, since you said so, third brother, I will let it go for now. After returning to the Wan family, the family will make the decision. But your friend, please stop meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. If it doesn't involve Jiutian, I wouldn't bother to care about your Wan family's business. Qin Wentian sat there and said calmly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Jiutian, let's go back and rest. Yes. Jiutian nodded gently, and then the two stood up and left. He turned his elbow out very quickly, but what's the difference between this person and the previous liar? Third brother, you have to keep an eye on your daughter. Wan Qingshan sarcastically said, and Wan Zhuking left with some displeasure. In the courtyard where Jiutian lived, the pleasant sound of the piano slowly played, instantly blowing away all the worries. Qin Wentian instantly forgot all the boring things before. He lay quietly on the horizontal pillar of the pavilion opposite Jiutian, listening to the otherworldly sound of the piano, forgetting about cultivation and emptying himself. After the song, Qin Wentian still closed his eyes, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I feel much better, Jiutian. How can a place like Wanzhou have a wonderful woman like you? What kind of wonderful woman am I? Jiutian shook his head gently. Why not? No matter from which aspect, you are better than Wan Miaoyan. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Wan Miaoyan is the first talent and the first beauty of my Wan family. Jiutian said softly. I can't be sure of her talent, but at least in terms of beautiful eyes, you must be much more beautiful than her. Qin Wentian smiled. Jiutian was stunned, looking at Qin Wentian and said, you haven't even seen it, how can you know? Feeling. Qin Wentian was still lying there with his eyes closed. Maybe your feeling is not right. Jiutian's voice was still gentle. Qin Wentian sat up, opened his eyes, smiled and turned around, and then his eyes were fixed there, looking at the woman in front of him. Jiutian's veil hung aside, her beautiful eyes like poems and paintings stared at him, and the faint smile on the corner of her mouth was also so pure and beautiful, without any impurities. My feeling is not very accurate either. Qin Wentian said seriously, shaking his head, it feels too bad. Comparing Wan Miaoyan with you is simply an insult to you. I also have a feeling. Everyone present before regarded Duanmu Qingnian as a person in the clouds, but you were always calm, without a trace of ripples, and looked at him as if you were an ordinary person. So, does it mean that in your eyes, even if the Duanmu family is really a fairy emperor force, you don't care? Jiutian asked softly. Qin Wentian looked at the pure and flawless beautiful woman in front of him, and smiled. People with pure minds have much sharper senses than ordinary people. Most people's eyes are covered with dust, and some things are often invisibly placed in front of them. But you, because you are not stained with dust, can see more clearly than ordinary people. Jiutian, I can now be sure that Wan Miaoyan's talent is also not comparable to yours. You have said so much, do you admit what I said? Jiutian smiled. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded, and the two smiled at each other. Chapter 1335 Bloody Plot. As the opening day of Beiming Xiantian approached, more and more people gathered in this area, to an astonishing extent, with geniuses from all walks of life and all kinds of people, mixed together. People from all families walked around with a humble attitude, wanting to see the prosperity of the world. Qin Wentian stayed quietly in the inn, often comprehending and practicing, occasionally appreciating beauties, melodious piano music and beautiful paintings, and lived an extremely comfortable life. Finally, a piece of news came, and this vast area began to stir. It was heard that the princess of the Beiming Xian dynasty, Beiming Nongyu, had arrived outside the entrance of Beiming Xiantian, leading a mighty group of Xian dynasty strongmen to descend, and even preparing a grand banquet to entertain the strongmen from all over the Xian dynasty, and at the same time, selecting the geniuses who were qualified to enter Beiming Xiantian. As rumored, the feast of Xiante Yijing was hosted by Princess Nuangyu. By then, countless Xianjiao figures from all sides of the Xian dynasty will be able to see the demeanor of Princess Nuangyu. This is naturally something to look forward to. The beaming Xian dynasty rules the world, and the princess is the daughter of the king of the Xian dynasty. She is extremely powerful and has a peerless face. I don't know how many people want to see her. In fact, many outstanding young Xianjiao still dream of whether they will have the opportunity to get the favor of the princess and make the princess look at them differently, and one day enter the Xian kingdom and become the son-in-law of the Xian dynasty. Although it is an unrealistic illusion, it is still intoxicating. Just imagining it is a very wonderful thing. On this day, a group of powerful figures in black armor suddenly appeared in the sky above this area. They exuded a peerless and sharp aura, brushing through the void. Each of them was extremely majestic, and they were all immortal kings. The entrance to Beaming Fairy Mountain has been opened. Princess Nuangyu has set up a banquet to entertain people from all over the fairy dynasty. Anyone who wants to enter Beaming Fairy Mountain or see them off can go to this banquet and enjoy the princess's reception. A shocking voice rolled down from the sky, and the entire vast area shook in an instant. Above the void, those fairy kings left with a majestic aura and returned to the entrance of the northwest Ming Fairy Mountain. The people in this area began to stir. In an instant, countless figures rose into the air, and for a moment, the sky was full of human figures, all flashing in the same direction. Qin Wentian, Jiutian and Wan Zhuking were together. When they looked up, they saw that one Qingshan of the one family had already taken people into the air, looking in their direction, and then waved his hand and said, "Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!" Voices rose and fell, resounding through the void, and almost all the people in the inn set off. "Let's go!" Wan Zhuking said, and the three of them immediately flew into the air, following the people of the one family. Although the two sides had already fallen out and had deep conflicts, all of this would be resolved after returning to Xian'an City. Now, nothing was more important than sending Wan Maoyan and Ziyan to Beaming Immortal Mountain. There are so many people. Qin Wentian glanced at the vast crowd in the void. The scale of this feast seemed to be even larger than the Demon Emperor's birthday banquet on the fallen Demon Island. After all, there were still some restrictions on the people who entered at the beginning, but this time, anyone who came from all directions of the Immortal Dynasty could go. Even if only a part of the people came every 10 years, it was still a terrifying number. I didn't expect the host to be Beaming Nanjiao. Qin Wentian smiled when he thought of this. Coming to the northern part of the Immortal Realm for training, he would meet an acquaintance. It was really a coincidence. Beaming Xiantian is a regular mountain range. How it was formed is unknown. Beaming Xianchao established a country here. Naturally, it must have absolute control over such a precious land and set rules. Beaming Xianchao opens once every 10 years. In this way, every 10 years, countless young geniuses will come to make pilgrimages to increase the majesty of the Xianchao. Such a grand event and a banquet are naturally also for the strong from all sides of the Xianchao to see the prosperity and strength of the Xianchao, so that people with lofty ideals can join the Xianchao core in the future and serve the Xianchao. Qin Wentian's expression flickered. Following the flow of people, his eyes finally saw a magnificent and boundless regular mountain area. There, it should be Beaming Xiantian. Beaming Xiantian is of course not just a mountain, but a regular mountain range. Although they saw the North Sea Fairy Mountain, the actual distance was still very far. After walking for a long time, they finally came to the edge of this area. There was a powerful army of the Fairy Dynasty guarding in front. In front of this army, there was a vast and boundless open space. There, a feast was prepared to entertain the people from all directions of the Fairy Dynasty. The crowd flashed in and entered the banquet one after another. Looking forward, the North Sea Fairy Mountain was already within reach. At the front of this banquet, there was an extremely majestic platform, a platform made of 99 steps, with many seats on it. There would be seats for the big figures of the Fairy Dynasty, and at the top of those seats, there was a dark throne. Sitting there, you could overlook everything and see every corner of this feast. That throne, this time, would be the seat of Princess Nuangyu. Strong men came one after another, and people kept taking their seats and finding seats at will. Many confident people from powerful forces squeezed to the front, wanting to occupy a good position so that they could be closer to Princess Nuangyu. Many people have also been discussing that the real entrance to Beaming Xiantian can already be seen. This time, I don't know how Princess Nong Yu will select those who are allowed to enter, or whether she will put all of them into beaming Xianshan. However, such things are rare after all. If everyone is put into beaming Xianshan, the rules Xianshan will be very chaotic, which will affect those who really need to use the rules Xianshan to practice. Therefore, the number of people who step into the rules Xianshan must be limited every time. Qin Wentian and the people of the One family stepped into place and went forward as much as possible to find a good position. Wan Yiao sighed, there are so many strong people. Xian'an City is really too small. I don't want to go back in the future. Yiao, it's good to have this idea. This world is very big. When the princess comes later, you will see the princess's demeanor and know what a top figure is. The princess may even be younger than you. Wan Qingshan said with a smile. The people of the One family were a little excited and a little nervous. Only Wan Yiming and Wan Miaoyan had strong expectations in their eyes. This time, beaming Fairy Mountain was a great opportunity for them, and they must step into it. Master Duanmu is there. At this time, Wan Yiao exclaimed, and saw that not far ahead, the young Master Duanmu, who had met in the inn in the past, was there, surrounded by many people, with Duanmu Youth as the center, standing there casually, as if he was the focus of the crowd. Master Duanmu is a dragon among men. This is a person of real status. Miaoyan, I hope that one day you or your husband will also be such a person. Wan Qingshan said to his daughter with expectation. Let's go over and say hello. Wan Yiao had a gentle smile on her face. Okay. Wan Qingshan nodded. Although he was not a person of the same level, he still wanted to get closer. Qin Wentian saw the scene and shook his head gently. This is human nature, to curry favor with the powerful. Greetings, Mr. Duanmu. The people from the One family walked over. The young man Duanmu turned around, his expression calm, with a hint of arrogance, and glanced at the people from the One family. Among these people, the only one who could catch his eye was probably the beautiful woman Wan Miaoyan. Are you also here for beaming Fairy Mountain? Duanmu said calmly. Yes, this is my daughter Wan Miaoyan. This time I came here to send her and my nephew to beaming Fairy Mountain. Wan Qingshan said respectfully. Duanmu glanced at Wan Miaoyan, and saw that Wan Miaoyan's cold face also showed a rare smile, and nodded to Duanmu. Miss Miaoyan has an extraordinary temperament, there is no problem, you can sit here. Duanmu waved his hand and said. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu. Wan Qingshan thanked him respectfully. It was very beautiful to be able to have a relationship with such a person. Many people around looked at the people from the One family. Since these people knew Duanmu, they were obviously from the imperial city of the Immortal Dynasty, and they all had good family backgrounds. Such things were naturally not surprising to them. Duanmu saw through them thoroughly. How could he have these people in his eyes? He said a few words to them, probably just because of the beauty. If he had the opportunity to play with her, Duanmu would naturally not mind such a good thing, because the other party was delivering it to his daughter anyway. Duanmu, you are very lucky, who is this beauty? A young man not far away asked knowingly. He had heard the conversation here just now, but he still asked so deliberately. Chu, don't talk nonsense, Miss Miaoyan and I just met. Duanmu said to the person who came. Haha, we just met. Such a beautiful woman, Duanmu, you just need a partner, why not marry her and take her home? Chu said with a smile, and then looked at the people of the One family. Of course, we have to follow the opinions of the beauty and her family. This person's words were a little frivolous, but he deliberately carried a bit of politeness, showing respect for others, which was a very common style of the children of the aristocratic family. If an ordinary person said this, the people of the One family would definitely be very unhappy and think it was frivolous, but the person who said it was a person of the same status as Duanmu Qingnian, then it would naturally be different. Even Wan Qingshan's heart was actually set off a wave of turmoil, and he was a little excited. I also hope that my daughter can have a good home. Wan Qingshan was thick-skinned enough that he didn't even say euphemistic words. Wan Miaoyan seemed a little shy, looking at Wan Qingshan and said, Father, what nonsense are you talking about? What your father said is the truth. Wan Qingshan smiled. Qin Wentian couldn't help but chuckle. This family is really bloody. How was Wan Qingshan's attitude in front of him, and how cold was Wan Miaoyan? At this moment, facing Duanmu Qingnian, how could they still be reserved? Could it be that they could not see that the young man behind him was saying this intentionally, and that this was just a game of life for people of their level? Of course, such things may only be seen by bystanders. As a member of the One family, he was probably very excited to suddenly get such a real opportunity. Chapter 1336 Interesting Things. Although Qin Wentian's laughter was very light, these people's perception was so sharp that they could still easily catch it. Wang Qingshan and Wan Maoyan frowned slightly, seeming to be extremely unhappy. However, they did not want to be rude in front of Duanmu youth, so they did not want to get angry. But Wan Yiao did not pay much attention to it, and just said coldly, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing to laugh at." Qin Wentian shook his head. "Get out of the way." Wang Qingshan did not get angry on the spot, but sent a voice message to Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he glanced at Wang Qingshan, and his body did not move. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Obviously, even if Wang Qingshan and others did not want to care, they could not hide it from everyone's eyes. "What were you laughing at just now?" Wang Qingshan asked coldly. "Can't laugh." Qin Wentian asked back. "No." Wan Maoyan also spoke, with a cold look in her eyes. Qin Wentian's smile seemed to be mocking her. "Well, since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. I laugh, others just say a joke, and you express your attitude so obviously. Whether you are looking for a son-in-law or as a woman, can you be more reserved?" Qin Wentian's tone was not so polite. He scolded again and again. Although he didn't want to bother with the people of the One family, he couldn't do anything about the other party's repeated picking on him. Sure enough, Qin Wentian's undisguised sarcasm seemed to reveal something, and suddenly Wang Qingshan and Wan Maoyan's eyes became particularly cold. The young man named Mu Chu and Duanmu looked at Qin Wentian with a playful look. "This man is really interesting. Who is this?" Mu Chu smiled gently and elegantly, and seemed to have the demeanor of a gentleman. "A rat, hiding in my One family and sneaking here, shameless," Wang Qingshan said indifferently. "Oh." Mu Chu smiled and nodded, looking at Qin Wentian and said, "You are quite interesting." "Thank you." Qin Wentian smiled and looked at Mu Chu. "It's just that talking without considering the occasion, even if it's interesting, it's easy to die early." Mu Chu was still smiling, but his voice made people feel a faint chill. Even the people of the One family could feel the pressure. For a person like this, it would be as easy to kill Qin Wentian as to kill an ant. Weird. Qin Wentian looked at Mu Chu and uttered 4 words. Mu Chu's eyes narrowed immediately, and a faint chill spread from his body. Insolent. At this moment, Wang Qingshan burst out with murderous intent, sweeping towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, a person who finally had the opportunity to climb to the top, was wantonly destroying here. If he wanted to die, he could die. However, this would affect Mu Chu and Duanmu's views of his Wan family. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. "I have given you face several times before, but you don't know the word gratitude at all. Do you think, as you think, that just a few tough words like this will make people look up to you?" Wan Maoyan took a step forward, and the coldness on her body was also released without concealment. She stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and said, "You are just an ant. In front of the top figures, one step can crush you to pieces. You compare Qin Wentian to an ant, and Duanmu and others are top figures, so what are you, Wan Maoyan?" Jiutian behind came forward and spoke in a calm voice. Wan Maoyan looked at Jiutian. This was the second time that Jiutian stood in front of her and contradicted her. "Who am I? It's not your turn to point fingers at me. Jiutian, you have always disliked fighting. You never paid attention when the family needed you, but you stood on the opposite side of the family for outsiders again and again. Could it be that you and him have had an affair?" Wan Maoyan's face was frosty, and her words were extremely unpleasant. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. He was really angry. If he just disliked the One family before, but at this moment, Wang Qingshan's murderous intention and Wan Maoyan's humiliating words made him feel angry. What kind of person likes to use what kind of mentality to speculate on others? This should be the darkness of human nature. Jiutian said softly. Just as she was speaking, Mu Chu beside her suddenly waved his hand, caught off guard. Without any signs, only a hissing sound was heard, and the veil on Jiutian's face was instantly torn open. She closed her eyes slightly, revealing her beautiful face like a painting. The eyes of all the strong men instantly fell on her face. Looking at that face, the expressions of Mu Chu, Duanmu and others became somewhat wonderful. Wan Maoyan was also slightly stunned when she saw Jiutian's face. She has always been called the first beauty of the One family, with the best talent and beauty. As for Jiutian, not many people have paid attention to her existence. However, at this moment, that picturesque face is not half as cold as hers. Is this beauty also from your family? Miuchu's face softened a lot in an instant, and he asked Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan was startled when he saw Miuchu's expression, and nodded and said, "Well, it's my useless niece. Now I'm helping outsiders to deal with my own family. I'm sorry to make Miuxiao laugh. Beautiful women always have to be more willful, but it's not good to be used by some small people. If Miss Jiutian is interested, you might as well get to know her and have more contact with her. How about it?" Miuchu said with a smile. Jiutian's face was not so good at the moment. He tore off her veil so rudely, but now he invited her to meet him with such a smile. How shameless. Not interested. Jiutian said coldly. "Jiutian, it is your blessing that Master Mu appreciates you. Go over." Wang Qingshan scolded. "You." Jiutian looked at Wang Qingshan. "What happened today has completely overturned my understanding of the word shameless." Qin Wentian said coldly. "Get lost." Miuchu smiled and spit out a word at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at Miuchu. Beaming Jiutian, "You don't have to have illusions. Get lost." Miuchu looked into Qin Wentian's eyes and said again, his expression was indifferent, and his tone was unquestionable. "Get lost." Duanmu also said lightly, and the tone of the two was so indifferent. It seemed that Qin Wentian was destined to never set foot on Beaming Jiutian. Qin Wentian stood there, looking at the two figures in front of him, looking so high and mighty, as if they could decide his fate with just one word. "The two gentlemen have spared your life, why don't you thank them and get out of here quickly?" Wang Qingshan said sarcastically. This man really didn't know his own limits. "What if I don't leave?" Qin Wentian said calmly. Wang Jiuqing and Jiutian behind him looked very unhappy. "I have never seen such a lowly person like you. You don't even have any self-awareness." Wan Miaoyan said coldly, "Don't you understand that the people in front of you, any one of them, can easily take your life, but they just asked you to leave? Do you really think that such hypocritical and lowly character can make people look up to you and forgive you? It's enough for you to lie to Jiutian." Just when they broke out of the conflict, this area was still bustling with its own excitement. Few people noticed this corner of the place. In the void, there were still bustling people coming. Among them, there was a line of extraordinary figures. The leader was Li Yufeng. "Princess Nongyu hasn't arrived yet. What are you doing here in such a hurry?" Someone next to him said with a smile. "Joining in the fun, isn't it fun?" Li Yufeng smiled, and his eyes looked down. There were really many people coming today. Will Nongyu, the girl, soon accept the worship of these people? At this moment, Li Yufeng's gaze suddenly stopped and looked at a place in front of him. He almost thought he had seen it wrong. The pair of bright eyes flickered, and he was sure that he was not wrong. Then he smiled and said, "You guys find a place first. I saw a friend. I'll go and say hello and come back later." As soon as the voice fell, Li Yufeng flashed away directly. The people around him were stunned. This guy is really vigorous and resolute. However, are there any friends of his in the crowd? What kind of person can be called a friend by Li Yufeng? It's interesting that he has also come to Beaming Fairy Mountain. "Brother Qin, long time no see." Just as Qin Wentian was being yelled at to get out, a voice came from the void. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw Li Yufeng's figure falling from the sky and landing beside him. He smiled and said, "It's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect to meet here." Li Yufeng. Qin Wentian smiled. It was really a coincidence. Hearing that Beaming Nanjiu was hosting this banquet, he wondered if Li Yufeng would come. Unexpectedly, he actually met him. At this time, Li Yufeng seemed to feel that the atmosphere around him was not right. He looked around and saw the cold smiles of Miuchu and Duanmu, as well as the coldness of the people of the One family. Only Qin Wentian stood there alone. There was a beautiful woman behind him. This guy was popular with women. When he was in the Xiandao Holy Academy, he was accompanied by several stunning women. "Brother Qin, what's going on?" Li Yufeng asked with a smile when he saw this scene. "Someone wants me to get out, saying that I am destined not to be able to set foot on this Beaming Fairy Mountain." Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Li Yufeng's eyes flashed, looking at Duanmu and Miuchu, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Thinking back then, Qin Wentian, who roasted the white tiger meat of the top power in the Xiandao Holy Academy, Was bullied here? This is really a very interesting thing. Li Yufang sighed. Who are you? Wang Qingshan asked indifferently, and the person in front of him seemed to have a sense of familiarity. Since you are here, you are naturally ready to step into the beaming immortal mountain. Li Yufang smiled. No matter who you are, since you are standing next to him, then you have no chance to go to the beaming immortal mountain. Go away. Mu Ju looked at Li Yufang with a smile, and the smile on his face was still so confident. Chapter 1337 I can't stand it anymore. Oh. As soon as these words came out, Li Yufang's face was full of black lines. No matter who he was, beaming Xiantian had nothing to do with him. Let him go? He came from afar to visit beaming Nanjiao. Now, at the banquet hosted by beaming Nanjiao, someone pointed at him and told him to go. Li Yufang felt like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Mu Chu in front of him and said, "Are you sure you are talking to me?" As he said that, Li Yufang also looked around. There seemed to be no one next to him. Another idiot. Mu Chu looked at Li Yufang with pity, and his eyes fell on Qin Wentian again. Do you want me to say go away for the third time? I am also a member of the One family. Wang Qingshan, do you really want to do this so decisively? Wang Zhuking's expression was extremely ugly. It would be fine if the One family wanted to climb up the ladder, but now, they wanted to make Qin Wentian and Ziyan lose the opportunity to step into beaming Xiantian. You don't know what's good for you. When you go back, discipline your daughter well. As for this boy, asking him to go away is already polite to him. Wang Qingshan said coldly. Li Yufang looked at Qin Wentian with some sympathy. He didn't expect that this guy came to beaming Xian dynasty and was pointed at and told to get out. He was probably in the same mood as himself, very upset. Princess Nongyu hasn't arrived yet, she hasn't spoken yet. Who are you to decide for her whether we are qualified to enter beaming Xiantian? Li Yufang seemed to have a good temper, and his voice was still very calm. He asked Mu Chu. Yes, so what? Mu Chu saw that Li Yufang didn't care at all, and the coldness permeated his body. If so, I really want to see how you can make me go away. Li Yufang seemed to be excited. He looked at the other party and said, the North Ming Immortal Dynasty summoned the strong men from all directions to gather here. Bei Ming Nongyu has not arrived yet. Are you going to ask us to go away on her behalf? I really want to see what the strong men of the Immortal Dynasty will do when you forcefully crush me. And notice the movement here. Mu Chu's expression changed slightly. If it were outside, killing two people from the Immortal platform would naturally be a small matter, especially for someone of his status. However, this is the entrance to the Immortal Mountain, where Princess Nongyu is about to hold a banquet. If he forcibly ordered people to kill the people in front of him here, it would be impossible not to be discovered. In that case, he really couldn't predict the attitude of the North Ming Immortal Dynasty. Although he was born extraordinary, no one in the North Ming Immortal Dynasty dared to go against the Immortal Dynasty. Very clever, using the power of the Immortal Dynasty to suppress me? However, cleverness backfired. From now on, my people will keep an eye on you. If you don't leave, there will be no problem. Then, a cold light flashed in Mu Chu's eyes, and he said, Die? As the word die fell, a cold murderous intent suddenly spread out, covering Li Yufang and Qin Wentian. He looked at Qin Wentian and Li Yufang as if he was looking at a dead person. Wang Zhuking's face was pale, and he said, Mr. Mu, please forgive me. It was he who asked Qin Wentian to accompany him, but now, Qin Wentian was in danger of his life. Misfortune sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortune sent by oneself cannot be saved. Wang Qingshan said coldly. You are courting death. Wan Miaoyan's expression was still indifferent, looking at Qin Wentian and said lightly, You pretended to be strong, but you paid with your life for it. You are mean and ignorant, and you don't know your own abilities. Among the Wan family, sarcastic voices came one after another, which seemed particularly harsh. Qin Wentian and Li Yufang stood in the crowd, as if they were completely isolated. Of course, if this beauty is willing to plead for you, maybe I will consider it. Mu Chu said to the friend next to Qin Wentian. The friend frowned, with a cold expression. You really think highly of yourself. Qin Wentian said to Mu Chu, with an indifferent look, without any emotional fluctuations. Princess Nongyu is here. The princess has arrived. At this time, exclamations came out, and the people in this vast area began to stir. Countless eyes looked towards the void, and saw that in a certain direction, a group of mighty strong men walked in the air. Princess Nongyu was riding on an extremely majestic black monster, surrounded by countless strong men guarding. Princess Nongyu is indeed a phoenix on earth. A proud daughter of heaven, not only has an extraordinary status and talent, but also has such a beautiful face. I don't know who is so lucky to have the opportunity to marry the princess. I'm afraid he will die without regrets. Countless sighs came from the crowd. At this moment, even Qin Wentian and the people of the One family looked up at the woman in the void who was the focus of everyone's attention. Beaming Nongyu, the princess of the beaming immortal dynasty, was high above and arrogant. Wan Maoyan looked yearning, with only envy in her heart. This was the real proud daughter of heaven. Although she was respected by many people in Xianyang City, in the imperial city of the dynasty, anyone could look at her with frivolous eyes. The young master Duanmu and Mu Chu, who met casually, were people who could only look up to her, while Princess Nongyu only had the qualifications for others to look up to her. This was the absolute gap. Watching Princess Nongyu step onto the throne step by step, Wan Maoyan clenched her fists. One day, she would also become such a gorgeous figure. Then, everything would start from stepping into the beaming fairy mountain. Princess Nongyu is getting more and more beautiful. Mu Chu sighed as he looked at beaming Nongyu. This was the woman he really loved. If he married her, she would shine brightly in the world and enjoy supreme honor in the family. As for Wan Maoyan and Jiutian, although they were quite beautiful, they were of humble status, and he only wanted to play with them at most. Greetings, princess. The sound of clattering came one after another, and the vast and endless crowd bowed one after another. These voices gradually gathered into a terrible torrent, shaking all directions. For a moment, the figure sitting on the throne was set off incomparably tall. She was wearing a noble and gorgeous cloak and a laurel crown on her head, solemn and dignified. This solemnity made Wan Maoyan and others feel turbulent. The torrent of countless voices and the collective worship of hundreds of thousands of people happened in front of them, which was far more impactful than imagined. This time, the opening of Beaming Xianqian will be hosted by me. On behalf of Beaming Xianqiao, I welcome the geniuses from all directions of my Xianqiao. Now, the banquet has been prepared. You can enjoy it. After the banquet, I will formally select the geniuses from all directions to practice in Beaming Xianqian. Beaming Nongyu stood up, stretched out her hands, and gestured to everyone. She looked very generous. Although she was facing countless people and was worshipped, as a princess, she would not be afraid of the slightest. She was born noble and extraordinary in this life. Thank you, princess. Everyone said in unison, and then many people sat down to enjoy the banquet, and countless people were still standing there. The huge crowd was a scene of prosperity and prosperity. Beaming Nongyu was even more heroic at this moment. Qin Wentian looked over there and smiled softly at Li Yufang beside him. Of course. Li Yufang also saw that figure, and his mood seemed to be much better at the moment. Nongyu, this girl, also has such a majestic side, which made him feel a little proud. Another disgusting attitude. Wan Maoyan showed an extremely disgusted look on her face, calling Princess Nongyu by her name directly, as if you are so extraordinary. You are obviously the most lowly and humble existence, but you have been pretending to be indifferent to everything and disdainful of everything. This is the first time I have seen such a shameless person like you. Qin Wentian looked at Wan Maoyan, and there was real disgust in her eyes, from the bottom of her heart. Indeed, his attitude, which he inadvertently revealed, was so indifferent to whomever he faced. Duanmu, Mu Chu, and even Beaming Nongyu, became disgusting to Wan Maoyan after they fell into her eyes. Bastard. Wan Qingshan said indifferently, and Jiutian, you will stay in the imperial city and accompany Master Mu in the future. This is your order. Jiutian's face appeared, making Wan Qingshan even more uncomfortable. She would block Wan Maoyan's way. Now, Maoyan has a chance to be with Master Duanmu, so it is obvious that Jiutian must be dealt with first. No matter how good Qin Wentian's temper is, no matter how he disdains to care about them, he can't stand being humiliated so directly at this moment. A chill spreads over his body. You still have a temper. Mu Chu showed an interesting look. Do you believe it or not, I will not let you leave here. Li Yufang smiled at Mu Chu and Duanmu in front of him. Mu Chu and Duanmu looked dignified, then Mu Chu laughed, and many people around also laughed, while Duanmu said coldly, even if the princess may blame, some things seem to need to be done. Lowly people should have their own attitude. Trying to shake a tree with an ant is presumptuous and just wants to die. Can you bear it? Qin Wentian said softly. I can't bear it anymore. Li Yufeng shook his head. Will it make Bei Ming Nong Yu embarrassed? Qin Wentian said again. Nong Yu won't care about this little thing. Li Yufeng said again. They seem to have a lot of immortal king guards. Qin Wentian continued. It doesn't matter, they dare not move. Li Yufeng continued to respond. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded gently, and the conversation between the two was as indifferent as ever, using the disgusting tone that Wan Maiyan thought, and even seemed a little inexplicable. Then, everyone saw Qin Wentian move his feet and walk towards Wan Qingshan and come in front of him. Wan Qingshan also looked at Qin Wentian and snorted coldly. There have been many sarcasms before. Although I am a little bothered, I never took it seriously when I thought that you are just a pathetic person. However, when I didn't take it seriously, your faces became more and more ugly. If I could let go of the previous things, but the insults you just made to me in Jiutian, as well as the murderous intent, will eventually cost you something. Qin Wentian said calmly. Price? Wan Qingshan's majesty bloomed, the power of the peak of the immortal stage. Boom. At the moment of the momentum bursting out, Qin Wentian's palm swung forward, like a flash of lightning. You are presumptuous. Wan Maiyan shouted coldly, and the aura on Wan Qingshan's body roared and moved. Qin Wentian's palm turned into a terrible rune palm print, directly crushing all defenses. Pa! A crisp and violent sound came out, and a rumbling sound continued. Wan Qingshan was slapped directly to the ground, one side of his face was swollen, with a clear 5-finger mark, and his head was a little confused. P.S. I wrote it late yesterday, and I saw many brothers commenting and asking for more updates, haha. I will post it earlier today so that everyone won't worry. I will tell you the time of the next update later on WeChat. You can add Wuhan on WeChat. Just search for and follow us. Chapter 1338 If he doesn't die, I'll destroy your clan. Wan Qingshan was stunned, and so were the people of the Wan family. They didn't expect Qin Wentian to suddenly attack and throw Wan Qingshan to the ground with a slap. Duanmu and Mu Qiu also showed a hint of surprise. Is this guy crazy? You are looking for death? Wan Yiao scolded, but saw Qin Wentian raise his left hand and threw it out. Another crisp sound was heard, and Wan Yiao's body flew out. Kill! Wan Qingshan on the ground suddenly burst out with a strong murderous intent, and his breath roared. However, before he could turn over, Qin Wentian stepped down directly, like the footprints of a god, and stepped directly on his chest. With a puff, Wan Qingshan vomited blood and his body shook wildly. Wentian! Wan Zhuking's face froze. Has it really developed into this situation? Ah! Wan Qingshan was so humiliated by being trampled that he roared. A terrifying murderous intent enveloped his body, and a destructive force rushed into his body crazily. At this moment, Wan Qingshan suddenly became quiet. He looked up at Qin Wentian, only to see that the young man in front of him didn't even look at him. That expression of indifference to everything was still there, but at this moment, it really seemed to be intimidating. Let go. Wan Maiyan was surrounded by terrible flames, like a goddess of fire, burning everything to ashes. How presumptuous. Duanmu murmured. Since you started it first, then you can only blame yourself for seeking death. Mu Qiu smiled and uttered a voice, I don't want to see these two people again. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong men who escorted them came with a chill, and a terrible pressure from the immortal king suddenly descended. But at this moment, the faces of those immortal king's strong men changed, and their bodies did not move. Mu Qiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the people around him and said, Didn't you hear what I said? Young master, the other side is guarded by a strong man. Someone whispered, which made Mu Qiu's expression condensed. He looked at Li Yufeng on the opposite side, only to see Li Yufeng with a faint smile on his face. The next moment, he saw a group of figures walking towards this side. Suddenly, there seemed to be a repressive atmosphere around this space. This scene made Duanmu and Mu Qiu's eyes narrow slightly, and the faces of the people of the Wan family also became particularly exciting. Wan Maiyan looked at these strong men who appeared, and then looked at Li Yufeng and Qin Wentian. Could it be that there is a force behind this guy? However, Qin Wentian was obviously with their family in Xianyang City. It seems that there is no one like you in the Imperial City. Who are you? Mu Qiu looked at Li Yufeng. An outsider. Li Yufeng smiled gently. Since you are an outsider, even if there are some powerful immortal kings around you, you are still not qualified to act wildly in this Imperial City. Apologize now and then get out. Duanmu said coldly. As an imperial power in the imperial city, his vision is much higher than that of ordinary people. The power around Li Yufeng may scare the One family, but for them, it is far from enough. I have already said it just now, not to mention this imperial city. Today, I will not let you leave this area. Li Yufeng's expression was as calm as always, and he said, "Do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight?" What a big tone. I want to see where you get the courage to say this in front of me, Miuchu. Miuchu said loudly, and more people around looked here. Some of the emperors who knew the Mu family and the Duanmu family showed interested eyes. It's interesting. The Mu family and the Duanmu family are very scary in the imperial city of the immortal dynasty. The imperial power has taken root in the imperial city and can be said to be deeply rooted. Now, it seems that someone from an outside force is going to clash with the young master of the Mu family who is rooted in the imperial city. This outsider has such confidence, and it is very likely that he is of extraordinary status, and it is even possible that he is from a force at the level of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor is the top realm in the immortal realm. If we consider the endless creatures in the immortal realm, the number of immortal emperors is really pitiful, and there are even fewer forces at the level of the immortal emperor. It is not easy to meet them on weekdays. The geniuses who grow up in such a force will have an innate arrogance and be invincible. You two, come together. Miuchu took a step forward and said to Li Yufeng and Qin Wentian. Li Yufeng's mood was broken, very broken. He was rarely treated with such contempt. A child of an emperor-level force dared to let him and Qin Wentian go together? A saint of the Balian Saint sect, a top genius who caused a bloody storm in the Heavenly Dao Saint Academy, and both of them had been on the Tongshan Immortal ranking. Miuchu, let them go together? You come or I come? Li Yufeng turned around and asked Qin Wentian. You come. Qin Wentian said calmly. Although Li Yufeng's realm was slightly lower, Qin Wentian would not doubt his strength. It was not worth mentioning to deal with a mere Miuchu. Okay. Li Yufeng smiled and nodded. Then, Miuchu released an extremely powerful aura. In an instant, golden light shone between heaven and earth. The terrible killing technique made a wider range of people notice the conflict that broke out here. On Li Yufeng's body, the immortal platform flowed. In an instant, he was wearing peerless brilliance and peerless battle armor. A terrible furnace that refined everything in the world was suspended in the air. There was an extremely destructive golden undercurrent inside, and a firestorm that ravaged the world. The power of the immortal rules enveloped this space. In just a moment, everyone seemed to be in the furnace. Miuchu and Duanmu's faces changed slightly. This aura was a bit powerful. The peak masters of Xiante released their powerful aura. In an instant, countless eyes looked over here. Many people had strange looks. At the feast hosted by Princess Beaming, someone actually fought? Boom. Miuchu stepped forward, and the golden killing light shot out all over the sky, compressed to a terrible level. The battle actually broke out in a small space. The terrible furnace swallowed everything. One furnace after another appeared, directly swallowing up all the power, and then spit out the turbulent flow of destruction, rolling towards Miuchu. Ah! Suddenly, Miuchu let out a scream. He felt the temperature of his whole body rise sharply. Under the power of the rules, he seemed to be directly refined. A shadow of the furnace appeared above him, covering his body, trying to burn him to death. Stop! With a loud shout, Miuchu's guardian stepped out. Almost at the same time, the people behind Li Yufeng walked out and stood directly in front of them. Two terrifying auras swept the world and shocked the entire area. It's them, the ones we met before. The people of the One family looked grim. Li Yufeng and his group were the group of figures they had seen passing through the sky before. To them, the One family was also a cloud-like figure. And Li Yufeng called Qin Wentian brother Qin, so who exactly was Qin Wentian? The faces of the people of the One family changed. They suddenly realized that they were involved in a storm that was not at their level. Wan Qingshan was still trampled by Qin Wentian, and there was still blood on the corner of Wan Yiao's mouth, but at this moment, they were all a little frightened. They could no longer care about their own injuries. Even a person like Miuchu was threatened with his life at this moment. Do you want to die in this imperial city? Miuchu stared at Li Yufeng. Just now, you asked us to go together, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. You can't beat me, and then you start threatening me again. Li Yufeng laughed. The princess is coming, let them go. Duanmu also spoke, and everyone looked up. and then they saw Bei Mingnuangyu leading the strong men towards this side. She was extremely beautiful, and people kept bowing to her wherever she passed. After arriving here, whether it was the people of the Mu family or the strong men of the Duanmu family, they all bowed to her and shouted, "Greetings, Princess! Greetings, Princess!" The people of the One family also bowed deeply, looking up at this person in the clouds, the noble princess of the Beaming dynasty. "Princess, I am Duanmu Xiu from the Duanmu family." This person came from nowhere, but he was so wild at the banquet hosted by the princess. His crime should be killed. Duanmu young master bowed to Beaming Nanjiao and said, at this moment, Mu Chiu's life was threatened, so he would use the power of the princess. Li Yufang smiled, and his smile was particularly interesting. Qin Wentian shook his head gently. Mu Chiu and Duanmu were really asking for death? Beaming Nanjiao looked at Duanmu and said, "I have noticed the situation here before. The conflict broke out between you two. If you want to punish, do you have to kill all of you?" Duanmu Xiu's face froze, looking very ugly. "Princess, I am Mu Chiu from the Mu family. This person is arrogant and unreasonable, and disrespectful to the princess. Mu Chiu's life was threatened, so how could he still have face?" "Really?" Bei Mingnuangyu said lightly, "So, I should thank you for standing up for me. In this case, then, you can continue." Everyone trembled. The princess of the immortal dynasty, even if she is an emperor, does she need to care? No, the people of the One family were pale as paper. "I have reminded you twice before. Today, you can't leave this place." Li Yufang looked at Mu Chiu, and in an instant, a more terrifying power of destruction bloomed. "Ah!" Mu Chiu let out a miserable cry, and his body was destroyed bit by bit. However, at this moment, a terrible light bloomed, and a majestic and powerful person appeared in the void. It was an emperor figure, the immortal emperor's immortal thoughts. "Insolent!" The immortal emperor shouted angrily and stared at Li Yufang coldly. "You are insolent!" Bei Mingnuangyu shouted coldly, and the emperor-level strong man only then noticed where this place was and saw Bei Mingnuangyu. "Princess Nuangyu, what's going on? Why does someone want to kill my descendants?" The immortal emperor asked. "Your descendant is too domineering and arrogant. He wants to expel me for the princess and make it impossible for me to leave this imperial city alive. Therefore, he must die." Li Yufang looked up and said. Countless people were shocked. The immortal emperor appeared, and he dared to be so strong. "Do you think you can move him?" The immortal emperor was filled with murderous intent. Several powerful immortal kings descended in front of Li Yufang to block the pressure for him. However, Li Yufang laughed. He started the war, and the elders came out when he couldn't win the battle. Li Yufang laughed sarcastically. "You can protect him, I won't kill him, but if he doesn't die today, I will destroy your clan. Do you believe it? P.S. I saw a friend said that he couldn't find WeChat. When searching, you can click on the public account below first, and then enter the traceless pen name Jing Wuhan, and you can follow it. Brothers, pay attention, there will be updates tonight." Chapter 1339 The Trembling People. As soon as Li Yufang finished speaking, the surroundings were silent for a moment. At this moment, what appeared in front of Li Yufang was the immortal thoughts of the immortal emperor realm. Li Yufang certainly knew about this. However, facing the existence of the immortal emperor realm, he told the other party, "If you stop me today and I don't kill Mu Chiu, then I will destroy your clan another day. Do you want Mu Chiu to die, or the whole clan to be destroyed? Crazy? How crazy?" And he said this in front of Princess Nuangyu. When the madness reaches the extreme, then others will no longer simply think that it is inherent arrogance, but that he really has incomparably terrifying self-confidence. Otherwise, what can he use to threaten an immortal emperor? The immortal emperor will not be frightened. Mu Chiu, who was shrouded in the power of destruction, was stunned, and Duanmu Xiu's eyes were also fixed there, as well as the strong people around them, and the people of the One family. Mu Chiu and Duanmu have always been confident that as long as they are not from the royal family of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty, there are many people in this imperial city that they cannot afford to offend as the direct descendants of the imperial forces. Especially when Mu Chiu and Duanmu Xiu stood together, this confidence became even stronger. They naturally knew the people they could not afford to offend, but they did not know Li Yufang. The Beaming Dynasty is vast and endless, but outside this imperial city, as long as they are within the territory of the Beaming Dynasty, there are really too few people that their two major forces cannot afford to offend. It can be said that they are extremely rare, so of course they are qualified to be strong. But at this moment, Jiutian and Duanmu suddenly felt a hint of unusual breath. Could it be that the person in front of them really came from one of those rare forces that they could not afford to offend? Otherwise, how could he dare to say the arrogant words of exterminating your clan in front of the immortal emperor? The people of the Wan family were so scared that they were dazed. Wan Miaoyan's beautiful eyes were still cold, but her heart was filled with huge waves. She found that things were far more complicated than she had imagined. The lowly people she thought of might be the existence that her Wan family could not afford to provoke, the kind of strong people above the clouds. Wan Qingshan was still being trampled under Qin Wentian's feet. He looked up at Qin Wentian, but found that Qin Wentian's eyes were still indifferent, just like before, and never changed, as if Li Yufeng's words were taken for granted. At this moment, Wan Qingshan suddenly felt a little cold in his body, and he had a very bad feeling. The immortal emperor looked at Li Yufeng, as if he wanted to see through him. Then he looked at the power released by Li Yufeng, and his pupils shrank slightly. This power seemed to be somewhat similar to a top force that did not belong to the beaming immortal dynasty. "Who are you?" asked the immortal emperor. Li Yufeng. Seeing the other person's eyes, Li Yufeng smiled calmly. Of course, he didn't think that just relying on a name was enough to scare an immortal emperor. After all, as the top forces in the north of the immortal realm, the beaming dynasty and the Balian holy religion were adjacent to each other, but they were too far apart. People in the beaming immortal dynasty would recognize the princess of the immortal dynasty, but there would definitely not be many people who knew the holy son of the Balian holy religion. Only the top immortal kings and well-known immortal emperors could have their reputations spread all over the vast and endless territory of the immortal dynasty. Qin Wentian's reputation spread throughout the eastern part of the immortal realm at the immortal stage level. This was a miracle. Li Yufeng, he had not yet been able to create such a miracle. "I come from the Balian holy religion." Li Yufeng's next voice sounded like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the immortal emperor and Jiutian. Sure enough, the immortal emperor's eyes condensed. If someone dared to destroy his clan, then he should have thought that this person might be from a top force. In the beaming immortal dynasty, there was no other top force except the royal family. There was only the extremely remote place, the Balian Saint sect. Jiutian and Duanmu were disciples of the immortal emperor. Although they didn't know who Li Yufeng was, they certainly knew what the Balian Saint sect was. It was a top force in the north of the immortal realm, and a force as famous as the beaming immortal dynasty. Their hearts kept sinking. "This is the holy son of my sect." A powerful immortal king next to him spoke coldly. Here, the holy son Li Yufeng was actually threatened by a junior who was also in the immortal stage realm, threatening to kill him in this imperial city. It was simply unreasonable. Jiutian's face was pale. He finally realized that here, he also met someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Jiutian, kneel down and apologize." The immortal emperor scolded him with his immortal thoughts. Jiutian's body trembled, and there was no trace of blood on his face. In front of countless people, in front of beaming Nongyu, kneel down and apologize? The expressions of the people of the Wan family became extremely exciting, and the inner fluctuations of Wan Miaoyan and Wan Yiao were the strongest. They thought that Jiutian and Duanmu Xiu were high up in the clouds, so the Wan family took the initiative to stick to them and tried hard to please them. However, they found out absurdly that the people they looked down on and despised were the ones that Jiutian and Duanmu Xiu could not afford to offend. The holy son of the 100 Refinements sect, Li Yufeng. Wan's King murmured, and at this moment, his heart was also in turmoil. Wasn't this the name that Qin Wentian had mentioned before when he came here? Qin Wentian said that Bei Ming Nongyu of the Bei Ming Immortal Dynasty already had a lover, and her lover was Li Yufeng, the holy son of the 100 Refinements sect. At that time, Wan's King thought Qin Wentian was joking. He said that Qin Wentian was so good at joking, as if it was true. But at this moment, Li Yufeng was here, and he was really the holy son of the 100 Refinements sect. He also knew Qin Wentian and called Qin Wentian brother Qin. When all these are connected together, you can imagine how terrible the storm is in Wan's King's heart at this moment. So, is it really a joke? Wan's King trembled and looked up at Bei Ming Nongyu in the void. She had been standing there quietly. Just now, Duanmu and Jiutian wanted her to support them, but she ignored them. If what Qin Wentian said was true, then Wan's King thought of it, and Ziyan certainly thought of it too. After all, she was in the sedan chair at that time, but her mood was much calmer. After all, she had asked Qin Wentian before, and Qin Wentian also admitted that he was extraordinary, but Jiutian could not think of what level Qin Wentian's extraordinariness had reached. Then, Wan Yiao's body also trembled. Wan Zhuking's slight whisper seemed to reminding her of the conversation she had overheard before. They ridiculed Jiutian for being pretentious, and Qin Wentian used the name of a man in the cloud to elevate himself. However, at this moment, the lies they believed were being confirmed step by step. Li Yufeng is the holy son of the Balian saint religion, so who is he? Qin Wentian. Many eyes of the Wan family fell on Qin Wentian. At this moment, Wan Qingshan, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have forgotten the humiliation of being trampled by Qin Wentian. His mind was in a mess. Thinking of the things before, he himself could not remember what kind of humiliating words he had said to Qin Wentian. Cough. With a muffled groan, Wan Qingshan spit out another mouthful of blood from his mouth, but no one in the Wan family dared to move at this moment. Apologize. Li Yufeng suddenly laughed. Apologies are useful. Isn't there no fighting in the martial arts world? I insult you, want to kill you, find that the battle is unwinnable, and then apologize. When has there been such a good thing in this world? Have you thought it through? Can I kill him now? Is he dead, or is the family exterminated? Li Yufeng said coldly. He had a good temper before, but he just thought it was funny. He had always been the only one who could use his power to suppress others. When was it someone's turn to threaten to kill him in front of his sweetheart? This is really a shameful thing. Mu Chiu's death, or the extermination of the family? Simple words, yet extremely domineering, made Mu Chiu feel icy cold all over. He had never felt that death would be so close to him as it was at this moment. Princess, can you spare Mu Chiu's life? The immortal emperor looked at beaming Nanjiu. Li Yufeng was unwilling to let Mu Chiu go, so the only hope was beaming Nanjiu. This was the beaming immortal dynasty. As long as beaming Nanjiu was willing to help, then the situation could still be resolved. Emperor Mu, you have to pay a price for doing things. I have seen everything before. Mu Chiu was arrogant and domineering. He wanted to expel the people who came to the feast and even threatened them with death. In this case, he should bear the corresponding price. Fortunately, the Mu family has not been implicated at this time, so Emperor Mu should be cautious. Beaming Nanjiu said calmly. Then she looked at Li Yufeng again and said, You too, since you are here, just come to me directly. Why make such a fuss? When beaming Nanjiu said this, countless people trembled. Why not just go to her directly? Beaming Nanjiu, the princess of the beaming immortal dynasty, and Li Yufeng, the saint of the Balian Saint Church, knew each other and had a close relationship. Isn't this to give you a surprise? Li Yufeng smiled. Bei Mingnongyu glared at him, and then stood beside Li Yufeng in a flash, gently extending her hand. The next moment, Li Yufeng and Bei Mingnongyu held hands together. Exclamations came out one after another, and in an instant, the entire void trembled. With such a scene, how could they not understand what happened? The holy son of the Balian saint religion and Princess Nongyu of the Bei Mingxian dynasty, they are a pair of lovers. Mu Chiu's face was ashen, and he was desperate. Duan Muxiu's face was full of panic. Although no one had dealt with him at the moment, his body was already trembling slightly because of fear. The people of the Wan family were even more desperate, and everything was just as Qin Wentian said. Bei Mingnongyu, the princess of the Xian dynasty, they were unattainable figures. Even for Duan Muxiu, they were still unattainable, but at this moment, they were holding Li Yufeng's hand, and Li Yufeng called Qin Wentian, Brother Qin. Is this the surprise you gave me? Bei Mingnongyu said speechlessly. Haha, this is not my fault, but because of Brother Qin. It's a surprise to meet this guy here. Li Yufeng said with a smile. Bei Mingnongyu and Li Yufeng turned around and looked at Qin Wentian. The princess of the immortal dynasty, who is inaccessible in the eyes of the Wan family, smiled faintly and said, Since you have come to the Bei Ming immortal dynasty, why do you have to come here to accept the test? Just come to me directly. How dare I refuse to receive you, the great devil? P.S. The third update is here. The temperature difference between day and night is so big that it's so cold that I'm shaking. After reading this chapter, you shouldn't be so anxious. Continue to work hard tomorrow. If you use one word to describe Qin Wentian, is it invisible predence, the most deadly? Chapter 1340 Regret. Bei Ming Nongyu's voice instantly shifted the crowd's attention to Qin Wentian. Princess Nongyu came in person, holding Li Yufang's hand, and countless people were shocked. Li Yufang was the son of the Bailian Saint sect. At this moment, Princess Bei Ming Nongyu held Li Yufang and stood in front of Qin Wentian at the same time, treating him equally. Who was he? Even in Bei Ming Nongyu's words, there seemed to be a hint of self-mockery like a joke. Just come to me directly. How dare I not receive you, the great demon king? What kind of young man can be worthy of such a joke from Bei Ming Nongyu? And Bei Ming Nongyu's name for him is also quite interesting, the great demon king. What exactly did Qin Wentian do to be called the great demon king by Bei Ming Nongyu? Moreover, Li Yufang just said that it was because he saw Qin Wentian here that he came here. Who could instantly attract the attention of the son of the Bailian Saint sect and come in person, and also attract the princess of Bei Ming Xian dynasty to call him like this? At least, they are of the same level. This level is not only in terms of realm, but also in terms of talent and background. If we only talk about realm, there are not many people here whose realm is lower than that of Li Yufeng and Bei Ming Nongyue. Duanmu's heart has been numb. If offending Li Yufeng before was not cruel enough, then at this moment he gradually became a little desperate. He offended Qin Wentian, but it was more cruel than offending Li Yufeng. And now, Princess Bei Ming's words undoubtedly declared to him that no matter who he offended, he couldn't afford to offend him. Everyone in the Wan family trembled, even Wan Qingshan, who was lying on the ground and trampled by Qin Wentian. At this moment, he had no anger and humiliation, but only despair. The sarcastic words he said to Qin Wentian before seemed to still be there. Those words would become his death warrant. Big devil. Qin Wentian didn't think too much about it. He found it funny when Bei Ming Nongyu addressed him. He shrugged and said, I came to Bei Ming Immortal Dynasty for the trial, and happened to encounter the opening of Bei Ming Immortal Mountain. What a coincidence, the person hosting this event happens to be you. If I had known earlier, I would not have squeezed into the crowd. I was also threatened to get out, and even to take my life. Qin Wentian's casual words were like thunder in the ears of Mu Chu, Duanmu and the people of the Wan family. Before, Qin Wentian was just a little man, and no one cared about his words. He was even humiliated for saying some arrogant words, but now, every word he said truly determines the lives of those around him, and it is a matter of life and death. Is the great demon king wrong? Wherever you went, you made the Xianjiao tremble and set off a bloody storm. Bei Ming Nongyu smiled and said, at that time, compared with you, I, the princess of the Bei Ming Immortal Dynasty, seemed insignificant. I felt very embarrassed when I was kicked off the list by this guy before. I always wanted to fight him, but later I found that I still couldn't beat him. As the son of the Bailian Saint religion, I also felt very embarrassed. Li Yufang shook his head and smiled. He still couldn't see through Qin Wentian, but in the most sensational battle in the Xiandao Saint Academy that year, Qin Wentian and Wang Shaishan fought to such a tragic degree. Li Yufang knew that he couldn't do it. What's more, he knew that at the foot of the Demon Mountain, Qin Wentian defeated Wang Shaishan in one battle. It would be difficult to find someone who could defeat him below the Immortal King realm in the vast and endless Immortal realm. Who is this guy? Princess Nongyu and the Holy Son of Bailian Saint religion seem to be joking, but in the joke, they secretly think that they are not as good as Qin Wentian. How terrible this guy must be. Princess Nongyu's reputation is not just based on her beauty. There is no doubt that Li Yufang can become the Holy Son of Bailian Saint religion because of his absolute talent. However, these two people sighed that they were not as good as him in front of this inconspicuous person in the crowd. How can people not tremble in their hearts? You two fairy lovers, don't flatter me here. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head and said, I haven't seen you for many years. I meet you, an enviable couple. Do you want to buy me a few drinks? Of course, after you finish the things here, follow me to the high platform. I will do my best to be a good host. Bei Ming Nongyu smiled and nodded. Their conversation was like a conversation between old friends, plain and ordinary. Qin Wentian's tone was still the same, indifferent and calm, even though the person standing opposite was Princess Nongyu, who was out of their reach. Thinking of the fact that Qin Wentian had pretended to be indifferent to Duanmu in order to elevate himself, the people of the Wan family felt hot on their faces. Did they need to pretend to be indifferent when talking to Duanmu? Even when talking to Bei Ming Nongyu, he was still this calm. A truly arrogant person would be like this no matter who he was facing, because he did not need to look up to anyone and could look at them calmly. The people of the One family only understood at this moment, and their hearts were like a knife. Wang Yiao did not dare to look directly at Qin Wentian at this moment, the young man who was talking to the princess. As for Mu Chu, it seemed that he was forgotten by the three of them. Even the immortal thoughts of an immortal emperor were there, but they were all ignored. What kind of attitude was this? It seemed that in their eyes, Mu Chu was simply an insignificant person. As for the immortal thoughts of the immortal emperor, it was just an immortal thought. The arrival of the immortal emperor himself might make them pay more attention to him. Puff. A light sound came out, and the pupils of everyone suddenly shrank, and their hearts trembled wildly. Duanmu Xiu, the young master of the Duanmu family, knelt down in front of Liu Fen, Qin Wentian and the others at this moment. The arrogant Duanmu Gongzi suddenly knelt on the ground, then kowtowed to the front and said, Duanmu Xiu is blind and offended you too with his words before, but fortunately, it has not been a big mistake. I hope the princess and you two will forgive me. If you have any requests, Duanmu Xiu will be at your service and wait for your orders. Duanmu Xiu experienced a very difficult inner struggle before kneeling down to beg for mercy. As arrogant as he was, this kneeling simply destroyed his self-esteem, but the previous conversation of the three people made Duanmu Xiu really feel what kind of people these three people were. They didn't care about Mu Chu's life or death at all, and of course they wouldn't care about him. They ignored the immortal thoughts of an immortal emperor in front of them. He wanted to live and leave here alive, so he had to kneel down and beg for mercy. Mu Chu and Duanmu Xiu, two extremely proud people, now Mu Chu's life is hanging by a thread, Duanmu Xiu, kneeling down to beg for mercy. Their proud attitude before seemed to still echo in the minds of the people of the One family. They regarded them as people in the clouds, and the arrogant people who made Wan Miaoan, the proud daughter of the One family, feel ripples in her heart by marrying them home casually. At this moment, they knelt in front of Qin Wentian, whom she looked down upon, shaking their tails and begging for mercy, begging for Qin Wentian's forgiveness. She once said that Qin Wentian was a person like an ant, and Duanmu, a strong man in the clouds, only needed to step 1 foot to make Qin Wentian shattered to pieces. She once said that Qin Wentian, a lowly person, did not know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Who is lowly? Who is the person above the clouds, unattainable? Sometimes, the people above the clouds are not untouchable. He may appear by your side, but you just ignore him so abruptly, and even keep humiliating and mocking him, as if you want to attach all the contempt to him. Sometimes, those extremely arrogant people are not necessarily really arrogant. When they face higher people, they will crawl down and lower their heads. On this day, the people of the One family deeply experienced what it meant to be blind. Brother Qin, have you decided? Princess Nongyu said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Duanmu kneeling on the ground calmly, without the smugness of being in power. He always looked down on these things. Duanmu was very proud, so he spoke rudely, but at this moment, his pride must have been shattered. In fact, there was no need for him to do anything. Duanmu would probably find it difficult to raise his head in the future. This kneeling took away his dignity. Get out. Qin Wentian raised his palm and swung it out. With a loud bang, Duanmu's body rolled out, with a clear 5-finger mark on his face. Qin Wentian did not take his life, but Duanmu Xiu's inner pain at this moment was no better than death. He really rolled away, and rolled away from here in disgrace. His life was saved, but his self-esteem was lost. From now on, he will no longer be the former Duanmu Gongzi. Qin Wentian certainly understood that Duanmu Xiu's life was in his hands, but he still let him go. Beaming Xianchao ruled one side, and the Duanmu family was at least a Xiandi force. Together with the Mu family, the two Xiandi forces probably had an amazing influence. Although Beaming Xianchao would not care about the Xiandi's attitude, Qin Wentian still had to consider Beaming Nanjiao. Killing Mu Chu was enough. Duanmu was not as disgusting as Mu Chu, so he would be spared. Duang. Mu Chu also knelt down at this moment. Qin Wentian looked at him with disgust. What he had done to Ziyin before was enough for him to die. It's no use kneeling. Qin Wentian said calmly. Hearing this, Liu Fang said indifferently, I think so too, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of Balian Saint Church took action for him. A destructive force that could refine everything appeared and directly swallowed Mu Chu. A scream was heard, and Mu Chu turned into ashes in the terrible destructive force. The shadow of the immortal emperor in the void trembled, and then said to Beaming Nanjiao, Princess, I will take my leave. As soon as the words fell, the immortal thought left, and the powerful son of the Mu family was directly wiped out. Do they have any friends of yours? Beaming Nanjai looked at the people of the One family. This is Jiutian, my friend, and this is Jiutian's father Wan King, a good friend I met on the way. Qin Wentian introduced with a smile. Miss Jiutian, Mr. Wan. Beaming Nanjai smiled and nodded at the two of them. Princess. Jiutian bowed slightly. She knew the etiquette, but Wan King was not so calm. He bowed with a trembling body and said, Wan King pays his respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Sir, since you are Brother Qin's friend, you are a guest of our beaming immortal dynasty. There is no need to be polite. Beaming Nong Yu said with a smile. When the people of the One family saw this scene, they wanted to die. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1341 Sadness. Jiutian, Wan King, people who were rejected by the One family, even Wan Qingshan wanted to sacrifice Jiutian several times to please Mu. Princess Nong Yu was an existence that they could not even look up at, but at this moment, Princess Nong Yu told Jiutian and Wan King that they were guests of the immortal dynasty. And such an opportunity could have been had by the One family, but because of their attitude towards Qin Wentian, they not only lost such an opportunity, but also became Qin Wentian's enemy. What about them? Beiming Nong Yu looked at the people of the One family and said, I am not familiar with them, but these people I am not familiar with have humiliated me several times, and this account still needs to be settled. Qin Wentian said softly, making the people of the One family pale. Then, Qin Wentian looked at Wan Qingshan and said, originally, I didn't bother to care about what happened before, but here, you sacrificed Jiutian to please Mu and humiliated me with the word bastard. Just for these 2 points, you deserve to die. Wan Qingshan's face was ashen, and he felt desperate. He knew that he would not survive. The next moment, Wan Qingshan suddenly burst into laughter, and laughed extremely wildly. He climbed up, as if he was a little crazy. Wan Qingshan, am really blind. Wan Qingshan suddenly laughed at himself, looking at Qin Wentian and said, when King invited you into the One family had a chance to make friends with you, but because of Wan Yao's willfulness, Miaoyan's pride, and my Wan family's pitiful arrogance, you were ignored. After coming to this imperial city, the proud Wan family became humble and regarded Duanmu as a figure in the clouds. However, the funny thing is that some people are right in front of you and you turn a blind eye to them, but you try every means to please that unreachable figure. It's really funny and sad. Wan King was also moved when he saw his second brother's sad posture. It was indeed very sad. Who would have thought that there lived in the One family a figure that they thought was unreachable, who could make the figure in the clouds Duanmu Xiu kneel down? Yiao, Miaoyan, kneel down. Wan King suddenly shouted, and Wan Miaoyan and Wan Yiao's beautiful eyes were fixed there. Do you want them to kneel down? Wan Yiao looked at Qin Wentian, and her heart was still shaken at this moment. If it weren't for her willfulness, if Qin Wentian was allowed to control the Red Wing, not deliberately making things difficult, and no longer mocking on the road, then, would the ending be different? Qin Wentian was very calm when he spoke. No matter who he spoke to, he was calm and indifferent. She couldn't stand that expression, thinking that Qin Wentian was pretending to be arrogant, but now it seemed so ridiculous and pathetic. She glanced at Beiming Nong Yu who was standing next to Qin Wentian. The peerless princess, the high-ranking figure in the clouds, stood next to Qin Wentian like an old friend. Father, I know you want to save me, but since you were wrong, then you were wrong. Wan Miaoyan said calmly. She closed her eyes, and her heart was extremely complicated. But I'm still a little unwilling. This time I came to the North Sea Immortal Dynasty for the Immortal Mountain and the Immortal King Realm. Wan Miaoyan closed her eyes and sighed. When she opened her beautiful eyes, she showed a trace of determination. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, I want to challenge you. If you really get the recognition of the princess and the Holy Sun by your strength, even if you kill me, I will die. Miaoyan. Wan Qingshan scolded. Father, you don't need to persuade me. I was already servile in front of Duanmu Xiu before, and it became the end of our Wan family. This time, I will not kneel, even if I die. Wan Miaoyan looked at Qin Wentian and said, her body was suspended in the air, Staring at Qin Wentian coldly, the flames were terrible, covering all directions, and said, "I will die in battle." Qin Wentian looked up and looked at Wan Maoyan in the void, revealing a sarcastic smile. "Do you think you are noble in this way?" Qin Wentian said lightly, "A person who shows his arrogance by humiliating and belittling others, with an ugly face, responds to you with your words. As a lowly existence like you, what qualifications do you have to say the word challenge to me? Or, you still have a glimmer of hope? If you defeat me, should I not attack you again?" If Wan Maoyan just looked down on him, he might not care, but those insulting and sarcastic words of lowliness, humbleness, and ants cannot be covered up by a proud face of dying generously. When Wan Maoyan heard Qin Wentian's words, she felt her heart tremble suddenly, and her face kept changing. Qin Wentian looked at Wan Maoyan's expression and sneered, "Sure enough, you still have that kind of pathetic pride in that humble fantasy." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Wentian released a powerful breath of rules from his body, and instantly rushed out. He raised his palm, and the endless and terrible rune light changed, instantly turning into a terrifying palm print of destruction. Wan Maoyan's face changed drastically, and she frantically released her strength to resist. However, under the destructive palm print, she was directly held like an ant. Then the palm print held her body and smashed it towards the air below. With a loud bang, Wan Maoyan felt that her internal organs were shaking, and blood kept spitting out of her mouth. Qin Wentian still stood there, as if he had not moved from beginning to end. The people around were terrified. What a terrible strength! He was also in the realm of immortals, but the palm print was too terrible. Qin Wentian did not stop. His palm swung towards Wan Qingshan again. With just one blow, he rushed directly into Wan Qingshan's body and shattered the immortals in his body. At the same time, he swung out with his left hand and hit Wan Yiao's body, knocking her out directly. Wan Qingshan, Wan Maoyan and Wan Yiao fell together. All three of them were severely injured to varying degrees. Their faces were full of despair, looking at the figure of the young man. However, Qin Wentian stopped, turned around, and said to Bei Ming Nongyu, "Is it boring? I think it's quite interesting." Bei Ming Nongyu smiled, her eyes looked at Wan Maoyan, and said lightly, "With your current cultivation realm, I'm afraid it's hard to find a few people in the entire fairyland realm who can compete with you. Duanmu and Muqiu are insulting you for standing beside you, and a person who can kowtow in front of Duanmu and Muqiu is so pathetic that he shouts the word challenge to you. This is a very interesting thing in itself." Bei Ming Nongyu's voice hit Wan Maoyan's heart hard, destroying her only dignity, and using the word challenge to maintain her self-esteem. However, this is just like her previous insult to Qin Wentian. A lowly person wants to disguise himself in this way. So, at this moment, who is the real lowly? In the eyes of Qin Wentian and Bei Ming Nongyu, what is she? Wan Maoyan? It's really interesting, haha. Let's go to the high platform. Li Yufang said with a smile. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently, ignoring the rest of the Wan family and Wan Maoyan and the others who fell to the ground. At this moment, Wan Maoyan and the others realized that in Qin Wentian's eyes, they had never existed. Therefore, Qin Wentian acted so indifferent to all the previous contempt, just because he didn't bother to care about them. Jiutian and the old gentleman, come along too. Bei Ming Nongyu smiled at the two of them. Jiutian glanced at Qin Wentian and didn't say much, while Wan Qingshan was a little terrified. He was still in the shock brought by Bei Ming Nongyu's words before. Is it hard to find a few people in the entire fairy realm who can compete with Qin Wentian? Bei Ming Nongyu's comment was enough to make people tremble. If it came from an ordinary person, it might just be considered a simple compliment, but the person who said this was the princess of the Bei Ming Xian dynasty, Bei Ming Nongyu. Then, the weight of this sentence is full. Bei Ming Nongyu's figure flashed as he walked forward. Qin Wentian and others stepped out one after another and headed towards the high platform. Someone had already prepared seats for the banquet on the platform. Bei Ming Nongyu did not sit on the throne, but sat with several others, just like a gathering of friends. She stood up, looked at everyone and smiled. Although some minor incidents have occurred, please do not let them affect your enjoyment of the banquet. These people are all my friends. As you all know, Li Yufeng is the holy son of the Balian Saint sect. Brother Qin met in the Xiandao Saint Academy in the past. When the Xiandao Saint Academy opened, the top geniuses of the fairyland gathered together. Brother Qin caused a storm in the Saint Academy. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. No wonder Beiming Nanjiu and the holy son of the Balian saint sect valued this person so much. Is there an existence that can cause a storm in the Xiandao Saint Academy? Although Beiming Nanjiu said it simply, they understood that it takes a terrible strength to stand out in a place where the geniuses of the entire fairyland gather. It seems that he is an unparalleled figure. Such a strong man has also come to Beiming Fairy Mountain. The name of Beiming Fairy Mountain is indeed well deserved. Everyone exclaimed. I didn't expect to see Mr. Qin here. I wonder if we can ask the princess for a few drinks. At this time, a clear and beautiful voice came out, and then several figures rose into the air. Everyone looked over and exclaimed. The women who appeared seemed to be hiding themselves intentionally. They all wore veils, but when the veils were lifted, beautiful faces appeared one after another, which made people tremble. How come there are so many beauties, and they are all so beautiful? Everyone's heart trembled. It turned out to be Fairy Yaote. Please come in. Beiming Nanjiu said with a smile, and exclamations came one after another. Fairy Yaote. Fairies from the top power in the north of the fairyland, the Fairy Yaote Palace, came, and they also knew Qin Wentian. Thank you, Princess Nanjiu. Several fairies stepped out. The person who spoke before was Fairy Yaote Shen Yuhua, who knew Qin Wentian in the Xiandao Holy Academy. Mr. Qin, how are you? Shen Yuhua said with a smile. Fairy, how are you? Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Everyone sat down and enjoyed the banquet. The people of the One family had not left yet. Wan Miaoyan stood up and looked at the situation on the high platform. Princess Beiming, Fairy Yaote, and the Holy Son of Balian were all legendary figures. However, they all respected Qin Wentian and appeared one after another after seeing him. Qin Wentian seemed to be supposed to sit with these people. Such people were humiliated and made things difficult when they were in the One family. Only Ziyin and Wan Ziuqing did not do so. Therefore, Ziyin and Wan Ziuqing also sat there and sat with those legendary figures. Let's go. Wan Qingshan had become extremely old. These two words seemed to contain endless sadness. Chapter 1342 Making Friends. The people of the One family left. They came with yearning and longing, and left with loneliness and sadness. However, no one cared about their existence. In this world, people only paid attention to those people who were high up in the clouds, such as Beiming Nanjiu, Li Yufeng, Qin Wentian, and the Fairy of Yaotai. The people who sat in front of the throne drinking and chatting, their words and actions, were more likely to attract attention than the life and death of the One family. The woman sitting next to Qin Wentian seems to be from the One family as well. She is very beautiful, just like the person in the painting. Her beauty is unique. This woman must have a good vision. She did not look down on Qin Wentian like the other people in the One family. Instead, she stood beside Qin Wentian. The same is true for his father. Therefore, she gained Qin Wentian's friendship and sat with the princess. What an honor it is. This old man from the One family seems a little restrained and nervous. Haha. However, the princess and the saint's son are both such magnanimous people. Even if their identities are ordinary, they still treat Qin Wentian's friends with courtesy. They are not as domineering as Mu Chu and Duan Mu. These are truly proud people. They will not show off the pride in front of the weak. Everyone present was discussing eagerly. The fight just now became the topic of everyone's discussion. At the banquet on the high platform in front of the throne, Beiming Nanjiu smiled at Qin Wentian and said, Brother Qin, since you have come to our Beiming Xian dynasty this time, after you finish your training in Beiming Xian Mountain, you must go to our Xian dynasty palace to take a walk, so that I can show my hospitality as a host. Li Yufeng is here, why should I go to the palace to join in the fun? Would that ruin your good deeds? Qin Wentian said jokingly. I am not like what Brother Qin thinks. After all, I am not as powerful as Brother Qin. I have only reached the Xianta realm and have obtained the permission of the emperor to betroth the princess. Li Yufeng smiled at Qin Wentian and raised his glass and said, Speaking of which, I still want to toast Brother Qin. Congratulations. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he looked at Li Yufeng with some surprise. The Balian Saint sect is in the north of the Xianyu, and the Changqing Xian kingdom is in the east. They are separated by an unknown distance, and Li Yufeng actually knows about this. It seems that the top forces in the Xianyu are quite concerned about the movements of all parties. Yes, toast to Brother Qin. Beiming Nanjiu also smiled. Brother Qin and Princess Qinger have been betrothed by the emperor? This is indeed a happy event. Shen Yuhu also raised her glass, her eyes were full of charm, and she looked deeply at Qin Wentian. Then Qin would like to thank you all. Qin Wentian was not polite and drank the wine in the glass with a smile. Wan's Huking had always seemed very restrained. At this moment, when he heard Li Yufeng's words, his expression flashed, and a sense of loss flashed through his heart. Although this loss was unreasonable, before, seeing Qin Wentian so prominent and like-minded with his soulmate, he still couldn't help thinking about the jokes at the beginning. How nice it would be for the two of them to be together. A bitter smile flashed at the corner of his mouth, and Wan Zhuking put aside this unrealistic illusion. It seemed that he thought too much. Princess Nongyu of the beaming immortal dynasty and the saint of the Balian Saint Church had such a high evaluation of Qin Wentian and regarded him as a good friend. What kind of person is he? How could there be no women who like him? How could his identity be simple? Sure enough, upon hearing that Qin Wentian seemed to be marrying a princess, and that the emperor had betrothed her, Wan Zhuking was somewhat moved. He had never dreamed that the young man he had accidentally met that day would be so prominent. He was somewhat disappointed that Qin Wentian was not an immortal king, but now it seemed that Qin Wentian was not comparable to an ordinary immortal king. Which country is your fiancée's princess from? I wonder if I have heard of her. Jiutian smiled at Qin Wentian. Her expression seemed very calm, as quiet and elegant as ever, without any disturbance. Very far away, the Changqing Immortal Kingdom in the east of the Immortal Realm. Qin Wentian whispered to Jiutian. This princess of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom must be very beautiful. Jiutian murmured. Yes, very beautiful. Qin Wentian thought of Kinger, and a gentle smile flashed in his eyes, but then he thought it was not good to praise his fiancée in front of a beautiful woman, so he smiled again. Jiutian, you are also beautiful. Thank you. Jiutian smiled indifferently, and Li Yufeng looked at the two people in front of him with a smile, and seemed to show a look of interest. When does Brother Qin plan to marry Princess Kinger? Li Yufeng asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's step into the realm of Immortal King first. After all, the immortal platform is really a bit weak in the immortal domain. Qin Wentian shook his head gently. This is the truth. Although you have stood at the top of the immortal platform, as long as you don't enter the Immortal King, you will still appear very weak in this endless immortal domain. However, I believe that once you step into the realm of Immortal King, you will immediately complete a leap and directly become a strong person from a weak person. Ordinary immortal kings may not be your opponent. Li Yufeng smiled seriously. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy knew Qin Wentian's fighting power. It's too early to say this. After all, becoming an immortal king is not an easy thing. I hope that beaming Immortal Mountain can help me with my practice. Qin Wentian smiled. Haha, that's right. It's just that when Brother Qin and Princess Kinger get married in the future, if I have time, I might ask for a glass of wedding wine. Brother Qin won't mind, right? Of course you are welcome. Qin Wentian nodded. Well, and me, if I have time, I will definitely go there to see the grand occasion. Beaming Nanjiu smiled slightly. You two should stop talking about me. Maybe you are earlier than me. Qin Wentian looked at the loving couple and said, at the banquet, they talked happily. People's status and position determined whether they had the opportunity to sit together, and personality really determined whether they could become friends. Li Yufeng and beaming Nanjiu's personalities were quite admired by Qin Wentian, so he naturally didn't mind having more friends. Jiutian had been sitting there quietly, smiling. Wan Zhuking naturally couldn't interrupt and still looked restrained. Although beaming Nanjiu and the others didn't care about anything, he couldn't control his nervousness after all. Of course, there was also a hint of pride. He had lived for so many years, but he had never enjoyed such treatment. Perhaps there would not be a second time in this life. Brother Qin, I will go to preside over the matter of entering the fairy mountain first. While chatting, beaming Nanjiu glanced at the crowd and then said softly. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and said, Princess Nanjiu will go and do her thing. Li Yufeng and I will drink more wine. Yes. Beaming Nanjiu nodded to the fairy of Yaote and Jiutian again, then stood up, walked to the throne, looked at everyone, waved his hand, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at the throne, waiting for beaming Nanjiu to speak. You all came from all over my immortal dynasty, not to see me, Beiming Nongyu, so I don't want to waste too much of your time. Beiming Nongyu said jokingly, making many people laugh, and some even said, I did come to see the princess. Hearing the constant jeers, Bei Mingnuangyu raised her hand, and everyone suddenly quieted down. Qin Wentian looked at this scene and thought that Bei Mingnuangyu was worthy of being the princess of the immortal dynasty. She had her own unique charm. A simple joke seemed to bring her closer to everyone. However, I still have something to say. Bei Mingxian Mountain is a holy place for cultivation in my immortal dynasty, but after all, the area is limited. Too many people who step into the cultivation at one time will easily interfere with each other. Therefore, no matter which time, the number of people will be limited. I hope that those who have not been able to step into it will not feel resentful. You can try again next time if you have the chance. Bei Mingnuangyu continued, and everyone nodded gently. The strong enter, the weak stay, and everyone can still understand this. Those who can step into the fairy mountain should need the top combat power of the fairy platform. I will set up a barrier behind me at the entrance of the fairy mountain. It is the puppet army refined by my fairy dynasty. As long as you can break through the puppet army and step into the fairy mountain, it means that you can practice in Beiming Fairy Mountain. But there is one thing, those who fly in the air must not exceed 10,000 feet high. Bei Mingnuangyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong man walked forward and went behind her. Then someone released an extremely powerful magic weapon. In an instant, figures appeared in the void one after another, densely packed. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying puppet army appeared there, guarding the entrance of the fairy mountain. Okay, everyone get ready. Bei Mingnuangyu said, and then Li Yufeng and Qin Wentian also stood up and stepped out into the void. A rumbling sound was heard, and the throne and the stairs sank into the ground, as if there was a powerful formation here. Let's go to the back. Bei Mingnuangyu said, and several people nodded and retreated to the back, leaving the position vacant. Qin Wentian looked at the puppet army, which was actually connected into a super formation, like a black net covering the sky and the sun. From the sky net, the entrance was completely blocked. In this formation, every place was guarded by a puppet. What kind of strength can break through? Qin Wentian asked. As long as you take the step of becoming an immortal king, generally speaking, there will be no problem. These puppets are all top-level combat forces of the immortal platform, and they are connected by formations. It is useless to rely on siege. You must break through the puppets with single attacks to break through the defense. Bei Mingnuangyu said, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Although there are endless people here, there will not be too many people who can really step into the Beiming Immortal Mountain. Brother Qin, are you in a hurry to go in? If you are in a hurry, you can go in with Jiutian first. Bei Mingnuangyu asked. Qin Wentian and I should also pass the test to go in, so that people will not complain about the princess. Jiutian said softly, very considerate. Bei Mingnuangyu glanced at her, with a hint of appreciation in her beautiful eyes. Although she would not mind this little thing, Jiutian was able to think for her, and it was obvious that he was a very good person. Ordinary people would be proud of the princess opening a back door. Jiutian is right. If we want to go in, we can just go in through the formation. Qin Wentian smiled. He didn't care. Since he was here, he would take a look at the formation before entering the fairy mountain. It would not take too long. Well, that's fine. Then you can all go together. Bei Mingnuangyu smiled and nodded. Chapter 1343 Beaming Immortal Mountain. The puppet formation was opened, and countless strong men began to attack the puppet formation. In just a short moment, a shocking collision broke out in front. Qin Wentian and his men stood behind and watched. These puppets could launch various attacks, and the power of each attack was the power of the peak of the immortal stage, unparalleled and powerful, breaking everything. Some strong men joined forces to besiege the puppets, but the puppet formation was wonderful and could divide the attack power of these people, and when the light shone, there would be puppet phantoms. However, there were some very powerful people who had comprehended the power of the immortal king and directly launched extremely strong rule attacks that could penetrate through the puppet formation. This formation is really wonderful. Qin Wentian said softly. It was deliberately refined by the master of the puppet formation for this assessment. Bei Mingnuangyu responded. Well, but it is worthy of the strong men who came from all sides of the Beiming dynasty. There are many powerful people, and many have broken through the puppet formation and entered the Immortal Mountain. Qin Wentian smiled. The North Sea Fairy Mountain opens once every 10 years. Most of the people who come here are confident, so their strength is not bad. Bei Mingnuangyu said. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Let's go in. Okay, Brother Qin, Fairy Yaote, let's go. Li Yufang smiled, and the group immediately walked forward. Bei Mingnongyu did not go. She was the host of the opening of the Fairy Mountain this time, so she naturally had to stay. Moreover, she could enter the North Sea Fairy Mountain at any time. Wentian, I'll trouble you to take care of Jiutian. Wan Zhuking said. Don't worry, Uncle Wan, Jiutian herself has extraordinary cultivation. When she arrives in the North Sea Fairy Mountain, no one dares to provoke her. Qin Wentian smiled. Jiutian and Princess Nongyu drank at the same table. Unless they were bold, who would dare to touch her? Mr. 1. I will take care of you. When you leave the Fairy Mountain, come to my Fairy Dynasty Palace for a walk. Bei Mingnongyu said softly. Yes. Qin Wentian did not say thank you, but accepted the favor. Qin Wentian and the others walked towards the formation. He said to Jiutian, Jiutian, you go in first. Okay. Jiutian responded softly, and then stepped forward. Her aura was released, and she seemed to be covered by the power of rules. A huge painting appeared. She pointed her finger forward, and a sword appeared in the scroll in an instant. With a terrible sound of tearing the void, it struck forward and killed. Jiutian followed the sword. Everything around the sword was shattered. When it collided with the puppet's attack power was directly shattered and exploded. The puppet was full of bright light and once again issued a strong attack force, breaking the sword. However, Jiutian had a fairy pen in her hand, and she drew a pattern in front of her, which turned into a prison chain and directly tied up the puppet. Draw a prison on the ground. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Jiutian's mind was pure. She liked piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. The power she was good at was so wonderful, combined with her hobbies. Terrible swords kept appearing in the scroll, whistling and killing, revealing terrible sonic booms, destroying and exploding everything when penetrating. With a loud bang, the puppet seemed to turn into nothingness, and Jiutian's figure penetrated like lightning, directly passing through the formation. Awesome! Qin Wentian praised. The people of the One family had misjudged her. Although Jiutian did not like to fight and would not deliberately show her strength, it did not mean that her strength was weak. At this moment, it seemed that she was much stronger than Wan Maoyan in terms of strength. Miss Jiutian's talent is unique. Li Yufang also smiled, and then they stepped out. The power of rules on Qin Wentian's body flowed, and directly turned into destructive lightning, rushing towards the puppet. The puppet launched a violent attack and slammed into Qin Wentian's body, but Qin Wentian's body was full of divine aura, like the body of a god, and the power attacking him was directly shattered. The stream of destructive light penetrated everything and hit the puppet. Then his body penetrated directly and disappeared in this space, passing through the formation with an absolutely domineering attitude. After the formation, there was the entrance to beaming Jiutian. Jiutian was waiting there. Seeing Qin Wentian and Li Yufang coming out one after another in an instant, she smiled and did not wonder why Qin Wentian was so strong. She could not imagine how strong a person who is praised by beaming Nanjiu and Bailian Shengzi as being difficult to find an opponent in the same realm in the fairyland was. Let's go. The group walked forward and stepped into the beaming Jiutian area. In front of them, magnificent mountains stretched between heaven and earth, bathed in endless fairy light. Even though the fairy mountain in front was still far away from them, they had already felt the power of rules coming. The entrance to beaming Jiutian was set up here. I guess beaming Jiutian took into account that this place was just the border of the pervasive rules. If it was closer, it would be affected by the rules. Beaming Jiutian, also known as the Rules Jiutian. Brother Qin, how much do you know about this fairy mountain of rules? Li Yufang asked. I only know that this mountain is very suitable for people who have reached the peak of the fairy stage and those who have just entered the fairy king realm to practice. Qin Wentian said. Sure enough, it is only one-sided. This fairy mountain is not only suitable for people like Brother Qin to practice. In fact, it is even suitable for fairy emperors to practice. Even the strong ones at the fairy emperor realm cannot peek at the full picture of this magical fairy mountain. What we are looking at now are only the edge areas of the fairy mountain of rules, and the fairy mountain of beaming mentioned by most people is also the edge area, but the people of many powerful forces in the north of the fairyland understand how terrible this fairy mountain of rules really is. Li Yufang smiled and said, otherwise, why do you think the people of Bailian Xingjiao and Yaote Fairy Palace have arrived? Not only that, there are also some very powerful children of powerful forces mixed in the crowd. Moreover, this fairy mountain does not have only this one entrance. The place of this entrance is also not open once every 10 years. This is only for us ordinary people. For those powerful people, there are not so many restrictions. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he said, "It seems that I am ignorant." That can't be said. After all, at our current level, we don't need to know so much. The depths of this beaming immortal mountain are so deep that even the immortal emperors cannot fully explore its mysteries. It is not something we can touch or set foot on. The name of the beaming immortal dynasty's holy land is not false. Moreover, do you know why the beaming immortal mountain is located next to the immortal dynasty? As the group walked forward, the power of the rules gradually became stronger. Li Yufang smiled at Qin Wentian and asked, "Could it be that the beaming immortal dynasty was established by building it on the mountain?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Smart, beaming immortal mountain is a holy place born from heaven and earth. It was occupied and ruled by extremely powerful forces long before the beaming immortal dynasty. Later, the beaming immortal dynasty rose and unified the endless area. The imperial palace was built next to the beaming immortal mountain to better control this immortal mountain. Li Yufang responded with a smile. So, the strength of the beaming immortal dynasty should be very strong. Qin Wentian seemed to be talking to himself. Although he had contact with various top forces, he only had a certain understanding of the major forces in the eastern part of the immortal realm. He was not so clear about how strong the top forces in other regions were. Of course, otherwise how could they defend this holy land? Of course, even the beaming immortal dynasty would not prohibit the strong men of the major top forces from coming to the immortal mountain for trials, otherwise it would definitely offend the public. Li Yufang said. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Okay, this magical holy land is about to be revealed in front of us. I am looking forward to it. It's a pity that I can't go too deep in my current realm, otherwise I may never get out. As Li Yufang and his team walked forward, they had already felt the increasingly strong power of rules coming from the fairy mountain. The avenue of rules was invisible and seemed to be everywhere, scattered between heaven and earth. It is indeed a strange place. I don't know how this fairy mountain of rules was formed. Qin Wentian murmured. They walked forward and finally came to the foot of a mountain. Not only them, but also many of the strong men who stepped into the beaming fairy mountain have come here and gradually walked towards the fairy mountain. This mountain is the first fairy mountain of rules at the entrance. It is rumored that in our realm, only this mountain range is suitable for cultivation. This is also the limited area mentioned by Nongyu. After passing this area, those who step into it will be in danger of their lives. It is a forbidden area. There are some powerful people guarding it. Li Yufang reminded. Qin Wentian looked up at the mountain in front of him. The power of rules was getting stronger and stronger. The invisible rules enveloped the world. He raised his foot and continued to walk forward, climbing the mountain. The rules seemed to be within reach. Jiutian murmured. She stretched out her hand to feel it and whispered, "This power of rules is like the rule field of the strong above the realm of the immortal king, which permeates the world. If we can also release such rules like the immortal mountain, enveloped between the world and form a domain, we can mobilize its rule power for attack, defense, body protection, and transform it into a magical killing technique to condense the body of rules. In that case, we will be a true immortal king." Li Yufang whispered. There seem to be many caves in the mountains, and we can practice in them. When Qin Wentian stepped up, he saw many caves for practice, which may have been opened by predecessors. The rules of the fairy mountain are everywhere, and you can practice anywhere. I just don't want to be disturbed, so I went to the cave. Li Yufang said, "Of course, there are some magical caves where the rules gather together and turn into extremely strong rule power, which can be felt more clearly." Qin Wentian nodded and continued to go up. There was an ancient tree in front of them. There were rules on the ancient tree, and fruits grew. The fruits were extremely bright, red, like flames. The rule fruit is the rule fruit tree that was nurtured by this rule mountain range. There are many rare and exotic herbs in this mountain range. The mysterious place that cannot be set foot has even more unknown secrets. Li Yufang said, and Qin Wentian was more and more curious about the beaming fairy mountain. P.S. Today is the first day, please give me some monthly tickets, thank you everyone. Chapter 1344 Forbidden Land. Can I eat it? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Of course you can, especially for the strong who match these rule attributes. If you take the rule fruit, it will be of great use to your comprehension. Li Yufang said. Qin Wentian flashed and went to the fruit tree. He stretched out his hand and picked a fruit. However, at this moment, a terrifying fire rule spread out. The terrifying fire rule attacked along his fingers. Qin Wentian was shocked as if he was electrocuted. His body flashed back instantly, but the clothes he was wearing still burned in an instant, and a powerful destructive fire rule force penetrated into his body. "Well, I haven't finished yet. If you can eat it." Li Yufeng whispered behind him with a strange smile on his face. Qin Wentian shook his head speechlessly and said, "You have tricked me. However, I should have thought that since it is a fruit born on the mountain of rules, it obviously gathers endless rule aura to bloom and bear fruit. Naturally, it will also contain extremely strong rules. It should be no problem to take it down, but it is not so easy to eat it. Yes, if you swallow the rule fruit rashly, you may die." Li Yufeng nodded. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded lightly, walked past the fruit tree, and continued to walk towards the fairy mountain. "You just missed it." Li Yufeng was a little surprised, looking at Qin Wentian's back. "Although this fruit is precious, it is useless to me. Why bother with it? Let's leave it to those who need it," Qin Wentian said calmly. Li Yufeng smiled. What an interesting guy. In front of the rule fruit tree, many people would even rob it at all costs, but he looked calm. It's not that Qin Wentian is indifferent to the treasure, it's just that he has just climbed the mountain. Beaming Jiutian is extremely mysterious and vast. The beaming Jiutian that beaming non-Jiu refers to is only the outer area. Then, there must be a lot of wonderful things ahead. Why limit your horizons to this? Climbing step by step, the power of rules is everywhere. Qin Wentian feels it quietly, strolling in the fairy mountain, to understand the invisible rules between heaven and earth. Above his body, the power of rules permeates, as if to merge with the rules that permeate between heaven and earth. The strong in the realm of Jiante have already touched the power of rules. However, although they can bloom the power of rules, they are still fundamentally different from the Fairy King. The use of rules by the strong in the realm of Jiante is not limited to the power of rules released in their own Jiante. They can cast the body of rules and give birth to the field of rules in a thought. This is a qualitative change. Quantitative change is easy, but qualitative change is difficult. Therefore, there are many geniuses who cannot cross that threshold. Qin Wentian has taken a very important step, with one foot on the threshold of the Immortal King, but it is still extremely difficult to completely cross it. The immortal platform is from the inside out, and the immortal platform releases rules and emits power. The Immortal King is a fusion of the inside and the outside, and has been able to forge his own rule domain. If I can make the surrounding world permeated with endless rules like the beaming Immortal Mountain, I will definitely become an Immortal King. Qin Wentian murmured, but he could not find the opportunity. Finally, Qin Wentian stood on the top of this Immortal Mountain. He looked at the surrounding mountains. It was very vast. Many strong people had arrived. Some of them sat cross-legged and practiced directly, some continued to move forward, and some were looking for treasures like the rule fruit tree. Li Yufeng, Jiutian, this time we came to the beaming Immortal Mountain to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. We don't have to go together, Qin Wentian said to the two. Well, I think so too. Everyone has different opportunities, and I haven't reached that realm yet. Coming to this rules fairy mountain, I should first find a cave to practice. Li Yufeng said casually. You go, I'll look around. Jiutian smiled at Qin Wentian. If there is anything, notify me immediately. Qin Wentian said. Okay. Jiutian smiled, Qin Wentian nodded to the two of them, then stepped forward and went on his own way. The road of practice, after all, you have to walk it by yourself, especially at this bottleneck moment. No one can help you, no matter how strong the force is. It can only provide you with natural materials and treasures to better understand, but whether you can take that step in the end, still depends on yourself. Li Yufeng nodded to Jiutian. He turned around and left alone, leaving very freely. Just as he said, he needed to find a cave to practice. Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian's back and smiled. She sat on the ground and waved her hand. Suddenly, an ancient zither appeared. She actually played on the fairy mountain. The melodious sound of the zither spread out. The desolate fairy mountain seemed to be only her and her zither sound. The sound of the zither seemed to be bidding farewell to Qin Wentian. He did not look back, but walked forward step by step, aimlessly, just quietly feeling. He was different from Li Yufeng. He had already reached his realm and had already taken that very important step. Although it might not be profound enough, it didn't matter. As long as the opportunity came, he could directly cross over and ascend to the King realm. This realm is called the King realm. The Fairy King and the Fairy Emperor are all in this realm. The realm of the martial life cultivator is divided by the star soul and the communicating martial life star. The Fairy King and the Fairy Emperor belong to the same realm, but the people of the fairyland have divided this realm into the Fairy King and the Fairy Emperor. Breaking the king and becoming the emperor is the Supreme King realm. The martial artists in the entire immortal realm knew the importance of this realm. Qin Wentian certainly understood that as long as he crossed this realm, he would be the immortal king, and he would be in the same realm as the immortal emperor. As long as one reaches a realm, then the distance is no longer out of reach, but can be seen and touched. After crossing this hurdle, he would be a true strong man in the immortal realm, standing at the top of the immortal realm. Precisely because of the importance of this realm, Qin Wentian was full of expectations and desire for the immortal king realm. But he understood that at this time, he could not be impatient, and he must be calm and comprehend the rules of this world. Qin Wentian walked step by step. He walked very slowly, feeling the strength of the rules in every place and every corner, feeling their existence. He closed his eyes, not being disturbed by vision, and felt it with his heart. He walked up one mountain and then another mountain. On the way, he encountered an ancient tree of rules. The fruit had been picked by someone, but he still sat under the ancient tree to feel it. After a long time, he stood up and left. He passed by a strange rock. The huge rock stood on the top of a mountain. There was an ancient word engraved on it, King. In the ancient word, there was a majestic power of rules, as if it was going to rush into the human body. He sat down in front of the ancient word and entered into a state of meditation, feeling it quietly. After many days, he got up and left. Qin Wentian continued to walk, and he encountered another ice waterfall. The waterfall flying down from the top of the mountain was frozen. It was extremely spectacular. The whole area was covered with icicles, and the air seemed to condense. It was an ice world. When approaching there, Qin Wentian felt that he would also be frozen, and his internal organs would be eroded by the power of ice. However, he still released the power of rules and walked towards this area until he reached the limit of his endurance. He just stood there and felt it quietly. Soon, his whole body was covered by ice, frozen into ice, and turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture. After many days, there was a cracking sound, and Qin Wentian broke through the ice, walked out, and left directly without any nostalgia. Qin Wentian walked very slowly, understanding the power of rules of every mountain in this mountain range. He did not avoid any place and wanted to step on this mountain range. On this day, he passed by the Gravity Rule mountain range. It was almost difficult to lift his feet. Every step was extremely difficult, and his body was about to collapse. But he still walked with difficulty, constantly lifting his steps with difficulty, without bypassing. The internal organs in his body seemed to be under terrible gravity pressure, and he was extremely uncomfortable. It took him several months to walk through this Gravity Rule Fairy Mountain. This was not the most terrifying thing. Another day, he walked to Fairy Mountain of Corroded Rules. The Fairy Mountain seemed to corrode his body. When he passed this mountain, he did not know how much pain he endured and how many times he had his vitality restored. He even had the idea of giving up halfway, but he still walked on with his extremely tenacious will. Day after day, Qin Wentian was like an ascetic monk, with ragged clothes and long hair flying, looking a little sloppy, but he seemed not to notice it at all, and still walked like that, until one day, he walked through every fairy mountain in the mountains outside. But because he was always walking and moving, not many people noticed Qin Wentian's practice method. His good friend Jiutian, on the contrary, attracted more attention, because from the moment she stepped into the fairy mountain, she had been there, playing the piano, painting, and never moved a step. Her painting seemed to paint this fairy mountain and the invisible rule power. It has been more than a year since Qin Wentian entered the Immortal Mountain, and the limit of the Immortal Mountain is 3 years. Once the 3 years are up, the people of Beaming Immortal Mountain need to leave, and wait until 7 years later for the next batch of strong people to enter. Of course, if someone finds the opportunity to step into the Immortal King and enters the wonderful state of meditation and comprehension, the guards of Beaming Immortal Dynasty will not force him to go, but will let him continue to practice and will not delay this important opportunity for others. On this day, the ragged Qin Wentian walked to a border area. The reason why it is called a border area is that there seems to be an invisible barrier force in front. It is rumored that the front is the forbidden area of this immortal mountain. Once you step into this forbidden area, you will die and cannot come back alive. Therefore, although there are many people next to Qin Wentian at this moment, although they have come here, they dare not step over. Do you know about this forbidden area? Qin Wentian asked softly. Everyone shook their heads. Only one person looked at Qin Wentian and said, although I don't know much about it, it is a real forbidden area. Before, a man went there. When he came back, only half of his body was left, but he was still breathing. Then, he was taken away by a gray shadow. We couldn't even see what the gray shadow was. Chapter 1345, The Land of Death. Forbidden Land. Qin Wentian looked ahead at the boundless barren fairy mountain. That should be the real beaming fairy mountain. Outside the barrier, there were many very powerful figures guarding there. One of them said, the front is a forbidden land. Those who step into it will die. If you want to enter, you will bear the consequences. Since these people have stepped into beaming fairy mountain, even if they are the guards of the fairy dynasty, they are given the right to choose and will not be stopped from entering. Of course, let alone the level of the fairy platform, even those who have just entered the fairy king realm dare not enter this forbidden land. It is too dangerous. As the guards here, no one knows the horror of this forbidden land better than them. The real rule fairy mountain is endless, and no one knows where it leads. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he was a little hesitant in his heart. The so-called forbidden land is naturally extremely dangerous. This can be known from Li Yufeng's previous words. Even the fairy king figures dare not go deep into this place, and the strong men in the fairy emperor realm cannot peek into the mystery. To this day, I have traveled all over the edge of the immortal mountain, but I still cannot find the opportunity to enter the immortal king realm. If this continues, it is very likely that I will not be able to find it in decades or even hundreds of years. Since I have come out to gain experience, I have no choice but to try it out. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Is there anyone willing to go in and take a walk? Let's try the outer periphery of this forbidden area first. If we encounter danger, we can still withdraw in time. Someone spoke up, and everyone's eyes were sharp. Those who dared to stay here were all quite powerful geniuses, otherwise, they would not dare to covet the forbidden area. When this voice fell, many people's eyes suddenly showed sharpness. In their hearts, they have always had such thoughts, but they dare not make up their minds. Now this person's words seemed to make their hearts firmer. One person said, those who practice cultivation know that it is difficult to enter the immortal king. We came here, and we must have stepped into that threshold, but we can't step into the immortal king. Although it is only one step, we may never be able to step over it. We really need to try. Yes, I was already in my current realm 1,800 years ago. I have come to this beaming immortal mountain many times, but I am still in my current realm. I can't take that last step. A thin old man also spoke. He wore a bamboo hat and looked plain. There was no breath released from his body, but in fact he had stayed at the peak of the immortal platform for many years. In these years, his state of mind was a little unstable. Now he has only one goal, to step over. If he steps over again, it is very likely that he will only be in this realm for his whole life. He needs to take a risk. Yes, the Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous, but it is also rumored that there are many opportunities. According to legend, someone in the Forbidden Land once achieved enlightenment and became a peerless genius. From then on, his cultivation path soared to become a top-level strongman in the fairyland. Someone's voice was solemn, as if he wanted to strengthen everyone's determination. Facing the Forbidden Land, even people with great courage would still not be firm enough. After all, it is life-threatening. Although the path of strength is the lifelong pursuit of martial arts cultivators, if you lose your life, everything is nothing. Let's go. Only one person spoke, stepped forward, crossed the barrier, and entered the Forbidden Land. Everyone, let's go together. Someone followed, and one after another, everyone raised their feet and walked forward. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward and followed everyone into the Forbidden Land. Some hesitant people saw that all the strong men had entered, including Qin Wentian, so they followed in. Bei Mingnongyu and Li Yufeng said that Qin Wentian was the top genius in the realm of the immortal domain. Even if he did not enter the forbidden area, he would still be able to step into the realm of the immortal king in the future. But he still chose to step in. Then, people like them who were much less talented, what qualifications did they have not to take risks? The guards closed their eyes, as if this was a very common thing. Every time the Beiming Immortal Mountain was opened, There would always be such people, but who could come out alive? Courage is commendable, but without the strength to support this courage, there is only one way to die. After Qin Wentian stepped into the forbidden area of Beiming Immortal Mountain, he found that there was no rule power here. However, it was even more desolate and desolate, without a trace of sound. Everyone's steps were very slow, thinking that if they encountered any changes, they would just withdraw directly, but as they moved forward, they found that there was no danger. Therefore, they kept moving forward in this desolate land with an extremely cautious attitude. The road is gone. At this time, one person suddenly trembled and shouted, and many people looked at him, only to see that the other party looked back at the place where he came from, his face pale. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they looked back suddenly. There was something different there. At this moment, they were no longer walking out of the barrier, but a barren mountain range with no end. What should we do? One person said with a pale face. Many people trembled, and heard a shout, why panic? Since we are already here, keep going forward. Our purpose is to find the opportunity of the Immortal King, not to escape back, otherwise why come in? This voice made many people calm down. However, they all sacrificed their magic weapons. In Qin Wentian's hand, the demon sword appeared there. Is there an illusion? Everyone's face turned pale. They could only bite the bullet and move forward. Fortunately, they still did not encounter any danger. Their hearts gradually calmed down, but the tense atmosphere had not been driven away. Buzz! In the distant void, there was suddenly a whistling phoenix. Above the vast sky, a gray shadow appeared, like a terrible lightning, difficult to see clearly. What a terrifying speed! Everyone's heart trembled, and their aura was released. However, at this moment, the gray shadow suddenly swooped down towards them and turned into a terrifying gray stream of light. Be careful! Everyone immediately dodged in all directions. Everyone dispersed. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. He saw that the gray shadow was a monster he had never seen before. Its eyes were white, as if it was blind. It felt a little eerie. Its speed was so fast that everyone retreated frantically. Puff! The person who shouted the word "be careful" before was directly bloody and torn apart by the terrifying claws. It was horrible. The gray shadow instantly soared into the sky and circled in the void. Everyone, join forces to attack. Another voice came out. As soon as the man finished speaking, the terrifying monster rushed towards him. The strong man's face changed drastically, and a terrifying knife light slashed out. However, the monster swooping down ignored the erosion of the knife light and penetrated directly. A crisp sound was heard, blood splashed, and the man's skull was shattered and torn apart. The rest of the people saw this scene and ran away frantically. This monster was simply unmatched. It was too scary. He could actually ignore such a tyrannical attack. After killing one person, the monster continued to hover in the sky, as if looking for prey. Suddenly, its body moved again, and a person who escaped slower was torn to pieces and killed. At this moment, everyone was ashamed. Forbidden land, why did they set foot in such a place? This is courting death. Why do you want to enter the forbidden land? One person was unwilling and didn't want to die here, but as soon as he finished speaking, the monster rushed towards him directly. He was so scared that his legs trembled. He turned around to attack, but it was useless and was killed. Are we really going to die here? Many people were sad. At this moment, the old man with the bamboo hat suddenly lay on the ground, motionless, and even his breath was completely restrained. Does he want to die? Everyone passed by him without stopping. The monster continued to hunt forward, but it was directly over the old man, but did not hunt the old man lying on the ground. Qin Wentian's immortal mind noticed this scene and instantly put away the magic sword. His body continued to move forward, and then he suddenly fell to the ground and completely restrained his breath. Ah! A scream was heard, and the monster killed another person and passed by Qin Wentian again. This monster is blind. A thought came to everyone's mind, and they also reacted. In a blink of an eye, they all put away their magic weapons and restrained their breath, and then lay on the ground pretending to be dead. The wind blew past, and the eagle flew over the bodies of everyone, then circled up and went towards the sky, and actually left this place directly. However, even so, everyone still lay on the ground motionless. After a long time, someone got up, still trembling with fear. Let's leave this place quickly, he said, and then flashed forward. Everyone got up and walked forward, not daring to stay in this area. They kept walking forward, and suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. This figure was dressed in white, looking up at the mountains in front, holding a thin sword in his hand, and his back was facing everyone. Senior. Someone was overjoyed. He actually saw someone here. There is no doubt that he must be a very powerful person. As he finished speaking, the figure in front slowly turned around, and then everyone felt cold all over. This person had an extraordinary figure, but their eyes were bleeding, and the blood seemed to have dried up. The pupils seemed to be seeping out, and it was eerie and terrifying. Buzz! The speed of this white shadow was extremely fast, even faster than the previous monster. The sword chopped down, and the head of the person who spoke flew up. Everyone gasped, and their surprised hearts became extremely cold. They felt the end of the world. The Forbidden Land was not something they could set foot on. A series of whistling winds came, and they saw that there were figures flashing under this mountain, some people and some monsters. The breath on their bodies was extremely cold, revealing the breath of corpses. Same as the monster before. Qin Wentian also felt cold all over. This place was simply a Jedi. Chapter 1346 Despair. Qin Wentian held his breath, not daring to make a sound, and his breath was completely restrained. These people and monsters had no vitality at all, as if they were all dead bodies, but they could kill people. The others also had experience, and they all held their breath one by one, without any sound. At this moment, the whole space was terribly quiet. A cold wind blew across the barren mountains. Is this Forbidden Land really still part of the Rules Fairy Mountain? This place is simply the Mountain of Death. Huff. A light sound came out, and the wind blew the robe, which seemed a bit harsh in this silent space. I saw a figure turning around, and the face of the person who made the sound was as pale as paper. Buzz! After the strong wind, a gray shadow with a monstrous corrosive power swept past in that direction in an instant. In just a moment, the person who made the sound turned directly into corpse gas and disappeared. Everyone who was close to him was terrified, and one person made a very slight sound. Boom! A terrible thunder exploded violently. The terrifying power of thunder directly blew a terrible hole in the mountain range. In the void, a purple-winged monster bathed in the infinite light of thunder issued a fatal blow. There was another dead silence. Those dead figures stayed quietly in various directions. For everyone, they were like the gods of death. A strong man's body trembled slightly, and a figure slowly turned around and faced him. No one can survive. No one can survive. The man roared and rushed into the void. Several destructive attacks landed at the same time, directly annihilating them. It was so miserable that it couldn't be more miserable. The living people had cold sweat on their foreheads, but they still held their breath tightly and dared not make a sound. Their eyes were full of fear and despair. Of course, some people closed their eyes and dared not look at them anymore. They just hoped that these gods of death would leave by themselves. However, these figures didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Qin Wentian closed his eyes. For him, this was a dead end. No matter how strong he was, even if he had the most powerful magic weapon, once he was discovered, these death gods would attack him at the same time, and he would definitely die. He knew that these people and monsters were terrible figures in their lives, very powerful immortal kings, but now they have become death gods. He came here to break through the realm of immortal kings, not to die. He didn't want to die. However, how to break this situation? Sound, make a sound, and they can be led away. Qin Wentian thought to himself. If he could move, he could easily make a noise in other directions, but if he wanted to make a noise in other places, first of all, he had to move first, and if he moved, he would die. He could use his own ability to make a sound directly in the distance, but in the realm of immortals, the power was stimulated from the inside to the outside. First of all, he needed to release his own breath, so he would still be dead. The current situation was that there could not be any breath at all. The power of the immortal king, only the power of the immortal king can save oneself. A thought came to Qin Wentian's mind, an extremely strong desire to survive. Another scream came into his ears, and Qin Wentian's body was already soaked. If this continued, they would all die, and no one would survive. The strong sense of tension made Qin Wentian almost fall into a state of emptiness and absolute silence, as if everything between heaven and earth had stopped. The wind blew by his side, and he seemed to see the direction of the wind, and felt the rhythm of the wind, the pattern of the wind flow, vaguely visible. Rules are the way of heaven and earth. This world itself has its own way and its own language. Only by understanding these languages can we truly control these ways, the way of rules. A voice came into Qin Wentian's mind. Wind is the original attribute of heaven and earth, existing in every corner of the world. It does not need to be given by star souls like the attributes of suppression and destruction. I want to see the rules and language of the wind and the patterns of the wind through the trajectory of the wind. Qin Wentian thought to himself. On that day in the Xianfu realm, he was inspired by the Xianfu treasure book and had his own understanding of cultivation. He was trying to use his own way to get to the level of the immortal king. Every immortal king may have different perceptions when they break through. They step into the immortal king through different ways. Qin Wentian will also have his own way. Of course, the premise is that he can take this step. The world is silent. Qin Wentian forgets everything and just quietly feels the world. At this moment, his senses seem to become more acute, and he has entered a state that he could not reach before. How high a martial life cultivator can achieve is closely related to what kind of changes he will experience when he faces a life and death crisis. No one can avoid life and death threats on the road to becoming a strong man, and this time is often the most challenging. Even if a person has a strong will, when the god of death comes, his will may still collapse. He panics, fears, and his senses become dull, so the ending is likely to be death. There is another kind of people who can stimulate their super potential when they are in a life and death crisis. When a person is forced into a desperate situation, the strong desire to survive will make him burst out with power beyond the past, because they know that if they don't move forward, they will die. When faced with life and death, people will go to these two extremes, and the latter kind of people are obviously fewer. Qin Wentian, he is exactly this kind of person. In the outside world, 2 more people were killed. Those death gods who harvested life seemed to have identified this area. As long as there was a movement, they would directly attack. Everyone was panicking. These monsters didn't even know how they were born. Time is so long. Qin Wentian seemed to have forgotten everything in the outside world at this moment. At this moment, even if he was nervous and afraid, it would be useless. He wanted to survive. To survive, he must understand. His perception was released to the extreme. The pattern of the avenue between heaven and earth, the natural rules of the avenue, seemed to be imprinted in his mind. He tried to communicate with immortal thoughts. Immortal thoughts are the only thing that cannot be released without releasing breath. Another person made a very subtle sound. In an instant, the death gods turned to him. The man's face was as pale as paper, with only boundless fear. He showed despair, as if the world had stopped functioning. Boom! At this moment, a violent sound was heard in the distance. The aura between heaven and earth fluctuated and swept towards the distance. Suddenly, those figures rushed out suddenly, like lightning. I saw a series of destructive attacks blooming at the same time, attacking the fluctuating aura. However, when the power of destruction fell, the fluctuating aura was still there, rushing towards the distance. Those death gods chased after it. This scene made the desperate man just now stunned, and he just felt that he had saved his life. Those figures went farther and farther, gradually moving away from this side. At this moment, everyone felt that they had been saved from a desperate situation. A gust of cold wind blew past, and these powerful people actually felt the cold air penetrate into their bodies. It was very cold, and they were covered in cold sweat. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, with a dazzling gleam in his pupils. He was one step closer to escaping death. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian left like lightning. There was a valley in front of him and a mountain range in the distance. Everyone walked forward, crossing the valley. On the way, they encountered many figures like the god of death. Qin Wentian led them away one by one, making many people look at Qin Wentian in surprise. This guy has become stronger. He seems to have realized something and is getting closer and closer to the realm of the immortal king. He is approaching his opportunity step by step. This valley is extremely large and colorful. Magical flowers bloom in the valley, releasing fragrance and having a strong breath of life. What kind of flower is this? Someone stopped and approached the sea of flowers. There must be many rare treasures in this valley. Are the beautiful flowers in the sea of flowers also natural treasures? The breath between heaven and earth fluctuated. Qin Wentian's expression flashed, and he immediately left quickly. He saw that the space fluctuated, and the sea of fire suddenly grew towards the sky, with a constant clattering sound, rising up, and actually turned directly into a terrible sea of flowers, engulfing everything. The strong man's face changed, and he flew high into the sky. However, the speed of the growing flowers was faster than his speed, and he was directly wrapped in the petals. The huge petals closed and wrapped his body inside. After a while, one of the flowers became more beautiful. When the petals opened, there was only a cold dry corpse inside. The others fled forward quickly, but there was still a sea of flowers rising up. There was no beauty between the opening and closing of the petals, only a bloody weird feeling. "Save me!" Another scream was heard. Being swallowed up by the sea of flowers, the others were scared to death. Qin Wentian directly sacrificed the magic sword and slashed towards the approaching sea of flowers. A terrifying phantom of a big rock appeared, and a rustling sound was heard. He cut off a piece, and his body rushed up again. The magic sword turned into 100 feet and suddenly passed below. All the strong men used their magic weapons and fled madly to the mountains ahead. Finally, several more people died. Qin Wentian left the Flower Sea Valley and came to another mountain range. Several more people landed. There were only 5 people left. The rest of the strong men all died in the forbidden area. The 4 bodies were suspended in the air, looking at the endless mountains ahead. Their faces were ashen, and their hearts were filled with endless despair. "I can't live, I can't live at all." One of them was a little crazy. He felt that he was going to die, and it was impossible for him to walk out of the forbidden area alive. Qin Wentian glanced into the distance and also felt a sense of powerlessness. In this magical forbidden area deep in the Rules Fairy Mountain, the power of them, the strong ones, still seemed so small. Chapter 1347 Pei Qing. The 5 people who survived were desperate and confused. One of them had the weakest will and kept repeating that he couldn't survive. Obviously, his will was on the verge of collapse. "What should we do?" one person asked, his eyes looking at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was the strongest person here. Moreover, the princess and the son of God valued him very much. Naturally, he was the most extraordinary. When they faced those killing death gods before, someone led them away. Later, when they passed through the canyon, they knew that person was Qin Wentian. His realm must be the highest among the 5 people. Keep going. What's the point of thinking that you can't survive? If you are really desperate, just commit suicide. If you still want to survive, even if there is a glimmer of hope, you have to keep going. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. He himself had no confidence, but he had no choice. No one wanted to face such a situation, but when entering the forbidden area, you should be prepared. You may encounter death threats. Since it has come to this point, you can only bite the bullet and go down. After the words fell, Qin Wentian continued to walk forward, and several people followed him. What Qin Wentian said was right. What's the point of thinking that you can't survive? Are you going to commit suicide here? If you don't want to commit suicide, you can only go on. The person who kept repeating that he couldn't survive was stunned, gritted his teeth, and followed. Only when you really go deep into this forbidden area will you know how vast it is. The desolate land seems to have no end. Fortunately, they didn't encounter that kind of desperate crisis again. After walking through one desolate mountain after another, Qin Wentian felt the flow of power between heaven and earth. He felt vaguely that there seemed to be something more here than the outside world, but he couldn't explain it clearly. "No, I can't stand it. I want to walk from the sky. I keep walking in one direction at a very fast speed. I will have a chance to walk out of this mountain range." The person with weaker willpower couldn't stand this aimless and lonely walk, so he said, "Is there anyone who wants to come with me?" The eyes of the other people flickered, and only one person said, "I'll go with you. I hope it works." The other 2 looked at Qin Wentian, who shook his head and said, "Since it's a forbidden area, it's not that easy to get out." The eyes of the 2 people flickered. The strong men of the immortal platform could walk from the sky. What Qin Wentian said made sense. If you can walk out by just going to the sky and moving forward, this place can't be called a forbidden area. "Let's go." The 2 people who wanted to leave took off into the air, soaring up, and kept going to a very high place. Qin Wentian looked up and saw that the bodies of the other 2 people were getting smaller and smaller, and gradually disappeared from his sight. Obviously, they had reached a very high place. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared above the sky. Above the clouds, it seemed as if a green tentacle stretched out and directly covered the 2 black spots. This. Qin Wentian and the others' eyes flashed. A very terrifying aura seemed to diffuse down from the sky. The strange green light fell and illuminated the entire space for a moment. Although it was only a moment, the light was so dazzling. "Disappeared." One person murmured. The 2 black spots in the void disappeared, which meant that the two figures disappeared. Are they dead? The other person was the old man who had stayed in the peak realm of Xiante for many years. He looked at the void and felt a sense of grief. How can it be possible not to die? Qin Wentian said in a low voice, and a sense of sadness also arose in his heart. He also hoped that there would be a way out, but in fact, it was difficult to find a way out. At least for now, he could not see where the hope of survival was. I hope I can survive in this desperate situation. The old man sighed. He was the most determined person besides Qin Wentian. After staying in this realm for a long time, he decided to come to the Forbidden Land to try and find an opportunity. He was more indifferent to life and death than others. The other person was a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament. He carried an ancient sword on his back. He seemed to be a sword cultivator. He was taciturn and walked silently. Yes, who said there won't be a ray of hope after a dark period? Qin Wentian smiled and seemed to be comforting himself. While speaking, he continued to gallop forward. After a few months, they saw a strange mountain landform in front of them. They looked down at the sunken canyon below and found that it was a huge palm print. This palm print stretched across the earth, with 5 clear and incomparable sunken places, which were 5 fingers. What's more terrifying is that this vast 5-finger palm print actually exuded a faint oppressive atmosphere. Standing next to it, one could feel its majestic momentum pressing down, as if to destroy and crush everything. Is this Forbidden Land really the mountain of rules? The old man whispered, to leave such a palm print, one must be at least a top-level immortal emperor. Qin Wentian was also moved. This mountain range has existed for countless years, and the history of this palm print must be extremely long. Endless years have passed, and the aura permeated in this palm print has not completely dissipated. It is conceivable how powerful and terrifying the person who blasted out this palm print was. I am just curious now, how big is it? The handsome young man said lightly. They have been walking forward since they entered the Forbidden Land. More than a year has passed, and they still can't see the end, and they don't know where they have walked. So he asked this question, how deep is the Forbidden Land? Where does it lead to? Let's go. Qin Wentian also sighed in his heart, but he only said 2 words and continued to move forward. He walked over the 5-finger mountain. Below, the powerful palm print oppressive aura permeated his body. The 5-finger mountain is very large. They walked for some time before they came to another undulating mountain range. There's someone. At this time, they saw a figure wearing a black cloak standing quietly in front of them. The 3 of them stopped at the same time, not daring to move. At this time, the figure slowly turned around, and Qin Wentian and the other 2 saw a heroic face. The eyes were dark and deep, and very bright, as if they could see through the 3 of them. It's a living human, a martial artist. The old man exclaimed. This was the first living human martial artist they saw in the Forbidden Area. Li Yufang told Qin Wentian that there was more than one entrance to the beaming Immortal Mountain. Some powerful people would step into the depths of the Immortal Mountain from other places. The strong man in front of him must be one of them. Qin Wentian's eyes showed a light that saw through the falsehood, but he still couldn't see through the other party. Obviously, this person was a king-level figure, much stronger than him. Hello, senior. Qin Wentian shouted. The man glanced at Qin Wentian and the others calmly. There was a bit of curiosity and contempt on his heroic face. He turned his eyes and whispered, you guys who are not afraid of death, you are really lucky to be able to walk here alive. Senior, we have mistakenly entered the Forbidden Area and encountered death crises several times. Many companions died on the way. Can you point out a clear way? The handsome young man next to Qin Wentian said with a bow. There is no clear way. With your cultivation level, there is only a dead end. The young man who looked very young and heroic said indifferently, with a firm tone. Dead end. The expressions of Qin Wentian and the other 2 changed slightly. The old man said, Junior dares, can the juniors and others follow you? The other party turned around suddenly, and his sharp eyes were like a flash of lightning. The old man staggered back and his face turned pale instantly. The corner of the young man's mouth was outlined with a hint of sarcasm, and he said, you are worthy. The old man's expression darkened, and he was speechless. It was indeed unworthy for such a powerful person to lead them. Senior, this brother Qin is a friend of Princess Nongyu of the Northern Ming Immortal Dynasty, and he is of extraordinary status. The young man next to Qin Wentian said, seeming a little unwilling. They finally encountered a glimmer of hope. As long as the person in front of them agreed to help, they might be able to walk out alive. The young man's eyes stagnated, and he glanced at Qin Wentian. A sarcastic smile flashed across his heroic face. "What do you mean by this?" He looked at the young man and said lightly. Feeling the sharpness of the other party's eyes, the young man apologized. "Senior, please forgive me, I have no other intentions." "No." The young man smiled, and then he took a step forward. With just one step, the face of the person next to Qin Wentian turned pale, as if he was shrouded in endless murderous intent. "Senior, please forgive me." Qin Wentian and the old man spoke at the same time. Now there was only one companion left, and this strong man wanted to kill him for a disagreement. "Forgive me? Bei Mingnongyu's friend, are you using your status to pressure me?" A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the eyes of the young man, and then a scream was heard. The body of Qin Wentian's companion was shattered directly, and blood splashed on Qin Wentian's face. His face was extremely ugly. Although the other party's words were a bit abrupt, it was not necessarily what he meant. However, the young man in front of him killed him for a word. "I won't kill you either. If you can walk out alive, you might as well tell Bei Mingnongyu that you met Pei Qing in this forbidden area." The young man said lightly, then turned and walked away. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Pei Qing. A terrifying sharpness flashed in the old man's eyes. "Do you know him?" Qin Wentian asked. In the Bei Mingxian dynasty, Pei Qing's name will only be louder than Princess Nongyu. The old man's expression trembled. No wonder he killed people for a word. Pei Qing, the youngest immortal emperor of Beiming Immortal Dynasty, the first person in history since the founding of Beiming Immortal Dynasty. The old man whispered, which made Qin Wentian's eyes shine. With such brilliance, no wonder he was so arrogant and killed people at will. This person looked so young, but he was actually an immortal emperor. There are only two of us left. Qin Wentian sighed, and the old man's expression also froze. Among the people who entered the forbidden area, only he and Qin Wentian were still alive. "Let's go." Qin Wentian continued to move forward. They moved forward all the way, and soon stopped again. In front of them, there were actually stone tablets, all of which were blank tablets, inserted into the ground. Like tombstones. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1348 Ancient Battlefield? Qin Wentian walked forward and looked at these wordless stone tablets, which exuded an ancient atmosphere. Some of the stone tablets had been broken and turned into rubble, scattered everywhere. Some of the stone tablets were cracked in the middle, and there were even deep pits under the stone tablets. Why do I feel that this Rule Fairy Mountain is like an ancient battlefield? Whether it is the palm print or the stone tablet, it seems that there has been an unparalleled war. This war wiped out everything, and the city turned into ashes. Only the uneven land has turned into a barren mountain range with the passage of time. Qin Wentian murmured. If this is really a battlefield, and this is really an ancient tombstone, what are these pits? Could it be those living dead? The old man's face changed again and again. If it was those living dead, it would be too scary. Burying the dead here, can they actually come back to life? I don't know. Anyway, there is something strange here. Qin Wentian continued to walk forward. Pei Qing is the immortal emperor. If the immortal emperor came to explore, it can be seen that there must be amazing secrets in this mountain range. Otherwise, as you said, as the fastest person to break through to the immortal emperor realm in the history of the Beiming Immortal Dynasty, he has no need to come here to explore. Pei Qing has always been extremely arrogant. If this place is not extraordinary, he really wouldn't come here. The old man nodded. Although he didn't know Pei Qing, he had heard too many rumors about Pei Qing in the Beiming Immortal Dynasty. This is a legendary figure, a true peerless genius. Many people with unparalleled talents in their youth fell halfway or encountered bottlenecks, but Pei Qing reached the level of immortal emperor, and no one dared to question him anymore. Everyone in the world knew him. Is Pei Qing really that powerful? Qin Wentian asked curiously, a little unhappy with Pei Qing. Although he knew that as an immortal emperor, no one dared to say anything when Pei Qing stepped on a person on the immortal platform to death, he was still very unhappy, even though there was an insurmountable gap between him and Pei Qing. Of course, I don't know how long the beaming immortal dynasty has existed. How can the first person in history not be strong? And this first person in history refers to the realm of immortal emperor. There is no one before him, but I dare not say that there will be no one after him. Everyone in the beaming immortal dynasty knows that there is still a person who has the opportunity to surpass him. I don't know if it can be realized. The old man said. Who? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Your Highness. Beaming Nongyu. Qin Wentian was a little confused. Of course not, Princess Nongyu is only now on the immortal stage, how can we tell? Moreover, Princess Nongyu's hope is very slim. It is her sister, Beaming Yaohuang, who is known as the most beautiful woman in our beaming immortal dynasty and a peerless empress. It is rumored that in the future, the throne of the head of the beaming immortal dynasty may not be passed on to the head of the head's heirs, but to the beaming Yaohuang princess. The head of the country has many children, and no one can compare with her. The difference is too great. Beaming Yaohuang is so powerful. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. It seems that you, Brother Qin, don't know much about the beaming immortal dynasty. Everyone in the immortal dynasty knows about Princess Yaohuang. That's why Pei Qing has been announcing to the outside world that he wants to pursue beaming Yaohuang and marry the princess. The two chatted as they walked, as if to ease their tension. After all, so many people had entered the forbidden area, and now only the two of them were still alive. Moreover, Pei Qing had said before that there was no bright way out, only a dead end. This Pei Qing is indeed proud, but since he wants to marry Bei Ming Yuang, why did he kill someone just now because of a word about Bei Ming Nongyu? It's because he is too proud, and he can't tolerate others' tone of voice that offends him. If it was an ordinary fairy king, he would probably help him get to know Princess Nongyu, but he is Pei Qing, so he thinks this sentence offends his pride. He really doesn't need to care about Princess Nongyu's feelings. After all, as the first person in history, he will at least be a top fairy emperor in the future, and even have the opportunity to impact that level. The king treats him with courtesy, and the strong men from all sides are also trying to win him over. Who does he need to care about? That's right. Qin Wentian nodded. As for the first person in history, as long as there is no hatred, of course he will make friends. This mountain of stone tablets is very large, with endless stone tablets. Qin Wentian thought, if it is really as he guessed, this is an ancient battlefield. Here, how many strong men are buried, it is simply a terrifying number. It seems safer here. In fact, Brother Qin, we still have a way to stay here. The old man said. Danger is unpredictable. Who knows when those living dead will suddenly appear? It's also dangerous to stay here. Qin Wentian shook his head. He didn't like to wait passively. He walked forward. Although there were many dangers, he would go forward as long as there was a slight chance. Besides, he had a trump card. What a strong evil spirit. At this moment, the two of them had a flash of eyes and continued to move forward. They walked to the edge of the mountain and looked at the huge and boundless canyon in front of them. There was a dark cloud, gloomy. Even after countless years, the dark cloud did not dissipate, as if there were ghosts from the ancient battlefield. The evil spirit was spreading from it. Are you going in? The old man looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Qin Wentian nodded gently. The purpose of entering the forbidden area is to find a chance, but after entering the forbidden area, our purpose has become to survive. It's a bit sad. Yes, without real experience, we always take luck. When we really walk in, we have forgotten why we came. The old man smiled and said. So, I choose to go in, and you can also make your own choice, old man. Qin Wentian whispered. He would not persuade others to go with him. This was his choice, not someone else's. Everyone should have their own choice and need to be responsible for their own choice. I'm lucky to have come this far. I don't have much hope. I haven't taken that step for so many years. If I die here, it's my fate. But before I go in, can I ask who you are? Why do Princess Nongyu and the Holy Son of Balian Saint Church think so highly of you? I've always been curious. My name is Qin Wentian. I come from the east of the fairyland, from an emperor-level force. Bei Ming Nongyu and Li Yufang regard me as a friend because we met in the Xiandao Holy Academy when it was first opened. At that time, Li Yufang stepped onto the Tongshan Immortal list and was replaced by me. Maybe it was at this time that he began to notice me. In the Holy Academy, I caused a big storm and fought with the younger generations of several top forces in the fairyland, causing waves. This is what happened. In fact, there is nothing special. You call this nothing special? The old man was speechless, shook his head and smiled bitterly, and then walked straight forward. Old sir. Qin Wentian called again, and the old man stopped and turned his head to look at Qin Wentian. Before, I was stared at by the living dead, and I couldn't release even a trace of breath. But in fact, if it weren't for that situation, I might have a chance to escape if I was given a little time. Therefore, even if I encounter a crisis later, I may still have a chance to survive. But because of the oath of the master, I can't take the old gentleman with me, so the old gentleman doesn't have to make the same choice as me. Just like what the old gentleman said before, you can practice here, and maybe break through the realm of the immortal king before you encounter danger. Qin Wentian suddenly said. He and the old man were strangers, and they didn't know the other people who stepped into the forbidden area. Everyone chose to enter the forbidden area by themselves and should be responsible for their own choices. He didn't need to say anything, but at this moment, only the two of them were alive. He still felt a little sad, so he hoped that the old man could survive and couldn't help but persuade him. The old man's eyes froze, and he turned his head to look at Qin Wentian in surprise. As expected of someone who came from a big force, he actually had a way to save his life in this forbidden area. He smiled, didn't say much, and continued to move forward. Qin Wentian sighed, stepped out, and walked into the canyon covered by dark clouds. Soon, he found that the old man in front of him could no longer be seen. Old man. Qin Wentian called out, but no one responded. Brother Qin, take care and live well. A voice came from the dark clouds. It was the voice of the old man. He left and went on his own. Qin Wentian sighed and then walked forward. He finally felt a breath of rules again, a very strong breath of rules. Moreover, this time it was no longer a kind of rule, but an extremely chaotic rule. The breath of killing, the breath of destruction, the breath of death. However, in this breath full of despair, he actually felt a ray of life, as if he had found a way out of despair. Qin Wentian walked step by step towards the evil spirit. When the evil spirit became stronger and stronger, and the terrible power of rules could tear everything apart, his steps slowed down and looked ahead. There were still dark clouds there, but in the dark clouds, a touch of peerless cold light appeared, illuminating the dark clouds. It was a knife, a broken knife, only half of it, inserted there, but even a half-cut knife had peerless brilliance. Someone. Suddenly, Qin Wentian saw a figure appear beside the half-broken knife. It was a living dead man. His head was cut in half. It was hideous and terrifying. Qin Wentian took a breath and instantly restrained his breath. The figure faced him, as if it had eyes and knew his existence, but it did not move. It just surrounded the knife, revealing deep attachment. He is the owner of the knife. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. He was already a dead man, why was he still alive? What on earth is this place? Qin Wentian tentatively raised his feet to leave. Sure enough, the living dead man ignored him, as if he still had an indestructible attachment to the knife after his death. Changing direction, Qin Wentian left here and continued to walk in the dark clouds. He felt the endless aura of destruction. He quietly felt the rules of this destruction and walked towards the source. Then, he saw another living dead man sitting on the ground, holding a white dress, which seemed to be a woman's dress. Even though this living dead man had been dead for countless years, he still had an attachment to the owner of this dress. The breath of destruction was emanating from her clothes. She had endured countless terrible destructive attacks before she died. Qin Wentian changed direction again and continued on his way. He saw too many strange phenomena and many extremely terrifying divine weapons that he could not touch. He also saw many living dead people, all of whom had their own attachments. Chapter 1349, Mysterious Man and Stone Tablet. This area covered by dark clouds is larger than any mountain range Qin Wentian has walked through before. It is endless. Qin Wentian walks and stops from time to time, and sometimes sits down to comprehend and practice. 3 years have passed, and he has not been able to walk out of this space, but he is becoming more and more sensitive to the rules flowing between heaven and earth. In the past 3 years, he has seen different scenery. He can't imagine how vast this ancient battlefield is. If there has really been a war here, the strong people who participated in this battle are beyond his imagination. At this time, Qin Wentian sat in front of a giant tree. This giant tree reached the sky and took root in the earth. The trunk of 1,000 people might not be able to hug it. There was an amazing rule aura released from this ancient tree, which was the aura of destruction. It formed a terrible rule field in the vast area. Of course, Qin Wentian suspected that this ancient tree itself was made of rules. If it was divided by the realm of human martial arts, this giant tree was the body of rules. Qin Wentian sat on the ground to practice, quietly feeling the flow of the rules of destruction, trying to comprehend the language of the rules of destruction. After a few months, he was able to use his own destructive attributes. Even without going through the immortal platform, he could create the power of the rules of destruction around him. This was another significant progress. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to the realm he wanted to reach. Qin Wentian closed his eyes. In his perception, the black runes of destruction flowed in the invisible space around him, flowing irregularly. Now, it is still difficult for him to completely control it and control it at will. If he can do it, he will be infinitely close to the immortal king. After a long time, Qin Wentian stood up and walked towards the giant tree of destruction step by step. The closer he got, the stronger the power of destruction. Fortunately, the giant tree would not attack actively, otherwise, it would be a supreme immortal king. When he walked to the giant tree, Qin Wentian felt that his body could not bear it. If he had not practiced this power himself, he would not dare to get so close. Taking out a magic weapon, Qin Wentian stabbed it into the ancient tree. The magic weapon was extremely sharp, a little bit of shame, but the rule of destruction eroded it instantly. Qin Wentian immediately let go, and the magic weapon fell to the ground. The air of destruction flowed on it. Qin Wentian didn't dare to ask for it again. He raised his feet and turned to leave. A few months later, Qin Wentian came to a cloudy valley. It was extremely heavy here, with gravity rules. Every step Qin Wentian took, he felt great fear. It was difficult to lift his feet. He walked forward with difficulty. His body was bent. Finally, he saw the source of gravity rules. It was a huge rock across the mountain. The shape of this huge rock was extremely irregular, but it was very brilliant. There was a rule of light flowing on the huge rock, naturally forming. The world is really wonderful. It can create all kinds of wonders. Is the reason why the world gave birth to life also because there is an original rule between heaven and earth. Qin Wentian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Muttering, he sat on the ground, bearing this terrible gravity, and once again quietly comprehended this power and felt the flow of rules. After a long period of comprehension, he set out again. Along the way, he saw all kinds of wonders and was amazed. Qin Wentian had completely lost his direction. He didn't know where he was. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any more dangerous moments. However, it would be difficult for ordinary people to get out. However, he still had a trump card. If it didn't work, he could only leave through the Xianfu realm. After several years, Qin Wentian had been in beaming Jiutian for a long time. Now his face was full of vicissitudes. This space seemed to have no end and he could never get out. However, Qin Wentian practiced in it. There was no other place more suitable for his current practice than here. This is a forbidden place and a holy place for practice. Once he breaks through the realm of the immortal king, he will open the Xianfu realm channel and leave. What a strong aura of suppression. At this time, Qin Wentian felt an extremely powerful aura with amazing power. He walked in this direction. After a long time, his footsteps stopped and he looked up at the sky in a daze. Qin Wentian was speechless. He saw two huge stone tablets in front of him. There was endless divine brilliance flowing on the stone tablets. Above the sky, there was an extremely dazzling light falling down and landing on the stone tablets, just like the brilliance of the stars, illuminating the surrounding world and the sun. Don't tell me that this is the brilliance of the stars, directly borrowing the brilliance of the stars above the 9 heavens. Qin Wentian was extremely shocked. This was the method of the immortal emperor. Now, the two stones showed such a terrible scene. How could people not marvel at the wonders of heaven and earth? Boom! Suddenly, Qin Wentian found that his body could not move. A supreme repressive brilliance descended. His flesh, blood, tendons and bones were all under extremely strong pressure. He groaned and spit out blood, and fell directly to the ground with a pale face. One of the stone tablets started to move. That's right. Under Qin Wentian's shocked gaze, the huge stone tablet flew towards Qin Wentian. The suppressing force that could collapse the sky spread out, but it didn't all fall on Qin Wentian. It just made him feel the great terror. Otherwise, he might have died. The suppressing force spread out from Qin Wentian, but it was just like an ant trying to shake a tree. He felt a little desperate when he saw the stone tablet falling towards him. He didn't expect to die on a stone tablet instead of a living dead. But at this moment, The stone tablet suddenly stopped. The huge stone tablet actually became smaller, like a human size, and it was suspended above Qin Wentian's head and stopped. Qin Wentian looked at this scene in astonishment. Could this stone tablet become a spirit? Could it be that it has spiritual intelligence? With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian stood up and fled, but the stone tablet followed behind him and caught up with him in an instant. Qin Wentian was suppressed to the ground before he could escape 2 steps, and he spit out blood again. However, the stone tablet still showed mercy and did not kill him. Otherwise, with the great terror of the stone tablet, it would have destroyed him with one blow and killed him directly. I accidentally broke into this place. If you have a spirit, please show me mercy. Qin Wentian said, stood up, and continued to leave. The light on the stone tablet flowed, and Qin Wentian took only 2 steps and was suppressed to the ground, unable to get up. Qin Wentian still did not give up. This happened dozens of times in a row. His muscles and bones were about to break. He felt extremely depressed. This stone tablet was clearly teasing him. This time, Qin Wentian, who was lying on the ground, pinched the spell with his hands, and suddenly a space wave came out. The sky and the earth changed, and the stone tablet shook, as if watching. You are not allowed to open a passage to the Shianfu realm in front of people. This stone tablet may have a spirit, but it is not a person. Qin Wentian thought of the rules of the Shianfu realm and thought to himself that the space passage was opened. Buzz! A terrifying repressive force went to suppress the space channel, but the channel still appeared there, without being suppressed and broken. Qin Wentian rushed forward. This stone tablet was too smart. He hoped that it would not kill him directly. He could only fight. Suddenly, Qin Wentian sacrificed the magic sword and flew towards the stone tablet. His own body went towards the space channel. He was about to step into it. At this time, a terrifying pressure descended, and the space slowly closed. The channel that was opened up was forcibly closed. Qin Wentian's face was as pale as paper. The stone tablet shook the magic sword away and released its power to suppress Qin Wentian again, causing him to spurt blood. Qin Wentian collapsed. Will this forbidden land also be his burial place? Boom! A strong repressive force came, and Qin Wentian was directly pressed down. Is there no way out? He was a little unwilling. However, at this moment, the suppressing force suddenly disappeared without a trace. Qin Wentian was somewhat puzzled. He raised his head, and then his heart trembled. In front of him, a figure appeared. The figure's long hair hung down, and it had actually reached the ground, like a ghost. Living dead. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then he saw the figure turned around, and his face was also covered by long hair. A pair of dark pupils were looming, with a faint brilliance. Living. Qin Wentian's heart trembled, and he said, Senior. Go back. The figure glanced at the stone tablet, and the stone tablet flew away immediately. A terrible force enveloped Qin Wentian, and then his body was bound and unable to move. He was suspended there, and he was actually floating forward, following behind this ghostly figure, and his body was completely out of his control. Is this person a human or a ghost? If he is a martial cultivator, how strong is he? Qin Wentian simply couldn't imagine it. The stone tablet was already extremely terrifying, and it could shine like the stars, but this person scolded it back with just one sentence, and it seemed that he had always lived in this secret realm. How many years has he lived? Qin Wentian was suspended there, looking at the sky, with a strong wave in his heart. He walked between the 2 stone tablets, and saw that the stone tablet that had just chased him turned into a giant tablet, absorbing the light of the stars above the 9 heavens. Buzz! Qin Wentian only felt that his body was thrown out and then fell to the ground. The pressure disappeared. He stood up and looked at the mysterious man in front of him, but the other party did not look at him, but looked forward. Qin Wentian also looked forward, and then his eyes froze. At that time, a majestic city turned into ruins, and there were palaces there, all in ruins. I give you 1 year to practice here. If you can't enter the realm of the immortal king, you will die. The mysterious figure left a word and then disappeared. Qin Wentian was stunned. In just 1 year, he had become an immortal king. What was the intention of this mysterious man? Who was he? What secrets were hidden in this forbidden area? Chapter 1350 The Great Terror. Qin Wentian stood up and looked at the ruined city in front of him. At this moment, he was vaguely sure that a world-shaking war must have broken out here. This city was endless, and it was unknown how big it was. There were boundary monuments guarding the outside. The stone monuments had spiritual wisdom and could shine with the stars. It could be called the existence of the immortal emperor. This was just a stone monument guarding the gate. It was conceivable how magnificent the original appearance of this city would be. Unfortunately, there is no intact place now. It has suffered great destruction and damage. Those living dead, and their attachments, those tombstones, could they all be the powerful people of this ruined city in the past? Qin Wentian speculated in his heart that this possibility was not small. Then, could the mysterious strong man just now be a lucky one? If so, this forbidden land is older than the history of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty, even much older. Back then, the Beaming Immortal Dynasty built the Imperial Palace according to the rules of the Immortal Mountain. Thinking of this, if the mysterious man is really a survivor, then how many years has he lived? Just imagining it, Qin Wentian felt frightened. If this is true, then the mysterious man is a super scary old monster. Before, the space channel of Xianfu realm was closed. Qin Wentian guessed that it was not the stone tablet that did it. Although the stone tablet was very scary, it tried to suppress the channel before, but failed. Then, the channel was closed. It should be the mysterious man who did it. He did not appear, but he closed the space channel leading to Xianfu realm. This is simply a terrifying person. Maybe I have encountered a super old monster. Qin Wentian said in his heart. In this Qingxuan immortal domain, the strongest person he has heard of is the ancient emperor, and then the immortal emperor and immortal king. So what level is this old monster? Could it be the top immortal emperor, or the ancient emperor level? Why does such an existence want to break through the immortal king realm within a year? If he does not enter the immortal king realm, he will die. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian went deep into this majestic city. He found that this majestic city was not only dilapidated, but also encountered the strongest destructive force. As he continued to move forward, he saw a peerless demon sword that was thousands of feet tall, slashing down from the sky, lying there, and the demonic power remained, refusing to dissipate. He saw the terrifying fire of the abyss, burning an extremely vast area into a flaming abyss, like a region, and could feel its majestic and incomparable power of burning the sky from a distance. Qin Wentian did not dare to approach and circled far away. He also saw the thunder area, where lightning continued to slash down from the sky, turning into a thunder-restricted area of destruction. If you look from the void, no one dared to approach. It was Qin Wentian who was in this majestic city, so he could see clearly and feel the most clearly, which was terrifying to the extreme. I must impact the realm of the immortal king. Qin Wentian said in his heart. He had no time. Seeing the terrifying destructive power of this majestic city, Qin Wentian did not doubt that if he did not step into the realm of the immortal king within a year, the other party would really kill him. Moreover, he did not try to open a channel to the heavenly talisman realm to escape, because although he could not feel any breath around him, he always had a strange feeling that the other party was watching him. With a mysterious man's terrifying realm, perhaps a single thought could cover countless regions and close the passage to the heavenly talisman realm. He couldn't escape. Qin Wentian began his journey of cultivation, walking and stopping from time to time. Sometimes when he had an insight, he would sit down to cultivate. While he was cultivating, there was a lot of movement in the heavenly talisman realm. On that day, Qin Wentian opened up a passage to the heavenly talisman realm, but it was closed by external forces. The heavenly talisman realm supervisory immortal general noticed it, and this matter should not be underestimated. Not far from the stone tablet, where Qin Wentian opened up a passage to the heavenly talisman realm last time, a terrifying spatial fluctuation was transmitted, and an extremely strong spatial force forcibly broke the spatial barrier. From it, a group of strong men walked out, all with amazing momentum. Sure enough, it is the mysterious restricted area within the Rule Immortal Mountain of the Beaming Immortal Dynasty. Only one person spoke. Well, it's still deep in the restricted area. I don't know which disciple has broken in here. Be careful. This place is mysterious and unpredictable. It is rumored that there is a great terror. Its secrets have not been discovered so far. They walked forward and saw two huge stone tablets. They were shining like stars, suppressing this space. There was only a dazzling stream of light in front. Emperor's soldiers. The eyes of the masters flashed, and there was a strong sharpness in their eyes. Boom! A huge suppressive force burst out from a stone tablet. In an instant, the area seemed to be solidified. Everyone's expression changed slightly. This stone tablet can attack on its own? One of them stretched out his finger and pointed forward. In an instant, The sky and the earth seemed to have cracks. The sound of collapse and shattering came out, and the earth kept cracking. A random blow was terrifying to the extreme. One after another, figures suddenly descended, silently, and these figures had no breath of life. Living dead. The eyes of the masters flashed. What exactly is hidden in this forbidden area? Who is the person who forcibly closed his passage to the Fu realm? I don't know who is here, please show yourself. A strong man from the Fu realm said loudly. His voice was rolling, but it seemed that he could not be transmitted. It was suppressed by the 2 stone tablets, and even the sound was suppressed. Open up space outside the heaven and earth. I am not interested in your secrets, and don't disturb me. A voice came from the void, which seemed to be extremely vicissitudes, and even the source of the voice could not be identified. The eyes of the strong men in the Fu realm flashed. In the depths of the Rule Fairy Mountain of the beaming immortal dynasty, there was actually a great strong man hiding. He peeked into the secrets of his Fu realm at a glance and was able to close their passage. Who is the senior? We had a disciple here before. Can the senior show mercy? The powerful man from the Fu realm said, and even called him the senior. Obviously, he had sensed that the owner of this mysterious voice was a terrifying figure. Nameless man, I never kill people either. Whether your disciple can survive depends on himself. Go back. The voice came again, and the strong man in the Fu realm looked flickering, as if he was unwilling. They had never encountered such a thing. The world is vast, the fairyland is boundless, there will always be some secrets, just like their Fu realm exists in the fairyland, but very few people know about it. Their brows were slightly frowned, they didn't know how to deal with this matter. This terrifying person was from the Forbidden Land. Even if he knew the secret of the Fu realm, it would not be too serious, but they were a little unwilling to leave like this. Go back, go back, go back. Suddenly, a violent roar sounded between heaven and earth, and the bodies of the Fu realm strongmen were directly solidified there. They only felt a strong force that froze their bodies. Then they were horrified to find that their bodies retreated again, little by little towards the Fu realm passage that was opened up, and then they were directly sent inside. Then, under their extremely horrified eyes, the Fu realm passage slowly closed. If anyone comes to disturb again, I will kill into your world. A shocking sound was transmitted directly into the eardrums of several people, and then the passage was completely closed. In the Fu realm, several people only felt their hearts and minds tremble, their bodies were shaking, and their bodies were trembling slightly. They had never met such a terrifying person, never seen or heard of. What realm is this? Everyone looked at the strongest person in the middle, the immortal emperor. I don't know. His face still had a sense of horror. He didn't know what realm it was. It was not at the same level at all. It was so powerful that he couldn't sense it and couldn't determine the other party's realm. He only knew that he had never seen such a realm in his life. Don't go out and provoke him, and don't spread the news. The man said seriously, it seems that those who enter Beaming Immortal Mountain are very lucky. This person is not easy to kill. As he said, he never kills people. Otherwise, no matter who goes in, I am afraid that he will not be able to walk out alive. But it is rumored that many people still die in the forbidden area, and the probability of death is extremely high. At least you have to be at the Immortal King level to be qualified to enter the forbidden area. It may be those living dead. He didn't participate. If he participated in these things, how many people in the immortal realm could stop him? Fortunately, this person doesn't ask about external affairs. The world is so big that there are really all kinds of strange things. The strong man whispered, and then the group turned around and left. They didn't plan to ask about the forbidden area anymore. If they still wanted to intervene forcibly, they would probably alarm those beings. Qin Wentian didn't know what happened in front of the stone tablet. He was now practicing selflessly. Time was running out. He felt that he was very close to the Immortal King, and he had to step into the Immortal King as soon as possible. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, like a ghost. It was the mysterious strong man with long hair that reached the ground. He stood beside Qin Wentian and said coldly, "No progress at all. The speed of cultivation is so slow." Qin Wentian frowned slightly. His cultivation was interrupted. He opened his eyes, looked at a mysterious man beside him, and said, "Senior, the people from your world actually opened a passage to come here. They simply don't know how to live or die. If I hadn't swear not to kill, they would have died long ago. You'd better pray that they don't reveal my existence. If this place is not peaceful, anyone who sets foot in this world will die in the future. Senior. Qin Wentian wanted to speak, but before he could say anything, he heard the other party continue. Those who come to the forbidden area, do they really think they are so great that they can survive in the forbidden area? Little do they know that everything they see is what I want them to see. I can't see what I want them to see, and I can let them live or die if I want them to. And you are so lucky. I don't know why I let you come here. Why? The old man raised his head, his long hair slid to both sides, revealing an old and extremely vicissitudes of life face. Junior. Qin Wentian wanted to speak, but was interrupted again. Your cultivation is too slow. You should practice faster. If you can't step into the immortal king within a year, you will never have such good luck again. After the man finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared directly. Qin Wentian was stunned. He couldn't see clearly how the other party disappeared. It was too fast, so fast that it was terrifying. Qin Wentian was speechless. He found that this mysterious man seemed to be a bit of a chatterbox. He didn't say a word, but was always interrupted. Could it be that he was lonely for too long? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.